300 years ago, he was the Grand Wizard of the Heroes Party, a prodigy who fought at the front lines against the Abyss. Poisoned in the final battle, he swore to his comrades, "I will return." Now, centuries later, he awakens in the body of a young noble boy. The world has changed, but the shadows of the Abyss remain. And this time, he carries not only his magic, but the weight of 2 lives. Can the reborn Archmage finish the battle he began centuries ago? Let's find out. On the day Lin and his friends encountered soul-destroying black magic, he fell into a deep sleep, leaving his companions behind. 300 years have passed since then, but the restored peace and calm everyday life were only an illusion, and now the whole world is shrouded in darkness. When he turned 13, a hero came to the magic tower for him. She had snow-white hair and golden eyes. At only 13 years old, he was already an Archmage, but the girl did not believe that a genius mage who appears once every 100 years could be some boy. In response to her words, he only threw a cold look, and then began to do his own thing. Seeing that he was ignoring her, she tried to call him, and he finally answered her that he was not a genius and not a child. He told her his name and she beamed, after which she exclaimed, "Is he really the very young 4-star Archmage in the history of the Empire? It seems she has come to the right place. But he is still a child. It is hard to call him a genius mage when he still needs to change diapers. If he joins their team, she will change them for him every day." He really did not like her mockery and decided to threaten her with a fireball. Because of this, she became very nervous and began to back away, saying that it was a joke. But she did not notice the bookcases behind her and hit her head on them. Because of this, the books on the very top of the shelf fell right on her, and she screamed, and Lin was very surprised by this sight. He dispelled the magic and looked at the girl who was covered in books, and when some kind of splinter fell on her head, he could not hold back and laughed along with her. That's when he became interested in her. They shook hands in honor of their acquaintance. Her name was Esther Alter Chirupin. She is a fake warrior of the Heavenly Church of the Dragon of Light. The fake warrior is a hero who has enhanced his body with various modifications in exchange for a portion of his life. She asked him to help her defeat the abyss spreading from the South Pole. In other words, she invited him to join her band of heroes. Esther's band already included 2 famous people, the famous archer of the Empire, Keys, and the priestess of the fire dragon from the Dragon Republic, Frida. When Esther told him about her plan, he realized how serious the scale was and said that he did not want to die. And she asked in response, "Who wants that anyway?" He wondered if the other 2 were as interesting as she was, and she thought about it for a few seconds, then said that they were as crazy as she was, but there was something even more interesting. He asked what it was, and she answered him with a smile that it was peace. The word caused a strange resonance in him. A man who had studied magic in a tower after being rescued from the slums. He had a goal, to become the highest-ranking 7-star mage in the Empire. They said that if he reached the 7th star, he would be able to see the truth of the world. He wanted to reach a dimension where no one had ever stepped. Living here, reading books about magic for the rest of his life would be fine, but to reach the 7th star, he needed to know about the world outside the magic tower. However, aimless traveling seemed too tiring to him, and he wondered if he really needed it. And then this clumsy hero appeared and offered him to save the world. This unexpected offer was enough to pull him out into the outside world. Even though he didn't have a burning sense of justice to save the world, he accepted her offer and set out. Soon, he met other heroes. Keys was an archer whose accuracy dropped catastrophically without drink, and he was mute. Frida, a priestess, was a chain smoker. Breathing black smoke into his face and laughing madly, she justified it by saying that as a priestess of the fire dragons, she should at least be able to cast a breathing spell. And at one point, while they were having fun, they were suddenly attacked by a huge cyclops, and they immediately rushed into battle. Despite all their weirdness, they were masters of their craft. They quickly dealt with the Cyclops, first damaging his eye, and then taking care of the rest of his body. The group of heroes was strong. Those scary monsters they encountered along the way, and the minions of the Abyss coming to the north, all of them were no match for them. Esther often joked with Lin, telling him not to fall in love with him, even if she was very charming, and even offered to go on a journey with him when everything was over. And she also said that she was very afraid that he was so innocent that he would be deceived by another girl. Over time, he even began to respond to her jokes, which made her embarrassed, and the others listened to them with smiles. 5 years passed like this. When the journey to save the world from the Abyss came to an end, signs of erosion appeared on his body. This was the result of 5 years of being attacked by enemies. Before the final battle with the Abyss, he was consumed by the poison that poisoned his soul. Everyone understood that his life would soon end. Esther grabbed his hand, and while she panicked and asked him to wake up, the others looked at him with gloomy faces. She asked Frida to do something, but she could not remove the curse. It could not be healed. The girl looked at her in horror, burst into tears, and screamed that Lin could not die, and he quietly said that he did not want to die. She exclaimed that she knew it. She would find a way, he just needed to hold on a little longer. He looked down, then sat up and lifted his shirt, telling them not to worry too much. He did so. A mark appeared on his chest, a tiny flap of the Overlord's filter. It was the immortality spell carved into his heart, magic that would put his body into a dormant state and heal him. He didn't know how long it would take to revive, but it was the only option left. After that, his body began to be covered in ice, slowly consuming him. Esther watched in horror, and he tugged at her clothes, forcing her to look at him. He told her with a confident smile that he would return and asked her to win. She looked at him upset, then smiled and took his hand, promising this, and asked him to meet again, no matter what. He promises her that he will return. By that time, more than half of his body was covered in ice, and she said that after he woke up, the four of them would go see the world together. He agreed to that, right? She would be by his side until he woke up. Looking at her smiling face through her tears, he smiled and promised her that he would come back. After his body was completely swallowed by the ice, his consciousness fell into the cold grip of death. He had a feeling of buoyancy and emptiness, like diving into a swamp and a mission for the world. Couldn't he see the truth after achieving 7-star magic? While he was in this swamp, his friends spared no effort and fiercely fought the abyss. In the end, this joint journey through the vast world ended here, in front of the army of the abyss, rushing forward with screams, and all that appeared before him was only darkness. And as he was struggling in the darkness, he opened his eyes and heard a strangely familiar voice calling him by a strange name, Rain. He turned around and automatically called the woman Mom, and when he realized it, he wondered, isn't he an orphan? Where did his mom come from? The bright rays of the sun hit his eyes, he closed his eyes, and then looked around and asked, where is he? His mother, Brim, sighed and asked, why is he acting like this? This is the Heroes' Square in front of the Vatican. There is a monument in honor of the band Esther. When he heard this, he froze in shock and then turned around. In front of him was a majestic monument in honor of the 4 heroes, and below were written the dates of their lives. He just stared at them for a few seconds, trying to make sense of it all, and then asked, what year is it? She sighed heavily again and asked, what's wrong? The way he speaks scares her. He repeated his question and she told him that it was the year 1418 according to the Theresian calendar. This news shocked him. Had he been reborn, or had his memories been superimposed on someone else's body? The sensations in this body were strange. What had happened anyway? Esther's laughter, Keys's drunken delirium, Frida's cigarette smoke. Had those days been 300 years ago? He asked. So they had won the last battle? He himself knew that it was a pointless question. If they hadn't won, there would have been no monument to them. That's why the sky was so peaceful now. Brim asked why he was saying such obvious things, but it was all sad. They say that if you go up to the top of the Vatican now, you can see the frozen remains of Lord Lin. He looked down and smirked and said that he understood everything, and wondered if that meant he had taken over someone else's body. His mother told him that Lady Esther stayed with Lin until she passed away. It's so beautiful and sad. What does he think about it? She looked at him and saw that he laughed. It surprised her, because it's a sad story. He looked at his hand with a sad smile and, remembering his last moments before falling asleep, said that it was amazing that she kept her promise. Ignoring his mother, he walked closer to the monument and extended his hand to the tablet with the dates of their lives, and said that someone did not keep their promise after all. He burst into tears and quietly said that someone was him. As soon as he came to his senses, he went to his new home and began to read. He does not know how those 3 spoke of him, but he became a historical figure. The emperor personally erected a monument to him, and many mage towers and the 7 mages revered him as a saint. But what the past 300 years have left him with is simply magic. Memories of traveling to many places, as well as the faces of his comrades, who smiled brightly in those memories. In the end, they became legends. Esther once said that moments only become memories when they are shared with someone, so his memories aren't even memories yet. Until he dies and meets them, they will remain unshared. These are memories he must live with alone, like an unrequited echo. But now they are gone, left behind by this world. His mother distracted him from his reading by bringing him a cup of tea, and he wondered what he should do now. He remembered Esther and realized that he still had work to do. The Holy Human Empire divided the mage class into 7 tiers. 1 star, an ordinary mage, Bandoran. 2 star, an average mage, Limits. 3 star, a supreme mage, Atlas. 4 star, an elite mage, GLaDOS. 5 star, a great mage, Aquazard. 6 star, a sage, Rampage. 7 star, a sage, Sage Shin. In the end, he reached the level of a 5-star mage. Only 2 people in the history of the Empire have ever reached the 6-star tier, known as a sage. It could be said that they have reached the end of the truth. If he hadn't left with Esther, he probably would have reached the 6-star level, then grown old and died, but he would have regretted it all his life. Even if someone could turn back time, he would leave to travel with her again and again. But now she is gone. She hopes this world is filled with laughter. These are Esther's words. The world they desperately protected together. Is it really what she wanted it to be? Those who reach the end of magic, which is the truth, can see the true face of the world. So in this life, he must become a 7-star mage. In order to break out of this sadness of emptiness, he will try hard. He remembered one day from their journey when they all came to a flower field together. Esther was very happy. Frida was skeptical. Keys was silent as always, and he was grumpy. They were all equally full of quirks, but he really enjoyed traveling with them. He said the names of his friends and said goodbye to them. The dead remain in the past, and they can be together, and the living, following the flow of time, must move into the future. And so began his second life, under the name Rain. Once Esther asked him if he regretted not having a family. He answered her that it was not so at all. He does not even know the face of his mother. He grew up in the northern slums. If the headmaster of the school, Osiris, had not noticed his magical talent and taken him in, he would have lived as an orphan and died on the street. He does not even know what a family is, and he is not interested in all this. Frida threw her hand on his shoulder and called him poor thing, but he immediately broke free from her grip and exclaimed that even if he had a family, he would not know how to treat them. So he does not need a family or anything like that. Esther said with a smile that everything is not so difficult, he just needs to cherish them very much. He is a kind child, so he will do well. It was a dream. His servant woke him up and said that it was already morning. Noticing that he opened his eyes, she said that since he was awake, she would make him breakfast. After that, he got out of bed, stretched and went to the mirror. Memories of his previous life came back to this spoiled 9-year-old boy just 20 days ago. This boy, Rain, is the eldest son of the Ludwig family, one of the 5 great families of magicians in the empire. He, an orphan, was reborn into a noble family, so in order to adapt to this life, he had to work tirelessly. He came to Brim, and she and her servant greeted him with a smile. She said that he was just in time. Could he please go tell his father that breakfast is ready? He would be glad if he came. He agreed and went to the study of his father, Kevin Ludwig. The man smiled and asked, "Didn't he get enough sleep? His complexion is not good." He came closer and patted his head, saying that he still looks tired from the journey. MC just said coldly that breakfast is ready, and he laughed, noting that so his son came here just for this. He thanked him and told him to eat first. He asked if he won't have breakfast. His father looked at his desk and he, noticing a parchment with symbols, asked if this is magic. Kevin confirmed it and said that it is for the dissertation presentation next week, so he is in a bit of a hurry. His head is foggy from eating, so he tries to concentrate and do as many things as possible in the clear morning hours. Rain looked closely at the symbols and thought, is he stuck on this? He offered to help him, and he asked with a smile, does he want to support him? He told him that it is not so, he wants to help him solve the magic circle. Kevin smiled and said that the help was welcome, but if he was late for breakfast, his mother would scold him, so he better have breakfast. But MC did not listen to him and took a pen, began to draw something on a piece of paper, and said that magic is to express natural laws numerically and then distort them. The rune Go complicates the equation and conflicts with the rune Cha, so it is better to replace it with the rune Jigu. And then, using the imperial equation 41 minus 2, you can immediately get the answer. His father took the magic formula and asked in surprise, is such a method possible? It was a difficult problem that even the best scientists of the empire could not solve, because it was a high-level spell that was about 200 years old. He looked at his son in surprise, not understanding how he thought of such a thing. If this spell was restored, it would be able to protect many people from natural disasters, such as floods and landslides. How could Rain, who had only mastered basic magic, do this? Based on his knowledge of basic magic, he was a fairly ordinary person. However, considering that he was a member of the Ludwig family of mages, it meant that he had not inherited the talent for magic. MC smiled and asked if he could have breakfast with them now. Still surprised, Kevin glanced at him, then smiled and hugged him, agreeing to eat together. Time passed. Rain's family was small, a mother, a father, and a 6-year-old sister. The little girl who peeked into the room was his sister, Siri. With shimmering black hair like silk and red eyes, she was a cute girl who had inherited the traits of the Ludwig family just like Rain. But every time they made eye contact, she would immediately run away. It was understandable. In the memories of the former Rain, he was never kind to Siri. Instead of being cold, he was simply indifferent to everything. He wanted to ignore everything like the former Rain, but he remembered Esther's moralizing. Her words that he was a kind child and that he would succeed finished him off. He loudly slammed the book shut and sighed with displeasure, after which he told Sari to come here. He would teach her magic. She cautiously looked into the room, and he asked if she wanted to play together. Instead of answering, she ran away, and he, sighing heavily, thought that children were too difficult to deal with. She returned a few minutes later, but already with a book in her hands called The Basic Formulas of One-Star Magic. He took it and asked puzzledly, was she 6 years old and was already reading such a book? She nodded excitedly and looked at him with a smile, and he again remembered Esther. Each time she called him to her and happily told him about everything that they met on their way. He always complained that she treated him like a child, but in reality, he loved those moments more than anything in the world. And now he wanted to give the same moments to Sari. She told him which moments she didn't understand, and he decided to explain everything to her with a simple example. A house with a thatched roof, a brick house. Depending on what kind of house you build, the materials also change. In magic, this role is played by a magic figure. The shape of the magic figure determines the attribute of magic. If you draw a triangle, it will be the attribute of fire. The shape of a fan is the attribute of wind. The next step is runes. They determine the effect of magic. Runes are magic words. Yule means to bind, and Ho means to disperse. For example, if you engrave the rune Yule on a triangular magic square, it will turn it into a spell of binding the attribute of fire. In fact, mathematical formulas are used for this. Siri didn't understand what kind of mathematics he was talking about and started laughing heartily, which made him feel uneasy. When he looked at her impassive face, he decided not to explain it and went back to the runes, showing the right equation for each one. The servants who were watching them noticed that he had changed completely. Before, even when Sari was crying, he didn't care, and after returning from the square, even his gaze changed. Time passed, and their parents entered the room. Brim smiled and told Kevin to look at them. She wanted to capture this scene in a painting. While they were studying, they both fell asleep without noticing. Kevin agreed with his wife, but by the time the artist arrived, the children might already be awake. Besides, Sari was so shy that this might be too much. He wondered what they were doing here together, and when he saw the book and the formulas, he said that he was teaching her magic. After returning from the square, he seemed like a completely different person to him. Brim noticed that his tone suddenly became more mature, and worriedly asked if the abyss had possessed him. He immediately denied it and said that he had a similar experience. When he was a student, he had the honor of meeting Lord Lin. At that time, he bragged about becoming a 3-star mage, but during the war, Lord Lin rose to 5 stars. Living in a peaceful era that created a hero, he realized how smug he was. Perhaps Rain had similar thoughts. They left the room, and she asked if Lord Lin was really frozen in time. He confirmed it and said that he was so good at ice magic that he remained the same as he was at 18. She was very curious about this and asked him to tell her more about it, but even if he wanted to, he couldn't, since he didn't know anything more than that. By the way, there was Lady Esther's magic in the ice. Only Lord Lin and Lady Esther could awaken it. It turns out that Esther left him a letter, since he will definitely return someday. A letter for someone who comes here from afar. Cavan thought back to this morning and told Brim that Rain seemed like a genius. In fact, he might very well reach the sage level. He solved the magic square he had been struggling with for over a year, just by looking at it this morning. She was very surprised and asked if that was why he was able to come to breakfast today. He confirmed it with a smile and said that although it might be early, it was time for them to teach him their family magic. He could become a thief mage who could read and steal any magic. It was only allowed for those who belonged to the Ludwig family. It was a magic that only their bloodline could use, but he wasn't sure how much he could teach him. She asked if it was that difficult. He confirmed it, and she remarked that it was a difficult task. Could he do it? But he was confident in his success since he had an idea. A new day had dawned. MC was lying on the grass and looking at the clouds. Under the blue sky, a dazzling field of tulips stretched to the horizon. This is Sias Tulica, a beautiful region famous for its tulips, and a third of the land belongs to the Ludwig family. He thought that the weather was certainly amazing. If he wanted to develop, he had to set medium and long-term goals, especially if it was the path to the truth. In order to become a 7-star mage, he had a lot to do. No matter how small he was, there was no time to waste. First, he needed to summon a guide. He spread out some paper on the grass, and Sari appeared behind him, asking what he was doing. He sighed tiredly and said that it was so annoying, after which he told her that he was going to summon a magic guide. She didn't understand what it was, so he asked if he should do it for her too. Even though she didn't understand what it was, she happily agreed and started spinning around and screaming in happiness. Judging by her behavior, she was enjoying everything, but for a 6-year-old, her speech was a little clumsy. Maybe something was wrong? They leaned over the paper together, and he said that for the magic guide, the shape of the magic circle is a polygon. The rune for the inscription is Ju, U, and J. This is a high-level magic containing 4 different elements, so only a 4-star mage can handle it. Currently, only 10 mages in this country can use it. He made the final touch, and a huge pillar of magic immediately soared into the sky. This sight delighted the girl, but Rain felt somehow uneasy. As soon as the magic dissipated, he grabbed his chest and blood flowed from his eyes and nose. Apparently, this is still too much for 4-star magic. It's good that it was a guide spell. If it were combat magic, he would have died. His sister worriedly extended her hands to him, and he said that this body is trash. After that, he wiped the blood and told Rudian to come over. A small blue butterfly flew up to them and landed on Sari's finger, which surprised her. This butterfly said that it is currently evaluating the user's ability and determining potential magic power. MC said that this is the function of Rudian. It will tell her what she needs to study and practice. The rune Ju in the guide spell tells about the basic magic power, and the rune U about the use. In short, here are the best runes for learning. It may seem simple, but this is 4-star magic. Looking at her smile, he asked if she liked it. She nodded happily several times and he wiped the blood, smiling slightly, then told her to go and study somewhere else. He watched her run away with the butterfly, and then he almost lost his balance and realized that he needed to restore his magic power first. He would summon the second Rudian later. After he summoned this, he learned everything about his body. His magic power is 3,024 units, which is below the level of a beginner mage. His magic is estimated at 77 units, and his endurance at 64. Upon learning this, he sighed heavily and realized that he had a long way to go. Then Rudian informed him that a bloodline of magic was discovered that was estimated to be teachable. Belsidius and Belcurious. He was slightly surprised by this, and then thought that this body was not so bad after all. When he was traveling with the heroes, a young mage came to him. He wanted to show himself to be the best of all the magicians in the Empire, and join the group instead of him, but his skills were nothing special. He effortlessly reflected all his attacks and attacked in response, and when it seemed that the young mage was defeated, he suddenly stood up and his eyes sparkled. He hit him with a pillar of flame, but he quickly reacted and protected himself with water magic. The other heroes turned around in surprise, but did not enter the battle. With these eyes, that young mage saw all the magic he used and only counterattacked. Now he understands this was the power of the Ludwig family's magic bloodline, Belsidius. Just by observing the flow of magic, he could determine what kind of magic the opponent was using. If their magic skills are equal, then the one who uses it better gets an advantage. And Belcurious is a legendary eye that only 3 people have opened in the entire magical history of the Empire. If Belsidius is the ability to recognize an opponent's magic, then Belcurious is the ability to steal it. This eye was the reason why the Ludwig family is known as magic thieves. Now his childhood goal has been achieved, but without magical power and stamina, he will not become a great mage. After that, he went to the library. While he was looking for the book he needed, his father came up to him and asked if he was interested in their family's magic bloodline. He was surprised. What did he think of that? Was he watching him? Cavan said that it was certainly a bit early, but would he like to try learning magic? Since it wouldn't hurt to study the theory beforehand, he agreed, and he said that from today on, Elin would be his mentor, but only while he was at the academy. When he returned, he would teach him personally. Rain didn't understand who Ellen was, and he said that she was a wonderful person, taught at Del Ayton, and she also had a magical talent. And above all, this was Ellen's aunt, who loved her nephew more than anyone in the world. They met when he was 6 years old. After his words, his aunt entered the library, her appearance even slightly frightening. She looked at her nephew with displeasure, then frowned and said that this was just ridiculous. Did the brilliant Professor Ellen Ludwig really come personally, just to teach this unlovable child? She put her hand on his head and, grabbing his hair, menacingly asked, "Is he ready? Does he even know who she is?" He said she was Aunt Elin, and she then stepped aside and said loudly that from now on he was to address her as Professor Ellen Ludwig, the great genius. She had no patience for slow-witted people who didn't understand the first time, and he was to never ask questions after she taught him once. Did he understand everything? And so began his training in the Ludwig family's bloodline magic. This magic is not written down so that others wouldn't steal it. To learn this magic, you must meet a family mage and directly receive the knowledge into your mind. Ellen told him to look at her carefully since she would demonstrate it once, and he concentrated. After she opened her eyes, they sparkled, and he felt uneasy. He felt the same feeling as when he fought that young mage. Those are the same eyes at that moment, Belle Sidious. He looked at her with admiration, and she, seeing his reaction, laughed smugly, and then exclaimed with a smile, "This is cool, right?" In order to use it, he needs to calculate 3 spells at the same time. Someone like him can only dream of this. He enthusiastically exclaimed that he can do it, and she just laughed at him and called him too arrogant. In the end, Aelin, satisfied with his reaction, wrote down some formulas. It was an analysis of magic. It's more theoretical than he expected. If the founder of the Ludwig family did not impose genetic restrictions, then Lin could use it too. While he was looking at the formulas, his aunt came up to him and asked with a smile, "This is too complicated to even try to understand, right? He has no idea what this means, right?" He told her that it is not so. He just needs time to roughly understand it. She expected a completely different answer from him, and was about to do him a favor by teaching him this, but when she realized what he said, she looked at him in shock. He sat down at the table and thanked her for guiding him on the right path. From now on, he would figure everything out on his own. His words left her stunned. She smiled nervously and asked if he didn't need her guidance. She asked him not to ignore her, but he continued to silently study the formulas. Then she got angry, and angrily stamping her foot, left, telling him to do whatever he wanted, as if he would succeed without her, but she would not teach him, even if he begged her tearfully. Still, she couldn't leave him alone and sat opposite him, pretending to read a book. He wrote something, and then his hand froze, and he let out a thoughtful sigh. Right after that, Ellen snatched a piece of paper from his hands, wrote something on it, and shoved it back. When he looked at her, she hid her face behind a book, which confused him. Some time passed. Every time he let out a thoughtful sigh, his aunt immediately silently helped him and described everything in more detail. When she did this again and hid her face behind a book, he looked at her in confusion and thought, what is this? Is this how modern magical education works? Or is she testing him? Meanwhile, Brim was watching them. Soon, Elin announced a break and left the room, after which his mother came up to him and asked, "His aunt is quite unusual, right?" He agreed with her, and she said that she is not very honest. To tell the truth, she strives to teach him everything, so even if he already knows something, then let him ask her a lot of questions. She was the same way when she used to follow them with his father. She was so adorable. He wondered if the meaning of the word adorable had changed in 300 years. The lesson continued, and she was pretending to read a book as usual, and he decided to check what she was really doing. He looked up at her and noticed that she was sneaking glances at his sheet. When she noticed him looking at her, she became flustered and immediately hid behind her book. He looked at her with a puzzled expression, and when he looked down, she went back to peeping. It was starting to bother him, and he thought that she was being really annoying, even more so than 6-year-old Sari. He called out to her, making her almost jump, and handed her the sheet, saying that he couldn't understand that part at all. Could she please explain everything to him? She looked at him in shock, and then threw the book aside and exclaimed with a mischievous smile, "He doesn't even know that. Their family is doomed. Let him bring it here. Where exactly is it unclear to him?" After that, she explained everything to him. But after every sentence, she inserted the question, what did he do before he was 9? And he didn't even know that. She loved to make fun of him, and he only nodded along, unable to fight it. She also said every time that she was explaining everything to him for the last time, but this last time never ended. Her teaching was always like this. She demanded quite a lot of effort, but thanks to her, he significantly reduced the time he spent studying theory and gained practical experience. On the 10th day after receiving Ellen's instructions, he felt a burning pain in the retina of his eye, a feeling that all the blood in his body was rushing to his head, and the world was slowly turning blood red. And then it happened. The eyes, shining red, were engraved with the mark of death. When he looked around, he discovered that all the objects around him were transforming into numbers. All the information about everything in the universe was coming into his brain in the form of formulas. Now he understood what it was like to be the creator of the world. Even magic was in the form of huge formulas, and he finally understood everything. Then, in the eyes of the young wizard, all his magic must have looked like these numbers. He said that it was really amazing, and then turned around, feeling the presence of his aunt behind him. She stretched out her hand to him in shock and asked, "Did he achieve this in just 10 days? Even after receiving special education, it took her 7 years to master Belsidius. They said that it would take 70 years to master Belcurious, but he was able to achieve this in just 10. From a clean slate, without knowing anything, to using multiple spells at the same time. He can rival Lin, who was called the Master of Simultaneous Summoning." After that, she came to report everything to her brother. When he learned what his son had accomplished in just 10 days, he smiled nervously, and his sister said that with Rain, the Ludwig family could become a leading family of magicians. He was truly amazing. After that, she left, and he was upset that as a father, he had nothing more to teach him. He then called his servant named Yude, and he immediately appeared behind the curtain. He asked him to send a message to his father. He clarified, "Did he mean the former head of the family?" Cavan asked, "Is there a problem with that?" The man said that he didn't mean that, and he ordered him to write a letter respectfully, asking for guidance for his grandson, who has an innate talent, on the right path. Upon hearing the content of the message, Yude smiled and remarked that he had truly gone through fire and water for his son. He would act as ordered, and Cavan just smiled at his words. Days passed, spring ended, and summer came. This summer seemed to last about a year. Dark clouds covered the continent, pouring rain day after day. This summer, he was incredibly busy. During the day, he learned household magic from Elin, and whenever possible, he taught Sari the basics. And at night, he focused on training his physical and magical strength. The development of modern magic that he learned from Elin and from books was truly astounding. For someone who lived 300 years ago like him, it was shocking. They managed to simplify such complex formulas to such an extent that the activation time was reduced and the power greatly increased. The level of magic had increased significantly compared to 300 years ago. He might lose to a modern 4-star mage. Magic grows with time, and with his current state, becoming a 7-star mage in this era was absolutely impossible. Therefore, he needed incredible strength and knowledge. And so, while having dinner together, he asked his father to send him to the City of Mages for 3 years. His parents were taken aback by his request, and Sari asked why he needed to go there. He said that he was thinking of going to the Golden Rose in the City of Magicians, since the best magic university, Deleighton, was located there. Sari, who did not want to let her brother go, asked him not to leave, and Cavan told him that it was impossible. Let him think about his age. He was only 10 years old, so it was too early for him to leave home. Children from magic families entered Deleighton when they turned 16. Then it was not too late to go to the City of Magicians. Besides, he already had a very important meeting. Pushing his sister away from him, he looked at him questioningly, and then his father showed him the letter and said that his grandfather, had sent it. Ellen choked on a piece of meat and coughed at this news, after which she exclaimed, "Did he send him a letter?" Noticing the drool running down her chin, Cavan told her to wipe her mouth before speaking. While MC thought his grandfather, he began to guess who he was talking about, and his father said that in their family, only 3 people had awakened Belcurious. Rain excitedly thought that he was right. He was talking about Skarl Ludwig. Cavan told his son that his grandfather would personally guide him through Belcurious, and he happily exclaimed, "Is this true?" After that, the two of them went to Skarl's manor. As they walked, MC looked around with interest. His father left him in front of the entrance of the room and went to greet him. Rain froze in the doorway. At the other end of the room, by the window, stood his grandfather. He stole a glance at the boy and then put 2 fingers together and slapped them down, casting a spell. This made the whole room shake, and MC felt pressure and looked at him in shock, not understanding what he was thinking. After that, his grandfather walked towards him, igniting magic in his hand, and he became very nervous. After realizing what he wanted, he threw all thoughts aside and decided to start the fight. 2 magic circles of water appeared in his hands, while his grandfather was preparing to attack him with fire. But after a few seconds, the magic circles simply evaporated, and Rain looked at his hands in shock. Skarl said that this is Belcurious. It can control visible magic at will. His eyes lit up and MC looked at him in confusion, after which he broke into a smile and let out an excited sigh. His grandfather laughed and asked if he wanted to try it too. Cavan smiled, while his father massaged his eyes, removing the glow, and said that mastering Belcurious is not everything. In order to use it correctly, a master must fully understand it. What level is he at now? Rain told him that he could barely do a speed calculation of a 3rd-star spell. In fact, he could handle spells up to 5 stars, but he decided not to tell anyone about it. His grandfather said that it was almost amazing, almost astonishing. However, Belcurious requires a lot of magic power, and in his current state, he was still far from that. He asked, "But it was just a long way, right? It wasn't impossible, right?" He enthusiastically asked him to guide him to that level, and he told him that his training would be very hard, so he would learn properly. Cavan decided to leave the 2 of them and headed for the exit, but his father stopped him, saying that his first greeting was too rude, and he apologized for it. He sincerely greeted both of them. He called out to his son and offered to have a drink together after they confirmed Rain's suitability. Hearing this, Cavan turned around in surprise and his father waved at him, and he only bowed to him in response. Soon winter came. Rain was training with his grandfather to use Belcurious fluently. Skarl lit a bunch of sparks in his hand and told him to quickly recite the spell and not screw up. He tried to do so, but lightning immediately flew at him, and his grandfather exclaimed, "Is he just going to stand there and watch the enemy's spell activate? He needs to act faster." He jumped to the side, and his grandfather prepared the next spell with a smile, and thought that he really has an amazing talent. If he teaches him one, he will reach 100, even 1000. He is a genius who masters in one go what would take others a month. All that remains for him is to master the use of his eyes and develop magic. While his grandson was running around, he said that in training, he must risk his life in order to grow significantly. He told him that he understands everything, after which he warned him that he is about to release a fireball. If he cannot dodge it, he will die. MC immediately slowed down and strained his eyes, and his grandfather swung his arm and ordered him to act right now. He used Belsidius and sparks flashed in his eyes, and a huge fireball was heading straight for him. Skarl worriedly told him to hurry up while he strained his eyes and thought that by mastering the opponent's magic with Belsidius and manipulating it with Bel Curious, he could dispel it. The fireball was very close to him. His grandfather called out to him worriedly, and then a 7-pointed star appeared in his bleeding eyes. The fireball and his grandfather immediately turned into numbers, and he looked around in surprise. Everything in front of him seemed to slow down. Bel Curious was activated. The universe is converted into an equation and sent straight to his brain. Now he needs to change the formulas as he sees fit. He stretched out his hand forward and thought that the magic array was made up of 2 triangles. The designated runic symbol was the Rutihen formula. Size 17 axles, range 23 kilometers. He started to solve the equation, and the numbers enveloped his hand, after which the fireball dissipated, and his grandfather realized that everything worked out. From such powerful magic, Rain lost his strength and almost fell to the ground, but his grandfather caught him in time. He caught his breath and asked, was he able to do it? He happily confirmed it and said that now he only needs to strengthen his magical power. He can't believe it. At the age of 14, he was able to awaken Bel Curious in himself. MC smiled, and Skarl thought that he barely reached this level at 39 years old. This boy can already rewrite the history of the Empire. After he gained strength, they headed back to the estate, and his grandfather said that he will not interfere in his life, but when he turns 16, let him definitely knock on Delayton's door. He remained silent and thought that, to be honest, he is not very interested. His grandfather said that if he graduated from the university with the highest level, he would have a chance to meet Archmage Lin. He told him that he was not really interested, and in his mind asked him not to mock the dead. Then his grandfather said that he felt the same way. But Lady Esther left a letter. Isn't he interested in the contents of it? This news made Rain freeze. He remembered his old friend and thought, did she leave a letter for him? Skarl said that no one his age had yet awakened the Bel Curious within themselves. With his ability, he should be able to read this letter. At that moment, MC was stunned and could only listen to it blankly. You could say that this was only the beginning of his story of traveling along the path of his former comrades, following Esther's letter. Years passed. Autumn came. There were about half a year left until the entrance exams to Delayton. He decided to take this opportunity to experience the world and visit different places when he went to the south. He packed his things and his parents came out to see him off. His father wished him well and a speedy return, and asked if he planned to stay in the magical city after his exams. He confirmed that it was the place where all knowledge was gathered. At the end of the year, there was the notoriously difficult entrance exam to Delayton, and those who passed it began their first semester in March. An orange fallen leaf flew past him, and he followed it with his gaze, and his mother asked if he was sure about that. She was worried about him being alone, without protection. Her husband said that their son's skills were already exceptional, and there would be no danger if he followed the known path. Meanwhile, he looked up at the tops of the orange trees and thought about the world. Would he ever be able to call this conversation a memory? On the 15th day of his journey, he came to the southern part of the Holy Empire, the Garam region. The small town was full of inns and taverns, and the most curious thing was that all the people passing by were wearing bamboo hats. He decided to ask a local about it, and he asked if he didn't know about the Lin caravan. He looked smart, but he didn't know much. Their first leader had received help from the Lin Archmage a long time ago, and now they all wear bamboo hats as a token of gratitude. That's impressive, right? This trading group with such a great history. Rain looked away thoughtfully. Who was this first leader anyway? If he heard that name, he might remember. He wondered what such respected merchants were doing in such a small town, and the man told him that there was a problem on the path leading to the sunlit road. Ferocious monsters had appeared there, and dozens of people had gone missing. They were waiting for the Lord's forces to come and destroy them. He wondered what the trading partners would say. MC frowned at the mention of monsters. They were creatures whose essence had been distorted by the abyss. They look like animals, but they have a much more grotesque appearance and dangerous magical abilities, and no matter how many times you destroy them, they never disappear. He clenched his fist, activating the magic, and then continued on his way, thinking that as long as it was not a high-level monster, he should not be in danger. Night fell. He walked along a path among the bamboo forest and felt that something was watching him, but it did not attack. Perhaps it sensed the difference in magical power, like an animal instinct. He remembered the man and thought that he could handle monsters of this level, but it was not his concern. The monster extermination team will take care of it. He took a few more steps and remembered a moment from the journey with the heroes. Esther suggested that they go by land from here, but the others did not understand what she meant. She showed them a map and suggested that they go along the Belisor River and head to Turvanop. Frida said that there was an amazing flower field along the river and suggested that they stop by on their way, to which Esther, of course, agreed. Their chatter began to irritate Lin, and he exclaimed, "What are they even doing?" The two groups of warriors who crossed the continent before them were destroyed while fighting at the front. Because of this, the front line has stalled and they are barely holding on, waiting for help from other heroes. Do they even understand the importance of this situation? A legion of red dragons and yellow dragons are heading to the battlefield. All strong mercenaries have crossed the sea for honor and glory, so they need to hurry too. When all the strong ones left, monsters started running all over the continent as if they were just waiting for this moment. At best, they are danger level C, maybe B, so they don't have much time. Esther called out to him with a smile and said that there are many people in this world who desperately need help, even for something that seems trivial. There is no difference in asking for help. She hopes that he will become an adult who will help such people. Returning from the memories, he grabbed his head and thought that even though he died 300 years ago, they still irritate him. Because of these memories, he was too tired and decided to take a rest, then activated the spell and whispered something. A few seconds later, something dove into the ground from his hand, and he ordered it to find it. The underground creature went on a search, and MC began to wait. He sat in silence for a few minutes, and then suddenly a guttural roar was heard. He ordered his assistant to bring it here, and a black silhouette flashed in the sky above the bamboo, and then it fell to the ground. The magical snake wrapped itself around and squeezed the wolf-shaped monster, not allowing it to move. Most likely, it was the one who was chasing them. The wolf growled menacingly, and Rain asked in rage, and this is what it calls a threat? He exterminated countless numbers of his kind. He clenched his fist, causing the snake to squeeze tighter and breaking the monster's bones, causing it to scream. After that, MC said that he would let it go if it promised not to harm people. Although it still did not understand him, he decided to finish the job and clenched his fist harder, after which the snake finished off the wolf and parts of it fell to the ground with a characteristic sound. He continued on his way and made an excuse that he didn't help them. It was just out of boredom. Soon he found himself on the border between the central and southern region of the empire. I think this place used to be called the Badantio mountain range, and as soon as he entered the border, he met some huge worms, which immediately attacked him. He got angry, because how dare an insignificant beast look down on him? But suddenly, someone's arrows flew into them and they died on the spot. Rain turned around and saw two archers on a cliff nearby, one of whom reminded him very much of his old friend. He stared at him in shock, and then this guy jumped down to him and asked, "Is he okay?" He immediately smelled alcohol on him, and he said that monsters often appear in this place. Didn't anyone warn him on the way here? His friend jumped down after him and asked, why would they even warn anyone? After all, they, the descendants of the Great Palace, guard everything here. MC was dumbfounded, but he realized that it couldn't be keys, and he scratched his head in confusion, saying that he didn't know what school they were from, but they helped him, so he was grateful to them. By the way, this is the Badantio mountain range, right? The archers looked at each other and then laughed loudly, and he exclaimed indignantly, "What's so funny?" The guy said with a smile that so much time has passed since it turned into Kislanton, and he calls it Badantio. Kislanton means the mountain range of the Keys Palace. After defeating the Abyss, it seems to have taken root here. Those two were students of the archery school founded by Keys. Traditionally, this passage is guarded by those recognized by the school's director. He looked at the two drunk guys who were joking among themselves and remembered his old friend and thought with a smile, is drunken archery really the main skill of this school? What exactly had done to be assigned here? One of them put an arm around his shoulder and told him that he had come at the right time. Today was the festival. It was a day when everyone could drink free alcohol. He had to taste alcohol if he wanted to become an adult. They said it was the path to the sun and the moon. His friend remarked with disappointment that he was so cultured. He shouldn't think that he could miss his shift today by chatting nonsense. They needed to focus. They still had to guard this place. His partner exclaimed, "How could they let a kid like that go off on his own? This was simply unacceptable." He grabbed Rain and ran off somewhere with him, telling his partner that he would just take him to the entrance of the village and come back. Some time passed as they walked up to the village. The guy chatted non-stop, telling him about all sorts of things. For example, about how the road was hidden because of fallen leaves. They clean up the leaves, but this year, so many have fallen that they have to clean them up endlessly. He continued to chat, but the MC was no longer listening to him and was looking around. The guy said that if he went up the wooden stairs from here, he would find the training hall, and if he went straight along the path, he would get to the village. He stopped in front of some small ruins and someone's grave. Rain froze and his eyes widened. He stared at the name engraved on the gravestone for a long time, and at one point he grabbed his heart and his memories of Keys became painful. He felt sicker with each passing second, but the guy distracted him by asking why he didn't stop and make a wish. He didn't understand what he was talking about, and he asked, was he seriously asking that? although, given his age, he might not know about it. He looked at him nervously and asked what he should know. He told him that this was the tomb of Keys' palace. People usually made wishes here, asking for protection and stuff. MC didn't want to believe it and asked him not to joke like that, to which he tilted his head in confusion and asked why he would do that. He said it was weird. Who builds a tomb in the middle of a mountain? This man. He's a hero, right? The archer asked if he doesn't know the history of his tomb. Is he really from this country? Among Keys' comrades, there was an archmage named Lin. This is a well-known fact, so he thinks he should definitely know it. But Lin was said to be very shy. Keys believed that he would come back even after he died. He said that if the tomb was in a village, he wouldn't be able to come because he was shy, so he asked to be buried here. Rain immediately remembered Keys, the smell of alcohol, and his snoring in his sleep, which constantly irritated him. And also the way he ruffled his head and how he sometimes enthusiastically told him about magic. He stroked his head every time, which made him angry, but now he missed it. He touched the top of his head and, remembering his smile, thought, did he know that this farewell was forever and that they would never meet again? He lowered his hand and thought in horror that it was all a lie. After all, he promised to come back to meet him. An image of his friend appeared in his head, how he turns around with a smile, and then how he appears before him as a dead man. His face was disfigured, rotten flesh, a bulging eye, and fallen leaves sticking out of his skull and hair. The dead man reminded him of the promise, and from this image MC fell into horror and immediately started to run, no matter where. He opened his mouth wide, gulping air in panic, but he didn't notice a root under the fallen leaves and stumbled, hitting his face on the ground. He was in no hurry to get up. He just raked the leaves and dirt with his fingers, and then burst into loud tears. Soon dawn came. He sat on the edge of the cliff and thought about going back, turning around and going to Keys' grave and saying goodbye to him. Even if it was late, he could say that he had come back. He would say that he was sorry and ask them for forgiveness. Soon night fell. He still didn't dare go back to the grave and just lay on the edge of the cliff, watching the sky. He remembered how Keys had seen a bird in the night sky, and he was surprised how he could find it in such darkness. He must have very good eyesight. He was also surprised how he could aim so well when he was drunk. Without alcohol, he would have fits, so Frida kept giving him drinks. He was also stunned when he found out that he couldn't aim when sober, but he didn't say why. More and more memories appeared in his head, and that brought a slight smile to his face. Esther had once told him that he had no tongue, so he couldn't speak. But despite the lack of it, he made so much noise every night that he kept everyone awake. His smile grew even wider, and when he remembered the last moments before he fell asleep and their gloomy faces, he laughed out loud. He lay on the ground and promised that he would return, and Keys tried to contain his emotions, pursing his lips and squinting. Now his laughter turned hysterical and mixed with loud sobs. Finally, he decided to go to his friend's grave. He returned to the path strewn with leaves and came out to the clearing where his friend was buried. He looked at the gravestone, came closer, and used a flame attribute spell. Pointing his hand at the grave, he clenched his fist and then hit the ground, causing everything around to instantly burst into bright flames. The fire quickly destroyed all life around, and when it died down, all that was left was bare earth and a lonely grave. The sun had already begun to rise by this point. MC took one last look at the gravestone, then turned around and left, mentally apologizing to Keys. It wasn't because he was embarrassed, but because he didn't have the courage to face them all and ask for forgiveness. He remembered how he had excitedly told Keys something during their journey, and passed by this memory, thinking that he had failed to keep the promise he had made to them all. Time passed. The autumn in the south was sultry, and under such a summer-autumn sky, a shining city spread out before him. Finally, he reached his destination, a magical city called Golden Rose. In the heart of the city, DeLayton University was built. He had been interested in this city since his past life, but it did not live up to his expectations. As he walked along the streets, he heard the calls of merchants who were trying to sell books on magic, teaching aids, and all sorts of rare items. All knowledge passes through the Golden Rose is a phrase that matches the status of this place where everyone gathers. He decided to buy something and approached a lonely merchant, asking how much it cost. He said the price was only 10 copper coins, which at first even took him aback. He took some stone and thought with a smile that it cost only 10 copper coins. He remembers that back then he paid at least 80 for it. The merchant called out to him and said that the bell on the clock tower was already ringing. The exam was about to begin. He realized that he almost forgot why he was there and quickly paid the merchant. And then some scream was heard from the side. A man with an evil grin ran through the crowd, and an old woman followed him and asked at least someone to catch this thief. Watching the running man, Rain sighed and thought that the security here is not very good. This is a big city, so the guards should be able to handle it. He wanted to go to the exam, but ran into the old woman who was running after the thief. She fell down exhausted, and he asked worriedly, "Is she okay?" Since he was late, he was about to leave, but the old woman asked him to give it back to her. It is not for sale, but their family heirloom. Her grandson needs it for the entrance exam. Rain looked at her in surprise, and when she left upset, he thought, why should he help them? He also has an exam. Now is not the time for this. A familiar voice was heard behind him, asking him to help her. He turned around and saw Esther standing next to the old woman, after which he decided to help her. He approached her and asked what the man had stolen from her. Let her wait for him here. He would be here soon. She just looked at him in surprise, after which he climbed onto the rooftops and began chasing the thief from above. When he noticed him, he used magic and said that he had enough to do, and he also had to do this. Now he would turn to ashes. A voice was heard behind him. A girl named Krista ordered him to get out of the way, and grabbing his shoulder, pushed him aside and aimed at the thief herself. She raised her hands, and a spark flared between them. And then sand appeared around the thief and began to swirl. He became nervous, not understanding where sand could come from in the middle of the city, and the girl herself stood on the resulting sand structure and exclaimed that stealing someone else's property in Golden Rose is brave. We must give him credit. But he chose the wrong day. MC looked at her in shock, and she, standing on her pedestal surrounded by sand guards, said that he was finished, because he was caught by none other than Krista Varden. Rain looked at this girl in shock. The sand and this confidence say that she really is from the Varden family. Their family is located on the eastern edge of the border. Like Ludwig, it is one of the 5 families of mages. Before he regained his past memories, they met several times at a family meeting. She constantly called him an idiot and told him to put in some effort. After all, he is a descendant of mages and the eldest son of the family. Doesn't he have any shame? Every time they met, she always acted smart, so he started calling her a nerd. But how is she already wearing a university uniform? She should be the same age as him. At that moment, the thief took out something, and Krista, noticing it, immediately jumped. It turns out he had a scroll with a wind spell, which he used to knock down her guards and summon a sand tornado. All the townspeople immediately ran away, but one of them couldn't escape the tornado and was lifted into the air, separating him from his mother. Luckily, Rain was nearby. He grabbed the boy with a root and returned him to the woman, and then looked at the thief with magic and thought, so he was a mage too. He has pretty decent magic power, but what's that on his left hand? Krista meanwhile waved her hands and exclaimed that he was very good for a thief. Let him try to block it then. She clenched her fists and spread her arms to the sides, creating 2 magic circles at once, which surprised the thief and MC. She used 2-star magic. He looked at his enemy with a grin. She clasped her hands and the ground shook, causing cracks to appear on the road behind her, as if someone was trying to get out. If the Ludwig family is known as thieving mages, then the Varden family is known as commander mages. The bloodline of their family is earth magic. A huge sand golem grew out of the ground. The girl only boasted of her abilities, not thinking at all about what could happen if she summoned such a monster in the middle of the city. His eyes sparkled, and the thief grinned and, showing her his bracelet, shouted that with it he was invincible. A black spark appeared near his hand. It pierced the golem's body through and through, and Krista looked up in surprise, and he laughed maliciously. The golem froze in place, did not move for a few seconds, and then activated again, and Krista smiled, asking the enemy, did he think that he would fall from such an attack? She was already filled with confidence, but noticed too late that her golem decided to attack, not the thief, but her. It turns out that with the help of this bracelet he controlled it, but Rain did not let the golem hit the girl, breaking his hand with lightning into small fragments. He told the thief that by showing his trump card so early, he would certainly get a counterattack. Krista turned around in surprise, looking at Rain standing in front of her, who was holding back the golem, and he decided to give them advice. In magic, if you use a spell first, it does not mean that you have already won. Seeing him, the girl was very surprised, and he prepared for battle. The thief got very excited and called out to the golem, ordering it to attack, while MC created a magic circle with the attribute of water and doused the enemy with a huge wave. After that, they themselves were splashed, and Krista, covering her face with her hand, exclaimed in surprise, could he be of the water element? But the golem was still not enough. He loomed over them threateningly, and Krista said that maybe the element of water is a natural enemy of the element of earth, but her golem does not fall from a 1-star spell. The thief laughed at them and exclaimed, he is bragging, but is that all he has? He does not know from his position, but he still brags. The golem pounced on them and clenched his hand into a fist, intending to hit, and Rain in response shot a powerful column of water at him and began to restrain his hand. Krista exclaimed that it still will not work, and the thief ordered them to stop wasting time and die already finally. MC didn't listen to them. He was doing his job and continued to pour water on the golem until he noticed cracks appearing on the stone. He immediately applied more force and the golem's hand was thrown back. The thief was very surprised by this sight. He ordered the golem to attack again, and it, having recovered from the blow, clenched its fist again and pounced on them. Noticing this, Rain grabbed the girl and jumped back with her to avoid being hit. When the stone monster's fist hit the ground at great speed, its body immediately began to break, which horrified the thief. He watched in shock as the golem fell apart, and MC meanwhile let go of the girl and slid through the water, trying to slow down. The thief used his bracelets again and excitedly called out to the golem, and Rain thought that by stealing someone else's magic, he apparently couldn't use his own. If that's the case, then he needs to try something. Krista meanwhile called out to him discontentedly, asking what he was doing, and when she saw a similar magic circle between his hands, she was very surprised. He meanwhile thought that the one-star spell was called just a few seconds ago. The shape of the magic circle is a double square. The runes inscribed are Yule and Ko. For earth element magic, it gives the properties of binding and reverse flow. He got the solution and confidently looked at his opponent, then used magic and cracks appeared on the ground. After a few seconds, huge vines grew from the ground. They tied up the golem, and the thief became very worried. But the golem was now tied up and motionless. One of the vines climbed into his eye, and others appeared next to the thief, which made him nervous and screamed loudly in fear. MC tied him up and, tearing the jewel from his hand, asked, "What is this?" "It must be an artifact. It looks quite interesting." The thief was indignant and ordered him to give it to him because it was his, and he responded by calling him a fool and reminding him that he stole it. He looked at the artifact and thought that stealing control over the enemy's magic was similar to Bel Sidious. There are 2 magic circles engraved on the stone, which means that it can steal magic up to the level of 2 stars. This is quite interesting. The thief became worried and asked who he was. How could he cast magic so quickly? He did not answer him and stepped aside, mentally saying that he would not believe him even if he told him. Among the crowd of onlookers, he noticed the old woman who had been watching them with excitement all this time. He approached her and told her to take care of this thing, after which he put the jewel in her hands and she burst into tears of happiness. After that, the crowd began to rejoice, praising him for defeating the thief and for such a kind deed. And while he was enjoying their joyful cries, he suddenly remembered about the exam. He immediately rushed towards the university, leaving the thief confused, and then someone's sharp blade appeared in front of his face, and he screamed loudly in fear. The woman in the robe, threatening him with a sword, approached Krista and said that she made a mistake. She realized that, right? She took off her hood. It turned out to be Professor Caroline. She told the girl that being confident in herself is great, but she should not have used the golem hastily. She answered her dissatisfiedly that she knew it. Next time she will be more careful. She noted that quick self-reflection is a good quality, and she, standing up, happily pointed to the direction where Rain ran and asked, "Did she see him? He is simply amazing." His speed of casting magic was almost the same as the professor's. She laughed and told her that she had seen it all. It seemed like he was even faster than her. Krista exclaimed that it wasn't that fast. Then she became serious and asked, "What happened?" This guy was just as strong during the selection. Caroline asked if that was true, but if he had come for the entrance exam, then why was he here? The girl didn't understand what she was talking about, and when she told her that the exam had already started a long time ago, she went into shock, and MC, meanwhile, ran to the university in a panic. Krista was very upset and asked if they could somehow accept him. The professor told her that these were the rules, and she sighed heavily and asked if a student was late because he was helping someone. Then couldn't they be a little more lenient? Caroline wondered, since when she thought so much about others, and she said that she had seen it before. Such a person should exist to make it more interesting, and it would be better for a school to have interesting characters, right? The professor looked at her thoughtfully, and after a few seconds told her that it was true. When the exam was over, she returned to her office and took out a book with information about the applicants. She became interested in Rain. She found out that he has no experience participating in magic competitions. He does not have significant achievements in other fields, but he is the general prodigy that everyone talks about. He may be a disaster, sent to the Ludwig family from heaven. Her gaze caught the line about him being Skarl Ludwig's assistant for 3 years, and she thought, did he develop under the former great mage and head of the Osirius school? She remembered how strict he was with Elon, and thought that just because you are related does not mean you can do anything. He is the type to mercilessly reject someone if they do not bring results. If he is an assistant, then why is he called a genius prodigy in the 8 great schools? She smirked, then called her assistant Barden, and asked him to make an appointment with the rector for her. She needed to discuss something regarding individual admission to the university. Soon after, she came to the office of the rector of the magical university, Medelia Page. She noticed that history was repeating itself. She didn't know for sure, but it seemed that talents always appeared at the same time. Hubert from Rohingya School, Lillian from Rivendell, Kaiden from Harriman, Nora from Melev, and Logan from Chehak. 5 latecomers from the 8 main schools were accepted right away. The Varden family also sent a talented child, but they might have problems, since the conflict between the magical families and the 8 schools is very deep. Getting involved in students' disputes is not very pleasant, but there is no doubt that this is a special situation. She should notify the professors and teachers. They need to watch the students closely and intervene if necessary. They just shouldn't interfere too often. Caroline remained silent, and Medelia asked what was wrong. She said that she thought it was too early. Wasn't it too early to make such a decision? She asked her to tell her more, and she said that it seemed that there was another genius in this generation besides Krista. Medelia looked at the students' files scattered across her desk and asked if there were any newcomers that she didn't know. Caroline told her that there weren't any. She wouldn't believe her, even if she told her. She could very well have seen him at the family meeting. Medelia pointed out that she still had the habit of beating around the bush here, and the professor said that it was just her personal opinion, but maybe they could give Rain Ludwig the opportunity to go to university and not interfere at all. She was curious how he would behave in such a situation. Medelia looked at his file and thought for a moment and then said that they would know the results soon. Caroline agreed with her. After all, Owen was there. Medelia asked if he really said that he wouldn't accept any reward. She confirmed it and said that he really doesn't like it when it turns out that he's a hero. It brings him trouble. He prefers to just read his books quietly. The principal remarked that he was weird, and she told her with a smile that weird people make good magicians. That's what her teacher always said. After that, she looked down and carefully asked why she was so gloomy today. Medelia remarked that she was still as perceptive as before, and then said that if Rain Ludwig caught that thief, then it seemed to be related to the Dark Church. Caroline disagreed with her and asked if she had ever heard her say anything stupid. The Special Affairs Department contacted them first, and they'll be here very soon. She has a bad feeling about this, so she should be prepared too. The next morning, MC was informed that he had been accepted into the university, even after he missed the exam due to being late. A professor named Caroline suggested that he pretend that he had passed an additional exam and was included in the list of successful candidates. She was worried that the additional exam was perceived as a disgrace for those who failed the regular admission, but for him it was not a problem. Fearing that he would have to retake the exam, he accepted her offer. So he stood in front of the gates of the greatest magical university of Delayton, where the pinnacles of the intellect of the Holy Empire had gathered. He stood in front of the gates of the university itself, dressed in clothes appropriate to this place. He walked through the gates and thought that he had never been associated with the school. In his past life, he had learned magic from the head of the school, Osiris, and in this life, from his family. Even now, he does not feel the need to learn from anyone, but in this life, he needs to find what Esther left for him. She is waiting for him at the end of this path. In the meantime, he must improve his magical skills at least to the level of his previous life. Krista appeared behind him. She called out to him, and he turned around, greeting her without much joy. She was a little surprised at first and wanted to thank him for his help, but for some reason, she changed her mind and began to resent him for butting into her fight. Even without his help, she would have managed it alone. Her scream attracted the attention of everyone around her, and they began to discuss her. Rain remarked that she was more famous than he thought, and she, taking her hands in her hands, confirmed this with a serious look. There is even a saying, anyone who does not know Krista Varden in our generation is a spy for the Republic. She struck a dramatic pose and extended her hand to him, exclaiming with a wide smile that he was a rival she had acknowledged, so let him consider himself lucky. He looked at her strangely and thought that he could not stand annoying creatures. If you think about it, there was someone like her. When he was in the tower, some girl pestered him and said that as the number 2 candidate for the next dean, she would consider him her rival. It was the brat he met in the tower. She insisted on being treated like a senior because she entered the tower first. She was very boastful, which made him emotional, and that's why he remembers it very well. He chuckled at the memory, and Krista thought he was laughing at her and exclaimed, "Is he making fun of her? If he thinks that's all he saw, then he'll soon regret it." She used magic and clenched her hand into a fist, and then they found themselves in the middle of a sand tornado. She didn't care at all that her sand was literally sweeping the other students off their feet, and MC looked around thinking, why was she even using magic in a place like this? Meanwhile, she looked at him confidently and asked, now does he understand what her true abilities are? Does he feel like he wants to give it his all? He thought that it seemed like she didn't care about her surroundings. She looks like Giselle. She must have reincarnated into her. He was about to put her in her place and created a water circle, but then another student with a high opinion of himself appeared. A guy named Hubert approached them and smiled and noted that there was such a dramatic performance here. On one side, there was the best freshman, and on the other, there was a genius prodigy who barely passed the supplementary exam. This is a comparison of two extremes, isn't it? He looked at them with a confident smirk, and then the magic began to dissipate and the students' attention shifted to him. He is from Rohuinam High School, a graduate of Delayton High School. According to rumors, he has a long-standing rivalry with Krista. Hearing this, she calmed down, and Hubert told the two of them to continue. This is great entertainment. She said that the quality of the audience is too low. It is not fun, and it would be a shame if he got caught in her magic and flew away somewhere far away, right? He should be grateful to her for her attention. He sarcastically said that he was so grateful to her that tears welled up in his eyes. But is it too shameless to open his mouth when she can't even handle him? She should know her place. What if she regrets it later? She frowned and said displeasedly that a finalist shouldn't say such things. Why doesn't he show her what he can do? He responded by saying that her proud nature has not changed. She would bring shame on her family if she continued to live like this. He almost felt sorry for her. He finally paid attention to Rain, who had been listening to them with a straight face all this time. He said that he was so insignificant that he hadn't even noticed that he was there. He bowed slightly to him in greeting, and calling him a genius young master who had entered through an additional test, asked what he was staring at. Was there something on his face, or was there something in his words that bothered him? He told him that it wasn't that it bothered him. Rather, he had a question. Who was this man acting so confidently? Hubert looked at him with a puzzled look, and he asked if he even knew how to use magic. If he was trying to fight him, then he must be good at magic. These words surprised the guy, and everyone else tensed up. Hubert started to get angry and asked him to repeat what he had just said, and Krista couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was trampled while bragging in front of the newbie. If she were him, she would have been too embarrassed to even show her face. It was a beautiful sight. A vein appeared on his face in anger, and then the professor opened the doors and exclaimed, "What are they doing here? Let them hurry up and come inside." She called out to Krista and asked what she was doing here. She was the freshman representative. Let her hurry up and go inside to prepare for the oath. She hurriedly left, and MC, along with the bulk of the freshmen, headed to the assembly hall, leaving Hubert confused. Before leaving, Krista called out to Rain and he flinched, thinking, what this time? She confidently said that she would leave it as is, because there is no time, but next time he should not even think about it. They will settle everything properly. He mentally asked her to leave him alone, and scratched the back of his head in confusion, and the other students began to discuss them. One of them said that the two of them couldn't even be compared, and then the other guy asked, is he so sure about that? Krista will actually have a hard time fighting him. The guy asked, is he from Rivarden High School? What does he mean? He told him that Rain was Scarl's assistant principal. If he sees how strong he is, he won't say such nonsense anymore. Finally, all the freshmen gathered in the auditorium and the 1388th entrance ceremony of Delathing University began. Hubert listened to the speech with a gloomy face, and the others were happy. Krista went up to the stage to take the oath, and Rain rolled his eyes, wondering when this would end. Finally, the rector came out to greet the freshmen. As soon as she appeared, a whisper went through the hall that she was the best mage in the Empire. Just one look from her was enough to make them shut up, and MC thought that this was the greatest mage in the Empire, the current head of the Mage Council, a direct descendant of the founder of magic, Emitsa Page. He remembered fighting someone with a similar hair color, and Medilia began her speech. First, she wanted to congratulate the 233 freshmen gathered here on their admission. However, half of them will not survive until their second year. They will either be held back or expelled. They simply will not be able to go further. Of the 117 who survive, only about 60 will move on to the third year, and of those, only half will make it to graduation. So less than 30 graduates each year. Delayton is such a place. It is a place where their talents are honed. They constantly put them to the test, a form of polishing, to determine if they are raw stones that can be made into jewels. Their university's policy is unlimited competition. Those who fall behind in the competition do not even have the right to receive a diploma. They will feel this acutely throughout their stay here. She waved her hand and loudly and confidently ordered them to sharpen themselves. Let them fight each other and develop. Delayton works only like this, until the insignificant stones do not shine with their own brilliance. In 3 years, perhaps they will meet here again. Then, as a fellow magician, she will greet them and wish each of them good luck. Her speech left a deep impression on the hearts of future magicians, and the first applause was heard in the assembly hall, which grew louder with each passing second. Rain also applauded, and thought that he would be looking forward to meeting her. Meanwhile, the professor stood on the balcony and watched the students. Caroline noted that it was quite chaotic, but she liked this energy. The man said that energy should correspond to ability, and she laughed, agreeing with him. Then she turned to Professor Owen and asked his opinion on the matter. He told her that he expected this party to be of a high level, but he only sees idiots with manure in their heads. She asked him what he meant, and he confidently said that they were all doomed to failure. Finally, it was time for classes, and MC came to the Sleeping Dragon Hall. This building was truly majestic and fully reflected its name. He went inside, found the right room, and entered, taking a seat by the window. He looked at the view from the classroom and smiled, after which a girl came up to him and said that it looked like he was her classmate. She asked him to take care of her in the future, and sat down next to her. And when he turned to her and wanted to answer her in kind, he was stunned. It was Krista. Not believing that he would now be sitting with her, he grabbed his head, and she said that even the sky was indifferent. To think that he would have to compete with the top student, Krista Varden, right from the first lesson. A girl named Gertrude came up to them and said that if she translated her words, it was something like that. She was so happy to sit next to him. Krista exclaimed that of course she was happy. After all, she was going to bully this arrogant guy from the very beginning. Rain was really upset, and Hubert came up to them, saying that it was so adorable. The daughter of the Panton family is also watching this performance today. It is enviable that the mages from the noble families control or 3 vassal families. It is too bad that the lady behaves so rudely, pointing her finger at others. Krista clenched her fist. She barely restrained herself from answering him, and Gertrude said that he did not understand. In fact, this is the charming part of Miss Krista. Well, even all this, she is still very charming. At least more than someone who is impressive only on the outside. Gertrude Panton, the daughter of the Baron, and now the 3 of them started arguing, while MC grabbed his head and thought he felt like he was going to get motion sick. Frida once asked him if he wanted to go to school someday. He answered no to that question, and she said it was weird. He told her that he was already a 4-star elite mage. What else could school teach him? It was just a waste of time. She called him a fool, and said that school was not a place to study for academic success. He sighed and asked, "Then what was it for?" She blew out smoke with a smile and told him that you could meet all sorts of people there. He looked at the three of them and thought, was she right? School was a place to learn about people like these? Finally, it was time for class, and Professor Owen loudly opened the door and walked inside, scaring everyone with his menacing appearance. Rain initially mistook him for a gorilla because of his size, but quickly realized that he was just their advisor. He glanced at the rest of the students and noticed that there was some strange tension in the air. He decided to ask Krista what was wrong with him, and she told him that he was a professor known for being stingy with grades. Owen looked around the class thoughtfully. On one side, there were those who looked at him attentively, and on the other, there were those who chatted constantly. He touched his face with a puzzled look and said that he never imagined that he would have to supervise these pathetic monkeys for an entire year. He has no motivation. These monkeys only have dung for brains. He took some chalk with his magic and then threw it at a student and exclaimed, "Where is he looking while he is talking?" The piece of chalk hit him on the chin with all his might, after which the professor looked around the class and everyone immediately started laughing at this poor student, except for a few. He said that this was just awful. Are they laughing now? They don't know anything at all. They think that the whole world belongs to them since they got to Delayton. Do they dream of becoming a court magician of some noble lord and living the good life, having built their own tower? Let them dispel these stupid illusions. If they ever become like that, then they can call him master. But they are still monkeys who have barely grown fur. They still have a whole mountain of things to learn. Is there anyone here from the 8 major schools? Hubert and the girl sitting next to him raised their hands proudly, and the professor said that the worst ones here are they, the idiots from the 8 major schools. The strange mathematical formulas that they cite in the name of school traditions are simply amazing. He does not even expect anything from them. Let them just not interfere. After that, he asked if there was anyone from the noble families of magicians here, and Krista and Rain raised their hands. He sighed and made a face, saying that they were really disgusting. They were acting all know-it-all and arrogant without having experienced any difficulties. Let them go home and learn to change their clothes by themselves first, and then come back. His words hurt Krista, and MC thought that he was a great ape with an unparalleled talent for rhetoric. Maybe he was more suited to be a cult leader than a magician. The professor said that his task for this year was to at least make them useful magicians, even better than monkeys. There was no place for those who were worse here, and anyone who couldn't cope would be thrown out of here. Let them at least try to evolve into a human. Silence reigned in the classroom, and then he approached one of the students and asked why he wasn't answering. Was he not paying attention to him? Should he be taught to answer? Was he really that scary? The student excitedly answered that he was not scary at all, and he asked, so he was easygoing? The boy became very nervous, after which the professor announced that they were about to have a test. 2 students sitting next to each other must form a team for the test. The last team to be eliminated will be eliminated, so they should keep that in mind. They looked at each other nervously and asked, will they be eliminated so easily? They had never heard of such a thing. He was probably saying this to scare them. Owen, meanwhile, wrote something on the board with chalk, then hit it with his fist and said that they were given only 20 minutes. From now on, they were to solve this problem on the paper that was lying on their desks, and then they would hand it in. Those who could not solve the problem in this time, and those who handed in their work last, would be eliminated, as promised. He exclaimed, what were they staring at? The exam had already started. After that, the students excitedly grabbed their pens and papers, and the professor exclaimed that the problem was solved in pairs. Even monkeys could solve 2-star magic if they gathered their strength. Rain, meanwhile, looked at his deskmate. She was seriously taking on the task. She asked him to hurry up and help her. Let him make the basic formula using the matrix, and then find the answer using the cubic function. He asked, does she really want to do it using the matrices? Is she the type to suffer unnecessarily? She ordered him to stop chatting and start writing already, then went back to the task and remembered how everyone told her that the Varden family was finished. Both the eldest and youngest daughters were like that, so now everyone was counting on her. She was the only one who could revive their family. She continued to write something diligently on a piece of paper, whispering that she had to get better at everything, and MC looked at her with the thought that she had a heavy burden to bear. She exclaimed, what was he looking at? Had he already found the answer from the function? He confirmed it and showed it to her. Then she happily said that now they only had to solve it. At that moment, a strong wind blew. She looked up in displeasure and asked why now? Meanwhile, someone used magic, and the sheet on which the solution was written was torn. While Rain was dealing with the window, Krista looked at the sheet of paper and was taken aback. She excitedly grabbed the sheet of paper, and it was torn into several pieces, after which the professor told her to be quiet. Can't they do calculations without noise? Krista apologized to him and said upset that everything was ruined. Now they would have to start all over again. MC suspected something was wrong and used Bel Sidious to track the traces of magic. They were going straight to Hubert. He frowned in displeasure and thought that the 8 major schools were just playing childish pranks. The Rowenham school is the school of wind. Their secret arts have neither sound nor color, so the magic used is wind manipulation. Krista distracted him by ordering him to give her his paper. She needed to quickly rewrite the solution. and she snatched it from his hands, and he looked at her in confusion, and she began to quickly write something down with the thought that the time was limited to 8 minutes. She already had the solution process in her head, so she could do it in the remaining time. Rain snatched the sheet from her, which confused her, and said that it was impossible. They could not finish in time using this method. She exclaimed, how could he know this without trying? He sighed and told her that she still would not understand. She was about to insult him, but he interrupted her, saying that the task was doable. It was just that the solution was too difficult for her. He armed himself with a pen, after which he wrote something on a sheet of paper at high speed, and said that if she burned out so easily, she could not be a mage. Let her remember, a strong mage must remain calm at all times. He remembered how one magician was captured by a terrible monster. Of course, Esther figured it out, but it was too late. In the world he lived in, even 8 minutes was not enough. The price for a few seconds of delay was not just expulsion, but death. He told her that this time he would take the initiative, and she should just help him and not delay them. Hubert and his friend rose from their seats and walked towards the teacher with their heads held high. Hubert handed over a piece of paper and asked him to grade it. Owen channeled his mana into it and looked at the result carefully. He said that the runes J and U were working correctly. Considering that they did it before everyone else, it was not bad. They shouldn't be overconfident. It wasn't great. It only took 2 minutes to solve a problem like this. That's why it was a C. Hubert's eyes widened in surprise, and he said that he couldn't accept this. He solved it first in the class, and the math formula was perfect. So why? What was the reason? Owen ordered them to stop messing around. Rohunium wins school. He knows better than anyone why he got a C. Monkey. Hubert's friend stepped forward and asked with displeasure what he was trying to say. She really did. MC asked if they could step aside. The students behind them started talking among themselves, their answer sheets having been torn up earlier. That's what they said. And are they done yet? Rain asked to evaluate their answers too, Professor. Owen smirked and asked, are they done? This is really unpleasant. He was delighted at the thought that he would banish these newbies from the magical family. Krista held out a piece of paper, and MC said that if he couldn't use magic just because the wind blew, he couldn't call himself a magician at all. Owen replied that he liked his spirit, but it couldn't compare to his mother's wart. Hubert looked at him carefully, and the professor said thoughtfully, the magic circle is different from what he had guessed. Yes, one magic circle is shaped like a fan, and the other is drawn as a circle. Why? MC replied that the J rune works well with water attribute magic. Based on this, he simplified the mathematical formula for this rune to work. If he can solve the rune's requirements with a first-order equation, the activation time is accelerated. Owen chuckled and said, this is something that is not even mentioned in high school classes, but he knows it very well. Rain said, their high school curriculum is strange. They continued to have a dialogue, which made Krista's consciousness clouded. Rain said, it cannot be said that he uses magic correctly until he completely masters the runes. With this in mind, he changed the shape of the magic circle. Owen thought, based on his understanding of the runes, he aimed to shorten the activation time. He said, this is a smart answer, but whether it will activate correctly, that is another story. Rain answered, that's right. He asked the professor to check for himself. Owen released a stream of mana and happily said that he can't wait to see his failure. Did he know? If he makes a magic circle with a dual attribute, the math to solve U will become several times more difficult. They will see if this is skill or just a trick. A bright glow spread across the classroom and turned into a stream of mana and then a bright flash. Owen's eyes widened in surprise as he watched what was happening. Everyone held their breath as they watched this beautiful phenomenon. The professor said he had been teaching for 13 years. He had seen many geniuses, but they, guys, were the first to give such an answer. He started clapping for them and said that it really pissed him off, but this answer deserved an S, which he had never given for such a trivial quiz before. MC nodded in gratitude and said that it was a high mark. Krista grabbed her head and then screamed loudly, thank you. She looked happily at Rain, who only smirked slightly in response. Owen got angry and said, that's enough already. They need to go back to their seats. Or do they want him to lower the mark? Krista turned around and said sorry. Owen looked at Hubert and said that the same applies to them. The assessment is over. They need to quietly go back to their seats. Hubert and MC exchanged dirty looks, and he asked, did he have anything to say? The professor turned around and ordered them not to make him repeat himself, unless they wanted to get detention. Rain walked past Hubert and said, next time it would be different. Anyway, the students who passed the symbol test endured their first lesson, listening to Professor Owen's harsh criticism. MC said, now, this part is a bit. He called out to Krista in a displeased voice and asked, wasn't she listening? He raised his eyebrows and wondered why she was acting like that. Owen said, that's all for today. He looked at the students and asked, what are those faces? Is this too hard for them? Don't worry, next time he'll show them something even harder. Those who fail will be left behind. They need to get today's lesson into their heads like their lives depended on it. That's it. The lesson ended, and Krista said, Rain Ludwig. MC looked at her and asked, what? She stood with her back to him and said what she had said before. Thank you. MC said her voice was too quiet, he couldn't hear her. Could she repeat it properly? Krista turned around embarrassedly and ordered him not to make fun of her. She would definitely return the favor next time, so don't be impudent. They were rivals. They helped each other only this time. Did he understand? While she continued shouting, the students were whispering to each other. Someone said that this couldn't be true. They heard Owen give him an S. Someone asked again, Bat Gorilla? This can't be true. Hubert? Did Krista get it at all? It makes sense that she did. But they took the exam in pairs as they heard. Krista and that genius were on the same team. The next day, Rain asked if Krista Varden herself had said that she would return the favor the next time they met. What floor is the dorm on? Krista replied, the highest among the freshmen. He is the best in the class, hasn't he forgotten? And she told him not to show off. MC replied, whether to show off or not, it was she who started it. Don't promises she can't keep seem frivolous to her? She turned around and said in an irritated voice that she was looking forward to it. Rain entered the building and immediately heard the conversations between the people present in the hall. Someone said to look over there. On the first floor, the eldest son of the Ludwig family himself, the man ordered not to talk nonsense. If he had come on time, would he have been given a room next to Krista? He was joking. With such skills, he would have passed the regular exam. Why take the extra one? MC walked to the door and thought, is this the place? He brought the pendant and the door quickly opened. Rain thought, this is a single room. He went inside and started looking around. He said that it reminded him of his stay in the magic tower. He thought, even in his past life, he was sitting in a room like this, focusing only on learning magic. He remembered talking to Esther and began to move his head rapidly. Rain spread his arms out to the sides and fell onto the bed. He looked at his hand and thought, other than the first lesson, there is nothing else here. Maybe he needs to infiltrate the Vatican and investigate his remains, but infiltrating with such a personality and abilities will be too difficult. He released his mana and then clenched his palm. He thought, it seems like 4-star magic is still too tough for him. Suddenly, his eyes widened and looked towards where the bird appeared. MC asked, an owl? He untied the package from the creature's paw and thought, a box? The owl flew away, and Rain carefully looked at the box that he placed on the table. He opened it and thought, no sender's name. Did his father send it to him? Inside the box were books, which he took out and thought, 2 books. This one is pretty shabby. MC read the inscription on the book and thought in surprise, this is it. At that last moment, the diary he entrusted to Esther. He began to quickly look around and ask, who is this? Who is he? Who sent this? He went to the window and began to peer into the distance. He thought, someone knows his identity? After some time, a training session was taking place at the magic training complex on the campus, Battle Dragon Field. Magicians were fighting monsters, and a voice announced that there were 30 seconds left until the goal. 25 seconds, 20 seconds, 15 seconds left. Did something good happen today? Krista screamed. Why? Gertrude was holding a watch in her hands and said, 10 seconds. She seems to be more excited than usual. Krista screamed. What? Gertrude said that there were 5 seconds left. Is it because she met Lord Rain? She wonders if something happened between them. Krista screamed. What? Nothing happened. She's just annoyed that she's seeing that annoying face again today. She's relieving stress during practice. Gertrude thought, she won't fool anyone with her behavior, miss. It seems like the rumors about Rain Ludwig helping her during the exam are true. Surprisingly, the Rain Ludwig she met during the family reunion as a child wasn't like that. She said, 0 seconds. It's over, miss. She needs to remove the golem. After a while, Hubert was passing by in the central hall of the student dormitory. Logan saw him and said, welcome. Loser with a C grade, a graduate student at Rohunium High School. Hubert displeasedly told Logan not to mess with him. He told him to keep this up and he might as well just die. Logan chuckled and told him to calm down. He was so scared he was about to wet himself. A graduate student at Chehak High, Logan chuckled and said, he heard someone got a C today and he nearly died laughing. Besides, Krista got an S even with the sandbags. And isn't that boy the genius in his group? What is he really like? Just a coward like the rumors said? But he's still better than him. Hubert was leaving the hall and saying that it was none of his business. The muscular fool. He turned around and asked, he wants to challenge him? Logan said, well, they can try. Lillian said with displeasure, they can stop, okay? It's not just them here. Logan turned around and said, Lillian, it was just a joke. A graduate student at Rivendell High. Lillian didn't even look at him. Logan said, he's planning a strategy to destroy Krista and that genius. Does she want to join? Lillian replied, that's why his magical achievements aren't growing. He's always up to meaningless mischief. Even if it's Krista, what's the use of bullying the weak? Logan replied, he was joking. He was joking. Hubert turned away and said that he would destroy them himself. If he touched them carelessly, he would be the first to go down. He walked into the room and said, Logan, you idiot. He slammed his hand on the wall and thought, Rain Ludwig, what exactly did he do? He worked under Professor Scalzi for 3 years as an assistant, chosen not by blood ties but by skill. A guy who couldn't even get a single rank. That can't be. At this moment, MC was sitting on the bed and talking. The first part talks about Lynn's life. The second part talks about the magic and fighting styles he used. He closed the book and thought, this is incomprehensible. Even if someone knows his identity, how did they know? And if they know, then why haven't they contacted him yet? He looked at the clock and thought, it's already 23 o'clock. Better turn off the light before the duty officer comes. Rain walked over to the switch and looked at the book that was lying on the cabinet. He remembered Esther, who was holding it in her hands. He picked it up and started turning the pages when suddenly a butterfly flew out of it. MC jumped to the side and thought, Rudian? He stretched out his hand and wondered, the one he created in his past life? No, this is twice as big and much darker than before. Even if it is, how could it have lasted for 300 years? Whose magical power is this and for what purpose? The butterfly landed on his hand and reported that the progress in researching unique magic can be continued. Progress 37%. Rain's eyes widened in surprise and looked at the inscription Rudian created. He thought, Is this what he researched in his past life to reach the level of a sage? These are the 12 original runes that he tested in real battles 300 years ago? He thought it was all a failure, but the progress is 37%? Wait. There's no way a 4-star magic like Rudian would check the progress of a 6-star magic. But if this is true, then he hasn't made a mistake in his path. If he continues like this, then he will be able to reach the truth. The sudden appearance of hope made him instantly forget about the sender of the book. It disappeared from his mind in an instant. After a while, he walked to the bookshelf and asked, then, should he start researching? He walked outside where it was raining and thought, rain. Unlike the north where it gets cool during the rain, the southern regions remain warm even during the rain due to the influence of the Bedantio mountain range. Rain walked down the street while humming a song and walked towards the building. He went inside where he met a girl who asked again, a place where one can freely practice magic? The battlefield is perfect for that. But why is he wet? MC replied, never mind. The girl offered to lead him. According to the dorm leader, the battlefield is a place to train powerful magic with a wide range. Surrounded by high-level magic to prevent and restore damage, they can mindlessly cast spells without caring about the surroundings. The dorm leader folded her hands behind her back and told him to simply touch the entrance with his apprentice ring to enter. MC extended his hand forward when suddenly a voice said, 1388, Rain Ludwig. Welcome to the battlefield. Currently, all 30 rooms are vacant. The dorm leader asked to feel free to use it. Rain spoke. He will use room 15, the closest one. The voice said it was confirmed. MC ordered to give him a target and let it be a strong one. Suddenly a creature appeared in front of him. Then Rain asked, is this at the level of 2-star magic? This is not bad. He opened the book and read, the rune U gives the molecules the property of wriggling. If this rune is engraved on flame magic, the coals will wriggle and burn for a long time. He suggested starting with this rune and thought, well, shall they start? Rain said, building a triangular magic circle. Engrave the rune U. He made an energy triangle, which quickly dissolved. He looked at it puzzledly and screamed, it seems that 1-star magic does not work. MC clenched his fist and created a new magic, and then formed a funnel. He slammed his fist into his palm and made an explosion, after which small particles of it began to fall on the monster's body. Suddenly a voice was heard from the side. What kind of trash magic is this? Hubert thought, this is 1-star magic, but he can't even use this correctly? The characteristic of flame magic is to be noisy. But judging by how quietly it works, it seems like it's still in its early stages. Hubert chuckled and thought, the rumors about him being Scalzi's assistant seem to be false. At this moment, the monster's body was covered in red mana and exploded, and MC frowned and said, he barely succeeded. The flames with the U trait penetrate the target's body and melt it from the inside. That would be the intended effect, but it took 30 seconds to melt the 2-star sandstone golem. Does the rune need to be refined? No. Perhaps it's a problem in mathematical theory, but they still have a lot of time to figure it out. No matter how much he messed up, he should be able to solve this problem. He never thought that magical research could be so exciting. Rudian reported that the mechanics theory has been restored and the U rune has been modified. Rudian not only detects magic nearby, but also summarizes and reports on the research done that day. This is truly a precious essence. Rudian said that he can continue to progress in researching unique magic depending on the environmental conditions. The progress has increased by 0.1%. Rain thought about it. Has the mathematical theory improved or the rune become more perfect? Maybe there is a meaning to such training. He does not need to think too deeply. MC stretched and said that he still has plenty of time. Suddenly a strong airflow covered him, and he thought, what the? Hubert was standing to the side and casting a spell. Rain looked at him and thought, this is just a novice mage from the Rohunium school. Small creatures were flying around Hubert when suddenly he clenched his fists and exploded the creatures. He swung and hit the monsters again. MC looked at him in surprise and thought, he is not bad. At least it turned out well, but something is wrong here. After a while, the lesson began. Owen said, the procedure required to cast magic is divided into 3 stages. The first is to create a magic circle. The second is to engrave a rune, and the third is the mathematical calculations. Among them, many magicians have difficulty with the third step, the mathematical calculations. If there is a calculation error at any stage, a disaster will occur. So to prevent them from turning to coal or shattering into pieces, the Lin magician created a mathematical formula known as the Lin discriminant. He will give them an example, and they will have to use the Lin discriminant to solve it. This may be too much for their tiny brains, so he will be generous and give them 10 minutes. He offered to begin. MC looked closely at the piece of paper and thought, who gave this formula? They didn't even know about his formula, and they barely knew how to add and subtract, so they couldn't learn it. He asked to wait. There is one person who comes to mind. That annoying child who had proclaimed herself his disciple and doggedly followed him around, Turena. Could he have passed it off as something he had invented? Impossible. It was over 300 years ago. Then who could it have been? Suddenly Krista poked him, and he asked, did she not understand something? He asked to look. Krista screamed loudly. What nonsense. She, the great genius, Krista Varden. He and his kind were beneath her. Not to mention that she was even smarter. She saw Owen's displeased look and apologized. She would not speak irrelevantly anymore. Rain asked, well, what then? Krista screamed. What, this? She held out the box, and he asked, what is this? A fancy wooden box. Krista replied that they were cookies. She baked these cookies because she had some time left after after magic practice. MC widened his eyes in surprise and asked why. Krista interrupted him and screamed. He said she owed him, didn't she? This is to pay him back. Is he satisfied? Rain said, that's it. Yes, thank you. She is more diligent than he thought. After thinking about it, he opened the box and saw burnt cookies. He grabbed the bridge of his nose and thought, cookies? He asked. These are really cookies, right? Krista said, yes. Rain asked again, did she use dirt instead of flour? Krista screamed, they are real. She continued to say something that MC missed and decided to eavesdrop on their classmates' conversations. The guy said that he can't believe it was that easy. Lin really was a genius. If they are talking about contributions to the wizarding world, then he is a god. Maybe he was an angel sent by God. Owen shot mana towards Krista, who turned blue with fear. The girl said they will talk about the meaning. He could be the reincarnation of a great sage, but not a god or an angel. The guy answered. He tells her he is right. Someone asked what makes them so different. The guy answered, probably it is the structure of their brain. Someone said he could handle any magic freely. He is so jealous. MC grabbed his head and thought, please let them stop. Krista looked at him and thought, why his face turned red? Is he so embarrassed because of a few cookies? He is so proud but turned red because of cookies. Owen walked up to her and shouted in irritation. For a monkey who doesn't even work in classes, she knows how to protect herself. Is she interested in attending special classes? Krista answered no, she means. Owen said to hand in your answers now. That would be the end of today's lesson. The fourth period of study was attending club activities. Krista asked what club he was going to join. She would definitely join the Magic Volleyball Club. Descendants of the Magic lineage were required to maintain dignity by playing Magic Volleyball. MC asked, really? Krista mumbled, he didn't know that either. Rain wondered what Magic Volleyball had to do with dignity. Krista started to answer, but he interrupted and asked, what was that? She yelled in irritation. Why was he starting to ask just to cut her off? MC said he would take his time and look around. They would see each other later. Krista asked him to wait. There are various clubs in Delayton that are designed to allow students to share experiences and compete. That is the purpose for which clubs were created. There are a combat magic club, a fire attribute magic club, and a festival magic club. Clubs are created by students who share common goals or motives and receive funding for their activities after approval from the advisory professor. This gives everyone the opportunity to dedicate themselves to research away from knowledge. There are many interesting places here. MC should take a good look around, but because of her, he is so distracted that he can't concentrate. Krista screamed, what is he saying? Let him listen to what she says. Didn't she tell him? The magical lineage must join the Magical Volleyball Club. Rain replied that he didn't hear that, and even if it was, it's not a problem. Krista asked again, why not? MC replied, his father won't interfere no matter where he goes. Gertrude peeked out from behind Krista and said that can't be. The Magical Volleyball Club is a royal club. He must join it for the honor of the magical lineage. Rain asked again, that's not necessary, right? Gertrude asked, what's the point of hanging out in the club if that was the case? MC smiled and said that he found the Fine Arts Magic Club more interesting, and also this local cultivation magic club. Back then, people were clinging to survival, but as the world became calm, everyone was gradually able to do what they liked. When Lynn grew up, the world would definitely become prosperous, so Esther hoped that Lynn could protect these lives. Suddenly, a shout rang out through MC's memories. Lord Rain. Gertrude waved her hands and asked, Lord Rain, did he hear what she said? Where is he going? Rain clutched a piece of paper in his hand and replied, he was going to drop by the local cultivation magic club. Gertrude looked at him and thought, doesn't he know that magic volleyball is an indispensable part of the social gatherings of high-ranking magicians? She sighed and said, the glory of the Ludwig family, which has been rivaling the Page family for over 100 years, might end with Lord Rain. Suddenly, she thought, but the eldest daughter of the Page family disappeared after a certain event. If the Ludwig family also loses heart, has it time? Yes, a new era under the leadership of Lady Krista is beginning now. She turned around and shouted loudly, Lady Krista. There was no one behind Gertrude anymore, so she froze in confusion. She wondered if she had gone after Lord Rain. At this moment, Krista was saying that she was just wondering what the local magic cultivation club was like. MC replied, okay. Krista screamed, and she definitely wasn't following him. Is he even listening to her? MC replied, he got it. Rain walked up to the door above which was a sign, Magic Cultivation Club. He wondered, is this the place? MC opened the door slightly and heard Logan talking, who folded his arms across his chest and said that the strong take everything. He asked, isn't that the rule of the Delayton Club? This room will be useful to them, so they should give it to them. MC asked, who is this? Krista asked again, does he really not know? It's Logan, the youngest member of T-Hack's school. Rain asked, T-Hack's school? Krista looked at him and asked what he knew anyway. It was a school that specialized in producing mages with an emphasis on martial arts. MC replied that he understood. Logan asked, so he was saying that they should settle it with a duel, right? He had the guts to fight his senior? Juan looked at him with displeasure, and Logan asked, magic cultivation? Why would they even need such a ridiculous club? Who would even acknowledge that? Krista said, that happens a lot. In order to run a club, they need a room. But if they want to create a club when there are no available rooms, they will have to borrow another club's room. MC asked again, with a magic duel? Krista answered, that's right. That's a clear and convincing method. Rain thoughtfully said that's true. Krista asked, does he not want to join? MC replied that he hates annoying things. Juan yelled, they, the 8 great schools, may not realize it, but studying mathematics or academic excellence are not the only reason magic exists. Logan wondered, then what else? Juan clenched his fist and replied, it was true that academic feats led to development of magic, but farming and aid, these were areas where magic was not used. Logan chuckled and asked, is that so? Ju continued to yell, if they could find a way to use magic, then they would easily solve problems like poverty. No, they would definitely be able to solve it. This club was created by the seniors to make that happen. Even now, thinking about the people who are having a hard time, he absolutely can't give this to them, guys. Logan laughed loudly and asked, is he serious? If it was possible, the archmages and sages would have done it already. Juan asked, is he? Logan grabbed him by his clothes and lifted him into the air, shouting loudly that he can't even hold a club against a newbie. What's the point of all this talk? Have those seniors ever produced any results? Has anything changed? Does he really believe that such pathetic research left by those worthless people can change the world? He doesn't even dare to fight with magic. He must think it's nothing, right? This is so offensive, senior. So instead of a stranger, how about helping him, the person right in front of him? Come on, it's easier for him to just give up already. Juan shouted that he can't do it. Logan asked, he can't seem to open his eyes properly. Did he just wake up? Is he fully awake yet? Well, it can't be helped. Logan swung Juan's body and shouted, he will help him open his eyes. Suddenly, a bright mana slammed into his hand and Logan turned around. MC asked, how about having a magic duel with him? Logan looked at him and said, he. Rain said, he just joined the club. Krista stood behind him and watched what was happening in surprise. After a while, Rudian reported that the progress of the research of unique magic in the surrounding space can be continued. The progress rate increased to almost 38%. Magic can do everything, right? It's not that everything is possible. There are many things they can't do. But if they can create an oasis in the middle of the desert, they can help travelers who are looking for water. Esther asked Lynn a while ago if she could ask him something. MC asked what? Esther asked if after this trip he could create some spells for her, ones that anyone could learn and use easily. That will help people in trouble and make people's lives a little easier, that kind of magic. Lynn, please let him create it with his own hands. Currently, Logan turned around and asked mockingly, a new member, huh? He thought, Krista? And red eyes. Logan said, someone said worn out. It's his mistake. He has a habit of speaking his thoughts out loud. As a student of one of the great 8 schools, he was on his way to greet the noble Lord Rain when he ran into them here. But he thinks he just mentioned a magic duel? Or did he misheard? Rain looked at him carefully and replied, he heard correctly. Since he's so eager for a fight, how about he give him a duel? Logan laughed loudly and shouted, so he thinks he can defeat someone like Logan. Is he serious? MC chuckled and asked, is he afraid? Should he give in to him? He won't use battle magic. How about it? Is that still not enough? Then he will only use the 3 spells developed by this club. Logan asked, is he serious? MC smiled and replied, he doesn't think he will lose. Logan laughed really loudly and screamed, this is not just a failure, this is a complete one. He grabbed his face and said, another mistake. But Lord Rain, does he know that it takes 3 days to approve a membership? MC looked at him questioningly, and Logan replied, so for now, it's just a personal challenge. Rain ordered him to just get down to business. Logan extended his hand and said, if Lord Rain wins, he will surrender, and if there are troublemakers, he will drive them away himself. But if he wins, then they will apply for expulsion from Del Layton. The reason will be, after meeting Logan from T-Hack School, he felt an insurmountable barrier. Suddenly, Krista threw open the door and asked irritably, are they kidding? He will just give up trying to take the premises. Logan said that outsiders should shut up. MC turned around and said, that's right. He turned around and asked Krista to stay out of this. Krista told him to calm down. Does he even understand what's going on? Rain asked, what else is there to understand? He's going to win anyway. He told Logan to choose the time and date himself. He's ready anytime. Logan laughed out loud and asked, does that mean he accepts the terms? He'll invite the professor as a judge. He walked out into the hallway and said, they really caught a big fish this time. The seniors will be pleased. It's going to be a fantastic day. Krista called out to MC and asked, take part in a magical duel. Has he forgotten his position here? Rain asked again, is he a freshman at Delathan University? Krista said, stop joking. MC went to the bookshelf and took out a book, and Krista watched him with displeasure. She turned away and said, okay, she gets it. He can do whatever he wants. She's an idiot for bothering him. Rain looked at Juan and asked why she was so angry. Juan replied, it was something logically incomprehensible that he did. Descendants of a magical lineage never engage in magical duels. MC looked at his ring and thought, a dragon with its wings spread. He is a second year, right? Rain wondered why. Yuan replied, because he has too much to lose compared to what he gains. To be honest, he was more confused than grateful. Why did he help? MC said, it is not that he was going to help, but they will admit it is for the task. Yuan looked at him questioningly and said, in any case, he is grateful. But it seems that Lord Rain underestimates Logan too much. Someone asked, is he really that impressive? Logan, a king-type mage, and he is especially strong against general mages who specialize in long-range magic. Besides, due to his strong physical abilities and character, he has already participated in several magic duels, and the winning percentage is over 90%. MC embarked on a very reckless adventure. It's all because Juan spoke carelessly. Maybe he exaggerated when he argued with Logan, but honestly, it's not that great a club. He took off his glasses and started wiping them, saying that he grew up in a village. The villagers collected money to pay for his university education, and he decided to repay them in his own small way to make the village a better place. So Juan joined this club and started learning magic. But things didn't go as planned. As time went on, the anxiety and worry only grew. He clung to it for personal reasons, but in the end, he achieved nothing. It's a pity, isn't it? He feels like it's God's will for him to quit. Ju smiled and said, he's so sorry. He will participate in the magic duel. MC asked again, what's so pathetic about it? He was the one who agreed to the magic duel. In this regard, can he borrow some books related to magic from the club? He needs to get hold of them for the duel. Rain took the books from the bookshelf and said that he will return it when the duel is over. Juan shouted, no, Lord Rain. MC wondered, does he know why Archmage Lin started practicing magic? Juan asked in surprise. Yes, MC replied to survive. Everyone starts for personal reasons. After a while, Rain walked through the hallway and wondered, have the rumors spread already? This turns out to be more than expected. Suddenly a scream was heard. Rain, she finally found him. MC turned around and saw Ellen trying to catch her breath and asking, how is he? Rain said, Aunt Ellen? Ellen punched him in the face and told him to shut up. She hasn't had enough sleep lately, and thanks to it, she is now awake. A while ago, she was drinking coffee and overheard a conversation about the genius of the Ludwig family participating in a magic duel. Currently, Ellen was rubbing MC's cheek with her fist and asking, against Logan from the 8 major schools, right? The whole school is in shock, aren't they? She must have misheard. Rain replied that it was true. Ellen squeezed him and said their cute little nephew was causing quite a stir. It looks like she needs to drink some liquor today. She laughed and said he was a rascal. MC screamed. His head was going to split. Ellen let go of him and said, if Logan hits him, he will get several times worse than he thought now. Fool. MC turned around and asked, is she worried? Ellen rushed towards him and screamed, is she worried? Did she really look like a pathetic aunt, worrying and asking about a guy like him? No need to flatter yourself. She flicked him on the nose and said that he would come to his senses only after he got a good thrashing from Logan. Ellen got angry and walked menacingly down the corridor. Rain apologized to his aunt and said that he did not know that he was not allowed to do this, but he assures her it will not disgrace their family. Ellen waved her hand and said, despite his intentions, this has already become a matter related to the honor of the family. Because of his rash actions, in the worst case, it can end in expulsion. But it's okay. She was very annoyed by those who laughed at him like a worthless offspring. Ellen turned around and pointed her finger at him. She smirked and screamed, since he started this, he should trample them properly when he leaves victorious. The Ludwig family name is on his shoulders. He must make it so that others cannot even think of rising to his level. He must teach them a worthy lesson. After a while, Rain stood in front of Logan and thought, of course, Aunt Ellen. This was his intention from the beginning. The students were talking among themselves. What's going on? Why so noisy? Where is he going? Someone answered, what do we think? Everyone was rushing to watch the guys fight and said, a worthless aristocrat and a jock from Tea House are getting into a fight. Owen stood on the stands, his arms folded. A voice came from behind him. Who was he supporting? Caroline asked. Logan from the same faction, or Rain, the student who was being guided? Owen didn't even look at her, but answered, status, lineage, or education don't matter to him at all. He'll just support the one who is stronger. Caroline laughed and said she knew he thought so. Theon entered the arena, introducing himself and saying that he was the referee for this magic duel. Since this magic duel was officially sanctioned by the school, the loser had to fulfill the winner's conditions set by the school. Challengers, step forward. Logan tore off his robe and threw it back, and MC looked at him puzzled. He said, it looks like he came prepared. Someone asked, but isn't this too much against a failed noble? Exactly. It will be difficult to defeat him. Krista was standing in the stands in her robe. Gertrude walked up to her and said, so she was here after all, miss? Krista screamed in fear. She didn't come here because she was worried. She came to enjoy watching this guy get beat up. Gertrude smiled and replied, that's what she thought. Caroline stood next to Owen and thought that the casting time for apprentice magicians was very long, so mages who can go straight into close combat are a threat. And how is he going to deal with that? Rain Ludwig. Everyone gaped in surprise and froze in anticipation as MC pulled out a broom. Logan spoke up. He thought he was holding some kind of wooden stick, but it's a broom, isn't it? Everyone around started laughing and shouting loudly, it's a broom. Did he come out to clean? A noble genius fights with a broom. Theon looked at MC puzzled and asked, is this? Rain smiled and replied, he took it from the library. Luckily, the cleaning was just finished. Theon asked, is he going to use it for a magic duel? MC wondered if it was forbidden. Theon replied, no, of course not. Logan smirked and asked, is he asking for leniency? He was confident back then, and now he came with a broom? He suggested that Lord Rain end it here and not show them a shameful spectacle. Just give in. MC said, ever since he came to the university, it has always been like this. From a senior's point of view, it is truly regrettable. Logan asked again, a senior? What senior? Rain asked, why are the young people of their time only good at empty talk? He's not a witch who casts curses. Since when did mages win with words? The boys approached each other with great irritation, and Theon extended his hand and said that this was too close. He needed to step back. He clenched his fist and said he would announce the last confirmation before the duel. If Logan loses, he would serve as a guard at the local magical development club until the end. And in case of loss, Rain would be expelled from Delayton. There could be no objections to the decision. Do they agree? The boys simultaneously screamed, yes. Theon extended his hand and said, Okay, then they need to step back. The duel will start in 10 seconds. At that moment, the students ran down the corridor and shouted loudly. It was high time to start. They need to hurry. Ilan's assistant looked down the corridor and asked, Professor, doesn't she want to watch? She should just go, and she will deal with the rest. Ellen replied, no, she doesn't want to. The assistant said, she is so calm. Her nephew is about to face a serious test. Ellen asked irritably, does she mean that she can't keep calm? The assistant screamed in fear. What? No, she didn't mean that. Ellen smiled and thought, brother, Rain might be a sage. She said that she didn't need to watch. The outcome has already been decided. At this moment, Theon shouted loudly in the arena, they are starting. Logan tore off his bandages and ordered to watch carefully. Once he is eliminated, he will no longer have the opportunity to see all this. The secret technique of the Chihak school, body strengthening. Gertrude frowned and said, it looks like he is going to finish it all in one go. Hubert watched Logan from the side and thought, the activation speed, is this his technique? A small mistake can lead to broken bones or ruptured internal organs. Caroline thought, no wonder he is considered one of the great graduates of the Chihak school. MC clutched the broom in his hands and closed his eyes. Logan happily shouted that he will finish it in 10 seconds. He rushed towards Rain, who didn't move. Everyone was watching the scene carefully, when suddenly Logan thought, he can't even move. Well, the result would be the same, even if he could. Body hardening, it's a spell that both attacks and defends. It creates a wall of magical power on the surface of the body for defense, and explodes the magic at the point of impact to damage the opponent. There's no way to stop it. He'll end the duel with this blow. He'll smash that annoying mug. Suddenly, Rain started spinning his broom and swung it and hit Logan, sending him flying into the sky. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise again, because no one expected this outcome. Owen looked at it and thought, is this the Osiris School's staff technique? 300 years ago, this amazing achievement elevated the Osiris School to the rank of one of the 8 major schools. It's a staff technique developed by the great mage Lin. Even mages need strength to engage in close combat. So it is said that he created this technique with the help of the hero Esther. How did the heir of the Ludwig family master this technique? Logan did a few spins in the air and fell to the ground. Caroline looked at the broom in MC's hands and thought, the broom is not broken yet. If he hit the body surrounded by body reinforcement with just a cleaning broom, it should have shattered into pieces. Rain will enhance the durability of this with magic? What a strong control. Who is he really? MC sighed and the students began to clap loudly and cheer. Conversations were heard everywhere. Did he see it? Logan was just thrown out. Logan tried to get up and thought, what was that? His body reinforcement is broken, just because of a broom used by a useless noble brat? MC asked. More than 10 seconds have passed, is it over yet? He has no fun torturing a promising underclassman, so he will end this in 6 seconds. Rain swung the broom and ordered to attack. Logan wiped his chin and thought, he was just showing off because he threw a punch. He clenched his jaw and rushed forward, demanding to try this. He used magic release and slammed the ground, which quickly shattered. MC jumped up and everyone froze again, waiting for the next move. Logan jumped up and kicked a rock, and Rain quickly blocked the blow with his broom. He looked ahead carefully, and then turned around and slammed the broom on the ground. A huge boulder was heading his way, but Rain blocked it. Logan swung his leg, and a tall curtain of dust rose up. Juan's eyes widened in fear, and Logan sank into the mud. He looked around and thought, what the? His legs! Suddenly he heard MC's voice. He heard that this magic tool is used to plow fields. What was it called? Anyway, it's a 1-star spell, and this is a spell that creates a temporary dam during a flood. It's a 2-star spell. So how's that? Pretty useful, huh? Owen smirked and thought as he stood on a platform of broken rocks, giving himself visibility and distance. A strategy to neutralize Logan's close combat skills. It's impressive how he anticipated the attack and turned the ground into mud, tying his legs. What's more, casting the 2 necessary spells almost at the same time. Caroline thought, who would have thought that this was a mental calculation? Owen said it would all end now. Caroline said that's how. MC threw his broom towards Logan and everyone froze in surprise. Logan looked up in confusion and Krista screamed in displeasure. Idiot. What is he doing? He just needs to cast 1 long-range spell and it will all be over. Logan clenched his fist and quickly flew towards MC but stopped abruptly, already near the face. His body was tied by the crooked branches of the tree that stretched all the way to the top. MC said, and this is a spell that breathes life into dead plants. The effect of this only lasts for 10 seconds, but he can use it like this. Logan thought, a broom? MC broke the branch and said that as he promised, he only used 3 spells. Then, will they end here? Logan screamed, horror! He thought, damn it, this horrible brat, he can't lose like this. Logan tried to move, but nothing happened. Rain wondered, did he put too much magic power? Maybe it's sticky because it's a vine? Considering the nature of the plant and the ease of control, improvements are needed. It hurts, right? But no need to worry, it will be more comfortable soon. MC brought the branch to Logan's eye and smiled, and then removed it. Logan opened his eyes and looked at Rain, who threw the branch aside. Logan screamed. He said he was going to finish. What kind of trick was that? MC interrupted him and replied, he was already done. If he lost, then he should just shut up and keep quiet. And now he knows how painful it is to get hit, right? From now on, he needs to stop doing bad things and live a good life. He broke the platform underneath him and landed on the ground, and Logan thought, this is the first time he experienced this. He remembered all the phrases he heard in school and thought that the world of magic is the survival of the strongest. The tree holding Logan split, and Rain said that it lasted for quite a long time. So it seems that this is magic with enough practical applications. He thought, right, a magic duel only ends when one of the parties gives up or suffers a complete collapse. Rain snapped his fingers and a branch hit Logan in the face, and he said, the outcome of the duel had already been decided earlier, so they will not consider this an attack. Logan fell on the rocks, and MC looked towards Theon, and he shouted, winner, Rain Ludwig. All the students howled with joy, and Hubert turned away. Owen and Caroline watched the action with restraint. Suddenly, Joanne appeared in the gate and shouted, Lord Rain, thank you. How can he repay this kindness? Rain asked again. What kindness was he talking about? The 3 spells he used. Actually, all the spells, he felt his instinct in them. Although it was still not perfect, the efforts of the elders were not in vain. He looked at Joanne's puzzled face and asked to forgive the unnecessary comment. But could he ask him for one thing? He smiled and said, please, let him continue to do a lot of magic for the local development, so much so that even he will not need to interfere. He will succeed, he is sure. Joanne burst into tears and bowed, and MC went the other way and thought, in moments like this, what would Esther say? No, he won't think about it. He's not Esther. But still, did he manage to save face? After a while, the students were screaming. A nobleman defeated Logan. The man turned around and asked, what? This can't be. Someone screamed. He saw it with his own eyes. Just like those from Riverdale said, his skills are no joke, and in the end, he even lectured Logan before knocking him out. Someone asked, wasn't he a lousy nobleman, but with character? Logan was lying on the bed and looking out the window. He sat up and grabbed his head, when suddenly Owen's voice was heard from behind him. How does it feel to defame the name of your school? Logan, he looked at him and said displeasedly, great, here's the punishment. Elder brother? Owen ordered to call him professor here. Has he forgotten already? Logan bowed and begged for forgiveness. Owen told him to rest, and Logan frowned and said that the elders would beat him to death. Owen spoke up, stop pretending to be a genius. Just because they treat him like an elite, does he think he is special? Logan replied, no. Owen asked, does he know about Scalzi Ludwig? The students from Rivendell said, this old man used Rain as an assistant for 3 years. The fact that the heartless Scalzi kept him for 3 years means that Rain's abilities are real. Logan looked down and thought, he did not recognize the eldest son of such a family. Owen spoke up, this guy will be a big shot in the wizarding world someday, so he needs to start making connections with him right now. Logan interrupted him and shouted, he refuses. This guy, it's a disgrace. He will definitely defeat him next time. Owen asked again, is he blind and brainless? The fact that he persists like a sheep does not change anything. What does he see to call him a disgrace? Who was beaten in close combat? Who was such a pathetic loser that even Rain pitied him? The one who watched Rain closest and felt the most, it was him. But if this is the only conclusion he can draw, then he can do what he wants. Owen went towards the door and said, and since he lost the duel, then let him not forget to fulfill his promise. That's all. Logan answered, he admits it, but he is not afraid of him. He did not answer more out of respect for him, older brother. That's all. 15 minutes before the magical duel with Logan in the Central Library of Delayton. This largest library of the Empire contains a huge collection of historical books and biographies, as well as many other publications. MC walked along the hall and thought it is strange that the biography and diaries of Lin were delivered to him. He approached the librarian's desk and asked where he could go to find these books. The girl replied, if this is the book. She took out a book and said, this one. Rain looked closely at the covers of the books and read, The Life and Achievements of Palace Archer Keys, and the Priestess of the Fire Dragon Frida. He offered to take a look. He remembered Frida's words that they would see whose biography would be thicker. 300 years ago, MC asked her with displeasure, why should he care about a rating compiled by a person he doesn't even know? Rita asked, does he lack confidence? She approached MC and asked, is he afraid because he had made a bet with the legendary priestess Frida? Lin offered to do it. The result is obvious. Frida said, if he is so determined, she can't refuse. MC screamed, what is she talking about? She was the one who offered. At that moment, Esther was holding a huge boulder with her sword and said, then she'll bet on Lin. Frida screamed because Esther always praises this kid. Esther replied, it's an obvious choice. Lin walked up to her and asked, but really, why him? What's the reason? Esther asked again, why? For various reasons. Lin asked displeasedly, why is she evading the answer? What's going on? Let her just say it already. Esther replied, she has a bloodline limitation, so she can't live long. Keese is the eldest in their group, so he is next in line with a short lifespan. Frida is not much different either, but Lin is young, so among them, he is most likely the one who will live the longest, right? So she is sure that his biography will be the thickest. Of course, no one knows what the future holds for them, but she hopes that someday they will see Lin's biography. Currently, MC thought, but he died first. He congratulates Frida, she won. Rain took the 2 books and put them next to each other. He smiled and thought that Keys's biography was a bit thicker. He is known as the Holy Archer. He founded the Drunken Archer School, which emphasized archery while intoxicated, and trained many students. Wow, he married a noble lady 20 years his junior and had descendants? Looks like he had a happy life. MC looked at the cover of the book about the priestess of the fire dragon Frida, and opened it. He quickly flipped through the book and thought, there are no records after 1168. She led the Republic as a priestess for a long time, but her whereabouts after that are unknown. She didn't appear until 1200, and the Republican Witch Association officially announced her death. For someone who loved the spotlight to die quietly alone, he sat alone at a huge table, reading, and students walked past him with books in their hands. MC thought it was quite possible. After all, people change. He remembered the image of Frida and closed the book thinking, no, this makes no sense. They know Frida better than anyone. The fact that such a psycho would die alone is complete nonsense. There must be some kind of incident. Rain's eyes widened in surprise and thought, or was she made to disappear? The priestess who saved the world disappeared and no one noticed? This book won't do. Should he look for books from the Republic? At that moment, Karen came up to him and said, if he is studying the Esther group, he should read this book too. She personally highly recommends this book. MC looked, a book about Esther? Then no. He reached for the book and said, thank you. Rain's eyes widened in surprise and read, Shaman of the Ash, Terena. He remembered Terena happily asking, Master? Karen looked at him and asked, is something wrong? MC replied, no, nothing. Thanks to her for recommending the book. He opened the book and wondered, did this little girl become a shaman? A shaman who commands spirits belongs to the highest class of witches. Not every witch is able to reach such a level. Rain wondered if she managed to become more successful than Frida. He looked at the years of her life, from 1094 to 1413, and thought, can a person really live that long? Is there any meaning in it? It is doubtful, given the information about Frida, whether to believe it or not. He thinks he needs to find a book from the Republic. He looked away and thought, it is time for him to go to the magic duel. He must go. Although it is really none of his business. Since he has already said so, then perhaps he should go. He handed the book to Karen and asked if she could keep this book for herself. Karen said, it is difficult to keep it for a long time, but she will save it for now. If someone asks for this book, she will have to give it away, so she will not be able to keep it for long. MC asked her not to worry, he would be back in 15 minutes. After finishing his magical duel with Logan, he rushed back to the library and saw Karen. She looked worried, looking for something. She turned around and screamed in fear. Sir, did he by any chance take the book? MC replied, not at all. What? Is the book missing? Karen replied, yes. When she finished her business and returned to his seat, it was gone. MC asked again, could someone else have borrowed it? Karen replied, that was impossible. If an unmarked book is taken outside the library, the magical alarm will go off. Rain wondered, did all this happen in such a short time? It didn't seem like she was lying. Karen burst into tears and said, she was so sorry, sir. It's a shame that the book went missing after she promised to keep it. She would contact him as soon as she found it. MC interrupted her and said that they could just buy a new book. He will pay for the book. He asked to make the order look like he lost it. Then she will give him the check and he will pay. Karen replied, no need. He should not go through with it. Really, Rain interrupted her again and said that she should not refuse. No matter how expensive the book was, the responsibility would be his, but he would not be punished. Karen spoke up, and yet she nodded and replied, okay, she would do as he said. MC smiled and said yes. He thought about it. It was not something to be so principled about, but she was very considerate. Karen spoke up. She was surprised that a person like him existed. Really, she sincerely thanked him, Lord Rain. After a while, MC was lying on the bed, his hands behind his head. He thought about it. When he thinks about it, it seems to him that lately he hears thank you a lot. It was a waste of time, but he does not feel bad, which is strange. Maybe it's because his body has changed. Maybe he has become more free in life. Anyway, what to do with this incident? There are many strange moments. The diary he entrusted to Esther returned to him. And just when he began to investigate the past of his companions, the Chronicle of Terrain disappeared. Could it be Terrain herself? It's impossible. She died. It was hundreds of years ago. Keys, Esther, Frida. Everyone Lynn knew, they died. They are all gone. Then who could it be? Who is doing this? He has a headache. MC reached for the book and opened it and called Rudian. It reported that the progress of researching unique magic in the surrounding space can be continued. The progress rate is almost 38%. Rain wondered why the progress increased. Today, all he did was hit people with magic. Does using magic against people increase progress? The more people he defeats, does that mean the path to the truth is through violence? The door to the truth must be opened by force. This can't be. He asked not to worry and think it over. Although power can rule the world, it's not like it works with power alone. Other than that, he hasn't done anything. Of course, when he used magic on an inanimate target, the increase was 0.1%. But after the fight with Logan, who is a living being, it only increased by 0.8%. There are no other clues yet, so maybe he should check. But using magic on living beings inside the school might be problematic. Then maybe he should try becoming an adventurer. An adventurer? Well, he'll need money to buy books anyway. Rain put the book to his face and asked, it wouldn't be so bad, right? The next morning, a crowd of girls lined up around Rain. Someone said, good morning, Mr. Ludwig. Does he remember her? They are in the same group as him, and she is a dorm mate. She dreamed about him yesterday, she means. MC sighed in irritation and said sorry, but he had no desire to remember their names, and he didn't want to get closer either. Maybe they should leave? The girl laughed and said, oh my god. Rain, that's enough. Another girl said he had a great sense of humor. He shouldn't be so embarrassed. The guy who was sitting in the next row to MC told his friend to look over there. Rain was cheating on the girls again. An amazing lesson. The guy said, as expected, he was the best at this. MC was unhappy with these conversations when suddenly Krista came up to him and ordered the girls to clear the way. Everyone ran in different directions, and Gertrude put her hand to her lips and asked, young sir, Is his last name Casanova by any chance? She went down the row and smiled smugly. Rain sighed and asked Krista to listen. Krista asked if he could not talk to her. MC widened his eyes in confusion and asked, "Is she angry?" Krista interrupted him and answered, "She asked him not to talk to her. I think they already talked. There is no point in this anymore." MC turned away and thought, "Is she angry because of the magical confrontation?" He said, "Of course, they are not friends anymore." Krista said, "She is definitely not angry, and she is sincerely glad. She did not like to see him pretending to be weak, having such skills. Strong people should show their strength, so he should straighten his shoulders and walk confidently." He defeated her and Logan. She slammed the book on the table and screamed. Besides, thanks to it now she can trample him. In short, thank him that she will not hear any more talk about bullying the weak. Let him be prepared for anything. Krista stood up and pointed her finger at Rain, saying that next time she will crush him into dust. Someone turned around and said, "Rain and the top student are arguing. This is a great confrontation." MC looked at Krista with displeasure and asked, "This is Owen's class. Is she going to stand like this? She will lose points." Krista said, "Sure." She took a chair and sat down, saying that she would be finished. "Thank you." She thought she was naive. Gertrude looked at them and thought, if they had rehearsed this dialogue all night, they should at least try hard. Sometime later, on a day off at the Central Library, Junior Librarian Karen said that they had a problem. Rain cocked his head to the side and asked, "What?" Karen screamed. "It looks like all the books about terrain have been taken off sale." She contacted all the publishing houses in the Empire. They said that there are no books and there won't be any. MC asked again, "What is the reason?" Karen replied that she didn't know for sure, but it was said that the Golden Children, the Heresy Investigation Foundation of the Light of the Dragon Church, suddenly put all books related to Terraina on the censorship list this year. Rain asked, "Was Terraina put on the heretic list?" Karen replied, "It seems so." MC wondered, heretic status after death? Why? He asked, "Did she read those books?" Karen replied, "Of course. Since she works in the Central Library, those books were required reading. Plus, she is a follower of Archmage Lynn and Frida, the priestess of the Fire Dragon, and Terraina left behind as many great achievements as those two." MC thought with displeasure. "This minor?" he asked. "Was there something strange in it? Something like black magic?" Karen asked again. Strange? In her opinion, nothing like that. And since it is a biography, even if there were dangerous contents, it would be filtered by the censorship. MC thought about it. There were still a lot of questions. He said he needed to go to the black market. Karen asked why. Rain said there was everything there. From books that were labeled heretical to magical items destroyed in the pool. He could quickly find works related to Terraina there. Karen clenched her fists and said, "I see. That means there were a lot of useful things there." But she was worried about the price. It had increased significantly due to their inclusion in the censorship list. MC thought about it. Money was really an issue. These were books that were suspected of being heretical. It would be hard to ask his family to buy something like that. Karen said it would cost at least 3 gold. Her salary wouldn't be enough. MC grabbed his head and thought, first he needed to find money. He thought that at least in this life, he wouldn't have to worry about it. How to get a large sum of money in a short period of time? Selling on the street or teaching? No, it all takes a lot of time. It's not a good idea. In that case, the only thing left to do is to switch to a high-yield, high-risk strategy. He'll see. The biggest bet he can make is his life. Make money by risking his life? He turned away and said, she'd helped him a lot. He was leaving. Karen screamed loudly, "What? Where?" MC replied, he needed to try something. Karen asked again, something? Rain said yes. He was going to take a gamble and make money at the same time. Karen ran after him and screamed, an adventure? How can he yet, being from such a family, do such low things? This can't be done. She'll figure it out herself. And he should wait for now. MC replied, if all goes well, he'll be able to earn the required amount. Right now, it's the only quick way he could think of. Karen looked at him and said, shame on him. The next morning in the library, the professor asked, Rain Ludwig took Torny's biography? A first-year student during the first semester can't take something like that. Who issued the book? The girl replied that, according to her work schedule, it was Karen. She had been working for them for 4 months. The man shouted, where is she? The girl replied that it was her day off. The man replied, I see. Has she already received the right to issue books? The girl replied that there was a chance, but Rain could also have been persistent in asking. She was not the type to make such mistakes. Another librarian joined their conversation and asked, maybe the name was written down incorrectly. She meant that maybe Professor Elan's name was written down incorrectly. She comes here often. Karen's handwriting is very messy, so it is difficult to understand which of the Ludwigs is here, Elan or Rain. Everyone is talking about Rain these days, so she could have accidentally made a mistake. Besides, Karen has been spending a lot of time with Rain lately. When someone is in love, even such mistakes can be made. The man asked, yes? Then everything is fine. After the meeting, the reader's name will need to be changed to Professor Ellen Ludwig. If we talk about adventurers in the past, their work was always considered dangerous, but profitable. There was still a chance to run into scammers among these people. However, now it has taken a different form. Adventurers are either masters of combat who help people, or mercenaries who exterminate monsters. If you reach the highest level, you will be treated almost like a hero. MC walked across the square and came to the Adventurer Association. He thought that this world had changed a lot. Rain went inside and heard conversations. The man asked, how is the earnings in this area lately? It doesn't feel the same without dead ends and labyrinths, right? The old man answered, although he does not speak. He heard that ever since the Red Dragon Legion left, the mountain range is full of monsters. It is literally a gold mine. And why is he in such a state now? On the other side, guys were talking about how the rat spiders were causing a mess. The guy folded his arms and asked, "Are there really that many of them? By the way, are they dangerous?" The man spread his hands and answered, "But the reward is quite serious." MC thought, "So rat spiders, the check is complete." He went to the counter and the girl asked how she could help. MC replied that he wanted to register with the association. The girl said, judging by the form, he was a student of Delighton. Can he show his student card or his ID? MC held out his ID and said, "Here." How long does registration take? The girl replied that she would check his personal data and be done. No more than 10 minutes. She widened her eyes in surprise and thought, Ludwig, he is an aristocrat, and she pokes him. Why does he need to register as an adventurer at all? The girl turned around and looked closely at MC, who asked if anything else was required. The girl gave him an agreement and told him to enter the necessary data in this section. And please, check the last part here. Rain asked, "What is this?" The girl lit a cigarette and replied, "It is a special form for noble families. The association is not responsible for any problems that may arise during work," something like that. MC asked, "Does she mean that there were people who tried to hold the guild accountable?" The girl replied, she heard that this happened a lot 100 years ago, so they developed such an agreement. MC replied, he understood. The girl handed him an ID and said that the registration was complete. Now his registration is made of simple iron, then it will rise in turn, brass, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. Rain asked, "Does everyone get the iron level from the very beginning?" The girl replied, "Not always. If a person had combat experience before becoming an adventurer, then the level in the association will depend on the level of the above. It just shows whether he has the ability to carry out assignments." Rain replied, "I understand." The girl said, "But in general, you still need to pass an exam for the level." MC took his ID and said that he understood everything. "Is there anything else he wants to know besides this?" MC smiled and said, "That's enough. Thank you." The girl wished him luck and said that the higher his level, the more and more difficult jobs they would offer. MC walked through the association building and smiled. He thought that now they had rights that gave him the opportunity to receive rewards from exterminating monsters. With the adventurer's token, he can enter the most dangerous zones and thus increase the scope of activities. Right now, he has 44 silver coins. First, he will catch the rat spider that people were talking about. 1 head, 2 silver coins. It seems that they are quite weak since they are priced that way. Rain grabbed his head and said, "All that remains is to catch as many as possible. Then they will set off." After a while, he reached Sonyu Peak and looked up. He thought, this place has also changed a lot. The old man was sitting on the boxes and shouting, "Cheap, cheap. A high-quality life force potion for only 10 coppers. For just 10 coppers, they can add 1 life to their life. With the dragons that controlled this area gone, monsters have taken over the place. People have been asking for one. Someone decided to buy 4 units. A man asked to see a young adventurer. If he goes any further, he will come across the monster's abode, and he needs to grab 1 potion." MC said he doesn't need it. He walked forward and looked around. Rain thought that the stone stairs leading to the fire dragon's abode were still there. They keep it clean. He remembered how he and the team had climbed that ladder and thought, everything is fine. Frida, her house is safe and sound. Rain stretched and said, "Okay." He looked around. He's going to destroy all the pests on this land. Suddenly there was a scream behind him. "Yes, it is. He is a mage, right?" The girl waved her hand and said that it was useless to hide. Her eyes can't be fooled. MC shook his hands and replied, "He's not hiding, and wouldn't anyone know who he is just by looking at his uniform? So why is she bragging?" Rem screamed, "Quiet, enough." She invited him to join their group. They were just missing a mage to complete the team. MC asked again, "To join the group?" Rem answered, "Yes." She asked to be introduced. "This is Bart." A huge guy appeared behind Rain, and when he turned around, he was very scared. Rem said that he was a very strong silver-level vanguard fighter. MC screamed in fear, "No need to play a prank on him. How can this be a person? He's a real monster." Rem said, "Be polite. Does he even know how sensitive Bart is?" She pointed her finger back to where the guy was standing and said that it was Sam. He was a priest. Sam smiled and said that it was nice to meet him. Rem pointed at herself and said, "Her name is Rem. She is a genius shooter. They will do their best." Rain asked puzzledly, "Aren't they a group of criminals waiting for entry-level adventurers?" Rem screamed loudly, "Criminals?" MC replied, "They look suspicious. Are they trading people? Do they disguise their kidnappings under the pretext of joining the group?" MC looked at Bart with fear and asked, "Is he asking for trouble? Great, they can fight." Bart burst into tears and the team members began to calm him down. Rem said, "Come on, Bart, no need to cry. Let him stop. Such misunderstandings are nothing new to them." MC ruffled his hair and asked Rem to at least explain why. "Why do they need someone with an iron level?" Rem replied, "They don't care about his level at all. She can identify people by smell, and he seems strong, doesn't he?" And Bart just couldn't stand the thought of walking alone on a mountain road infested with monsters. Sam said, "Young students sometimes get into a lot of trouble coming here to earn money, and they don't insist, stranger." MC ruffled his hair and thanked him for the advice. He's more comfortable working alone. Rem said, "Is that so? Too bad, but it can't be helped." "Well, he'll be fine. Bart doesn't need to worry too much." She screamed, "Okay, then let him just go with them to exterminate the rat spiders. They already know exactly where they live, so they can have fun together." She said first, MC interrupted her and put his hand on her shoulder, said, "His name is Rain. If they need any magic, they can call on him." And so he and his 3 comrades set out on their first hunt as an adventurer. After a while, the rats gnawed at the trees, and the team moved forward through the forest. Someone said they had been walking for quite some time, and there was no trace of them. "Do they really live here?" Bart replied that they were very timid creatures, so they were hiding. But there were traces of gnawed trees here and there. They were definitely somewhere nearby. By the way, would he mind if they split the profit 4 ways? Rain replied that he agreed. Everything was fine. Bart asked, "Is this his first experience as an adventurer? Does he know anything about the habits of rat spiders?" Rain replied, "No." "Will he tell?" Bart replied, "Of course. Rat spiders are monsters with a rat's head and a spider's body. They live in colonies, which have a queen, an army, and workers. The latter are carnivorous pests that gnaw trees, while the warriors attack people." MC asked, "What about the queen?" There was no such thing in the assignment. Sam looked at him and replied, "Because this colony does not have a queen. The army is exterminated, and the queen, who almost never gets to the surface, is not touched. This is the basic strategy." Rain asked again, "Why not touch? Shouldn't they all be destroyed?" Bert answered, "The danger of the queen is nothing compared to the army. A large-scale operation is required to find the creature, and this costs a lot of money. So they were assigned to destroy the colony, where there are only workers and soldiers." MC was happy and asked, "If such a monster is caught, then the reward will be appropriate, right?" Rem crawled through the grass and said, There's no such thing in this colony anyway, and catching the queen is difficult. It is a tough opponent, even for skilled adventurers like her and Bart." She screamed loudly. She found it. Rem rushed towards the rats and screamed, "They are hunting." She pulled the arrow and ordered to receive. Rem hit the monster in the head, and Bart swung and killed the creature. Rem screamed, "That way." Bart replied, "Okay." Rain and Sam stood behind and did nothing, watching what was happening. Suddenly, Bart saw a guy who waved his hand and ordered quickly, "That way. There are a lot of them here." Rem screamed, "Competitors. Bart, they need to deal with everyone quickly." Bart swung his axe and replied, "He got it." MC was watching what was happening and said, "Can he really not fight and get his share of the deal?" Sam replied, "Yes. It will be enough if he makes a fire and gets water later." MC asked, "Really?" Sam replied, "Those two did not intend to involve him in the fight from the beginning." Rain asked, "He does not understand? Then why did they invite him to the group?" Sam smiled and replied, "They just sincerely wanted to help, so it happened to him. He had to earn money to pass the exam for the priest, and they, only after hearing this, accepted him into their group, although they saw him for the first time in their life. The necessary amount has long been collected, but he is still with them. When they are together, he can feel the love of God." MC folded his arms across his chest and asked, "Is this the one that is unconditional? God will like it." Sam answered, "Yes, it is. The reason is unknown to him, but he feels a sense of unity that religion cannot describe. It is like a desire to be one whole, because he has fun. Traveling together, days spent together, it spreads warmth in his chest." Sam asked for forgiveness, he blabbed. As a follower of God, he should be ashamed. Rain smiled and said, "It is really great to travel with someone." He remembered his team, Gela, and then turned to Sam and asked, "Does he know about Terena?" Sam said, "Terena? Does he mean the Ash Shaman? Who doesn't know about her? Did the church accidentally recognize Terena as a heretic?" The guy ran after the rat and ordered it to stop. It was hard for him. Sam said, "Heretic, he thinks so, but at the same time as if it wasn't. Exactly, he thinks." Suddenly the guy screamed loudly, and his scream puzzled everyone around. The men looked around and asked, What is it? Something coming?" Bart looked at how the rat grabbed the guy with its teeth and said no. Rem happily said, "Yes." Everyone got scared and screamed loudly, "The queen." They looked at the monster that appeared in bewilderment. One of them shouted, "The queen of the rat spiders came to the surface." The main character, looking at Sam, shouted, "How did this happen?" He said that this colony does not have a queen. In response, he looked at the monster in surprise and said, "What a size. This can't be." He does not believe his eyes. She is twice as big as the average queen. Even in the manuscripts, there was no such thing. Rem put her hands on her waist and, looking seriously at the monster, said, "Everyone has simply forgotten about her a long time ago." The next second, the monster opened its mouth wide, screamed loudly, and the others began to run away in panic in different directions. Bart, addressing the fleeing, shouted for them not to run away. They need to fight face to face. At that moment, the little rat spiders were standing near the queen. Sam, paying attention to them, shouted sharply, "Rem, Bart, they'd better leave." Bart shouted back, "It's just a gluttonous rat spider, no big deal." He replied, "That's not the problem. When the queen appears, the rat spiders turn into mass murdering groups." The next second, several small rat spiders headed towards the people, starting to bite them. Rem, putting her bow forward and taking a sip of her drink, shouted, "So the young ones are useless here." Then she aimed, and Bart, attacking the small monsters, shouted, "Rem, there's no point in catching these small fry. We need to aim for the queen. She will answer that she knows," and then shouted, "Sam, he must heal the newbies. Rain, he must protect Sam." Sam replied, "Okay." Then she pulled the bowstring and fired 4 arrows at once at the monster. The arrows hit the monster's eye. MC, watching what was happening, thought simultaneous hit. The others were also fighting the little monsters. The queen grabbed her eye. Bart pushed off the ground and swung his huge axe and hit the monster in the head. The others turned around and noticed it and shouted, "It's perfect." He caught the queen, but at that moment the main character, looking at it, shouted, "Bart, he has to run. He'll die if he touches it." He looked at the monsters in bewilderment. The next second he jumped aside. Black liquid poured out of the open wound. One of them shouted, "What?" Sam said, "Blood. No, black water? It's still moving." The next second the rat spider pulled the axe out of her head and threw it forward. Bart noticed that the axe had melted, and then the queen tore out her eye. The others looked at her in bewilderment and shouted, "Regenerated?" Rem, throwing small monsters in different directions with her fists, shouted, "Damn, Bart, they have to run." She shouted his name again, but the queen had already bitten his hand. He tried to throw it away from himself with his other hand. Rem, covered in monsters, rushed forward and shouted that she would kill the queen. After that, she fired an arrow, hitting the monster's head. Moving forward, and she shouted that she would get to her. "Small fry, they should have fallen. Get away." At that moment, Sam, turning to the protagonist, asked him to help them. He was safe. At that moment, the protagonist thought, "This is not water. Black poison is magic that destroys the soul. There can be no mistake. It's like Ben." So, somewhere nearby is a black magician who gives power to the queen, and he is close. At that moment, Sam ran up to him and grabbing him by the shoulder, shouted, "Rain, what's wrong with him? He needs to come to his senses. He can't use attack magic. There's no one else who can fight. He's begging. He doesn't want to lose his comrades." MC looked at the rest of the party who were being attacked by the monsters, clenched his teeth and said, "How much will they get for her?" He has to say it faster. He answered, "Probably about 20 gold, like for 1,000 ordinary rat spiders." The protagonist put his hand to his head and shouted, "If this is true, then good." The next second, he threw a spear at the monster. Magical symbols appeared and then it exploded, crippling the monster. MC shouted, "Hey, a creature with hands, it should attack. He will make a roast out of her." Then he put his hand forward and concentrated fire energy into it. He declared that he will deal with her. Then he began to concentrate energy in his hands again. Impulses of energy flew in different directions, and then he released a powerful flash. Everyone tried to close their eyes. Even the rat spider covered her eyes with her paws. Some flew in different directions. The protagonist, putting his hand on the ground, turned to Sam and told him to take care of Bart and Rem. He answered, "Okay." Then he turned to the rest of those present. "Hey them, there's a healer over there. He will help all the wounded. If they want him to come back alive, then they must protect the guy. They must not slow down." They hesitantly answered, "Okay." At this moment, MC turned to the monster and shouted that he will deal with her himself. The protagonist noticed that she was left without one leg, but it seems that she does not care. In that case, he ran forward, concentrating energy in his hands. The next second, he flew further. A powerful explosion occurred behind him. Sam, turning around, thought anxiously about the protagonist, and he fired several projectiles directly at the monster. In response, the rat spider swung one of her paws, trying to hit the protagonist. He again prepared for the attack and shouted that he would use all his stars. Before he could finish speaking, he again had to dodge the monster's paw flying at him. Jumping aside, he shouted, "Damn." He thought that there was no guarantee that 3-star magic would work. In addition, the power he could use had its limits. He needed to calm down. First of all, he had to understand the enemy. Then he used Bell Sidious. After analyzing the monster, he thought, 3-star black magic? The next second, the monster jumped forward and the main hero thought there was too much poison. He threw a rope forward, which he hooked onto a tree branch. Pulling himself up, he thought, this body wouldn't survive such a dose now. He climbed onto the branch and thought, if he couldn't remove it with Bell Curious, then only 4-star magic would be left. It was too reckless. If he failed, it would be the end. There should be a black mage nearby. The risk was too high. Damn, what should he do? What should he do? At that moment, Rem stood up, asked in surprise, "Huh?" He called her, and then said that she needed to stop the bleeding. She replied that she was fine. He tried to object, but she shouted, "Sam, Bart is on him." With these words, she turned to him, and the next second she ran to attack the small monsters. Sam called her anxiously. At that moment, one of the adventurers asked, "Is she okay?" She shouted for him not to ask questions. He should focus on these little ones. He agreed. At that moment, the protagonist, frowning, thought that this would not work. He should retreat first. The next second, the remains of one of the little monsters flew into the tree next to him. He thought, that's it. He looked at the queen, who was holding her baby in her arms. He thought, her own children. Then she threw another baby at the protagonist. She destroyed the branch under him. He flew down and hit his head on the ground. The next second, the queen began to push the tree in front of him. Their gazes crossed, and at that moment, an arrow hit the monster's eye. The protagonist looked at it in surprise. The queen pulled it out of her eye, and at that moment, Rem said, "You shouldn't have ignored her. Now she will pay for it." The next second, the queen screamed loudly and ran to attack. Sam called Rem anxiously. He screamed that she must run. She must save herself faster. She threw her bow on the ground and thought, too early, she must stand. MC began to concentrate energy in his hands and screamed, "Damn," and she took out a weapon from the bandage on her leg and throwing it forward shouted, she must pull herself together. The weapon hit the monster right, and she, turning to the protagonist, shouted, he can handle this, okay? At that moment, he hid behind a rock and thought, calm down. If he hides behind this rock, he will be able to concentrate. He began to concentrate energy in his hands. Rem at that moment continued the fight, dodging and striking. She thought that she could not believe that this had knocked her off track so much. So hard that she did not even have the strength to hide from attacks. Please, a little more strength. The next second, the monster swung its paw and threw her far to the side. Sam called her anxiously. One of the adventurers blocked his path and shouted, "Dangerous. He must go back." The protagonist frowned, continued to concentrate energy, and then clenched his teeth. At that moment, the monster swung its paw to attack Rem. Sam, noticing this, suddenly rushed forward, caught her in his arms and jumped to the side. Everyone looked at the monster in surprise, and then Rem, looking at Sam, said in surprise, "Sam, him." He grabbed her clothes and shouted, "Shouldn't she come back alive?" All of them, to smile at each other again, so she should stop being a hero. After that, he released healing energy from his hands. In response, she apologized, put her hand on his shoulder, and said that when they returned, she would write a letter of apology. He smiled and said, "Better already." After that, they stood in front of the monster, and he said that they should prepare for this properly. Then he swung to attack. Ka stretched upward. A powerful stream of fire energy burst forward. The protagonist thought that the shape of the magic sign was made up of 4 triangles. The queen's body began to be covered in fire. Yule, limitation. The runes Ka, Yule, Kyun, Pak appeared. The mathematical equation that needs to be solved consists of 14 polynomials and 7 rational equations. Everything around was covered in fire. Kyun binds. Coordinate calculations completed. The solution to the equation of great power is complete. Pak, explosion. The monster burned in the fire, while the others jumped to the sides, trying to close themselves off from the fire. When the attack subsided, everyone stood up, watching what was happening. At this point, the protagonist said, "How pathetic. In his past life, he could use this 7 times in a row without any problems." The next second, the rat spiders returned to their normal form and turned around and started running away. One of the adventurers shouted, "Hey, the rat spiders are escaping. We can't let them escape. We can't miss a single one." Then Sam ran forward and shouted, "Bart." Rem thought, "This evil queen with 1 shot." Meanwhile, the healer crouched in front of his comrade. He said that he will help now. Rem grabbed her head and said, "The intoxication is getting worse." Then she asked, "How is the condition?" Sam replied, "He has a strong constitution. He will recover without problems." She said that it is wonderful. At this moment, Bart looked at her and apologized. "Is she okay?" She replied that she has already received the necessary help, so she is fine. He said that this time luck was not on their side. She should not worry. She scratched her head and replied, "They will know that the queen regenerates well. Such information is not even in the Adventurers Association database." With 1 shot, then she shouted, "Rain, is he okay?" She ran to him. Sam ran to her and shouted, "If he is shaking, it is not good. He will take a look." Then he concluded, "The mana is over. He will rest and everything will be fine." She said, "All the magic power has been used up." And then this fire magic. Sam confirmed it. It was done by Mr. Rain. She asked, "Does he think so too?" "Well, why was he hiding behind the rock? The queen attacked from that side. He does not need cover." Sam said, "If he revealed himself, then his name would be on everyone's lips. They will talk about it later. After all, they still need to heal him." She agreed. At this moment, MC remembered the past. He asked them not to include him. The adventurers were surprised. "What?" He replied. He had already said that he did not wish to join the ranks of the hero team. They should convey this to his majesty. The man spoke, but he could not understand. This was the ruler's decree. May there be honor to those who sacrifice themselves for the sake of all mankind. Why? He did not like them? Was this a joke? He should not overdo it, troublemaker. He scratched the back of his head and then, clenching his fist, shouted, "Not because of this. He is not like them." They were surprised. "What?" he shouted. "He does not bear an evil horn like Frieden Keys. He does not have any mission that he must fulfill like Esther. He does not give his all for someone because of his pride. And the fact that they are all here together is just a simple coincidence. Therefore, he has no right to include his name. Because of him, their reputation will go down the drain." The next second, Frida put her hand on his head and laughed loudly and said, "This little guy, isn't he cute?" Esther smiled and put her hands on her waist and said, "Lynn, that's what he was worried about." He replied that he wasn't worried. He came to a conclusion. With the brains in his head, she took his hand and said that others shouldn't talk, but he was and is part of their team. He doesn't have to worry about self-sacrifice and other things. He can do whatever he wants. This world has already acknowledged him as the Archmage of the hero team. Meanwhile, Bart carried the protagonist on his back. He, having regained consciousness, looked around and asked, "This?" Rem smiled and asked, "Oh, are you awake?" She said that the school is nearby. So they returned to Golden Rose. His whole body aches. It seems he overdid it. But fortunately, they remained unnoticed by the Black Mage. Then Bart said, "By the way, that fire magic, it was him, wasn't it?" He kept quiet, and Rem told him not to even think about lying because they would find out everything. He answered, and there was nothing to hide. She said she knew it. They thought he wanted to keep it a secret. So they wrote in the report that they used a scroll bought from a peddler. Edit the report they submitted to the Adventurers Association. The protagonist closed his eyes and answered, "No need. Everything is fine. It suits him." Then she said, "It seems he has his own reasons for keeping it a secret, so she will not pry into his soul. But she will say at the end that he saved them all. They are in his debt." He was indignant. "No. What other debt?" Sam said that he thinks that this time they will give him the entire reward. The others agreed, and he, looking at Rem, asked what kind of expression is that. She said that fairness was her specialty. She turned around and said, "That's right." He asked if she expected him to say that they were all great guys and offer to split the reward. It doesn't hurt to dream. After that, everyone laughed loudly, and he said that he was joking. 5 gold coins would be enough for him. They could split the rest between them. Bart said no, it would be right if he took everything. He replied that he hadn't done anything special, so he could only take the amount he needed. Rem pointed out that they hadn't done anything special either, but they owed him their lives, so he should take everything. He replied, no, he had come all this way thanks to them. That. The next second, she pointed her finger at him and shouted, then they would do it. She and Bart were going to become the best adventurers. Since he was arguing, how about he invest in them? Not bad, right? He looked at her in surprise and then agreed. Sam said, but he asked him about Tirana. Does he remember? He replied, yes. Why? He turned around and said, when he was studying, he accidentally heard something, but it was just rumors. Leaning towards the protagonist's ear, he added, it seems she practiced black magic in her later years. After that, MC said goodbye to the others and said, it seems Tirana practiced black magic in her later years. After a while, he sat in the library, putting his hand on the book. He thought, of course, there is no record of Tirana coming into contact with black magic. The next second, memories popped into his head. He tore the book into several pieces. Pointing his weapon forward, he climbed the ruined stairs. Making his way further, he covered his nose with his sleeve. A village in a difficult situation. Among the abandoned houses, half drowned in the swamp, he found Tirana. She was 7 years old then. He used the book to create a small fire with his magic, then shook his hands, turned around and said, at least this. Tirana, her mouth closed, sat on the ground, cowering in fear. She looked at the protagonist. Then he reached for his bag. She closed her eyes in fear. When she opened her eyes again, she saw that the protagonist had sat down in front of her and handed her some bread. He told her to take it. Did she want to eat? She shouldn't worry. He wouldn't ask for money or anything like that. At this point, the rest of the team looked at the smoke rising into the sky from one of the destroyed buildings. The protagonist, crouching next to the girl, asked if she would like some bread, but he didn't have anything else. She silently lowered her gaze, and then she suddenly said, gone. Family, friends, everyone gone. Dead. She continued to look at the fire, and he asked, her village didn't interact with the outside world at all? She replied that she didn't know. But then he stood up, and looking at the moon, said of course, he didn't know such a village existed in, although it is understandable, even a distant outskirts. Except for her. No one is left who could remember this place. Sad. A life that no one will remember, although this is not bad. If she dies, then this place will disappear. She clutched the hem of her clothes with her hands and said that she does not want it. She does not want it. He again raised his hand to the bread and, holding it out to her, said that in that case she should eat it. Even if she does not want to eat, she will have to do it in order to survive. And she should not forget the people who once lived here. Except for her. No one should do it. After that, she still bit off a piece of bread, tears streaming down her face. From that day on, Tirana followed him. She had the ability for magic, but she did not think that she would grow up to be such a great magician, which is what he taught. After some time, MC suggested leaving Tirana in the church in the next village. Frida said she was all for it. They would be putting her in even more danger if they took her with them. Even after they parted, she had the necessary magic, with which she could survive alone, relying only on her own strength. During the training, he told her to pull herself together and do everything 4 times. Did she understand? She answered that she understood. Mentor. Sitting nearby, he watched her actions. Tirana studied hard and did not complain about anything. They practiced putting out small fires and learned to use earth magic to save those who fell. This is magic that can help all people. During another rest stop, Frida, smiling, asked Lynn, does he like this child? Is this some kind of youth hobby? Esther carried brushwood to the fire, and then, hearing these words, turned around in surprise and shouted, really? The protagonist was lying on a tree branch, his hands behind his head. He said, they are talking nonsense again. Was this sympathy and pity? Maybe he was moved by it because she had to face the same difficulties as him in the past? But they can't study forever. The day came when they had to say goodbye. She was sad, but he was able to say goodbye to the little one surprisingly calmly, without much emotion. He suggested to the others that even if they stayed here, they would feel uneasy, so they needed to leave here quickly. The others agreed with him. Meanwhile, the church worker took her hand and told her to behave well. This was her new home. The building may be big, but she will get used to it with time. In response, she remained silent, and he added, everything is fine. She has nothing to worry about. From now on, they are her family. She objected. This is not her home, and they are not her family. Her family is her mentor. With these words, she concentrated energy in her hands. After some time, the church worker came out from around the corner and, noticing the priest, said, they finished registering the newly arrived student. Then he shouted in surprise, a priest? A church worker was tied to one of the pillars with magic. He said, what is this? Did the student do this? He will send it right away. Before he could finish speaking, the priest said that he was fine. There was no need to search. He should just leave it. He wanted to object, but the priest said, what is he doing? He should take it off right now. Meanwhile, Tirana, bowing, said that she was very sorry, but she should be with her mentor. He replied, youth is beautiful. The worker noticed, the priest, he is very kind. After some time, she caught up with the protagonist's team and shouted, mentor, they should go together. He turned around, perplexed, looked at her. She continued to run after them and, breathing heavily, shouted, mentor. He wondered, Tirana? How? Where did she come from? She shouted that she escaped thanks to the magic he taught her. He was surprised. What? She bowed and shouted that he should take her with him. She will not cause trouble, please. He said, okay, but they won't be together until the end. And one more thing. She said she escaped with magic. Does that mean she harmed a person? She replied in fear that it wasn't so. He said, okay, magic wasn't created to harm people. She should never forget that. She replied, yes. That's how Turaina joined their team. During their journey, her talent gradually began to unfold. It was a little restless and fussy, but the abilities of this child surprised him. Turaina's innate gift began to develop in different fields of knowledge under the guidance of the team members. She was like a sponge, absorbing knowledge regarding magic and new techniques. Of course, there were times when the girl was stubborn, but she still continued to develop her skills, and she grew to such a level where she could resist strong monsters. Then, they officially accepted her as a member of their team. After some time, they gave her clothes. Their journey was coming to an end. A long vine snatched the headdress from the hands of the protagonist. He thought that in the last battle with the Abyss, her strength had increased significantly. After a while, he said, she must stay here. She objected. Why? She will fight. They do not know what she is capable of. This is enough for. She did not have time to finish. As Esther said that she agreed with Lin, they cannot take her with them. She shouted, Keese, Frida, they must say at least something. She clenched her fists and shouted. They had been through so much together. Leaving her here alone now is too much. After that, MC said that she was too small. The enemies they would face were too dangerous. This journey was originally started by the four of them, and now it was over for her. She should not worry. They are not abandoning her. He put his hand on her head, and then, moving on, added he will come back and teach her magic again. After that, she answered, okay, she will wait for them very diligently. And so their journey with Turaina came to an end. MC stood up from his seat in the library. He just couldn't understand why she got involved with black magic, and it was also very suspicious that all the books about it were suddenly censored. The next second, Rudian appeared above his head, which informed him that he could continue his work on researching the unique magic in his environment. Progress increased from 37.9% to 39.9%. He smiled and said, it increased by as much as 2%. After that, he opened the book and added, or did it increase after destroying that rat? In any case, there's still a lot to do. He began to read the book. On one of the lines it was written, her mentor is the coolest in the world. He said, wow. Meanwhile, one of her subordinates irritably kicked the ground and shouted, this is annoying. He thought that this would reduce the number of adventurers and give them golden children. His partner said that there was still a lot of fiery heat left, and the blast radius was huge. There was at least 4-star magic here. If those guys were telling the truth, then they were Rem and Bart. He shouted that they would take revenge. He would gut both of them and hang them by their guts. His partner said, and he would leave physical evidence for the golden children that they were in the south. You can't just destroy their great work like that, just starting. He tore the monster's head off and shouted, they mustn't be caught. His partner said that they should not focus on revenge first. He was surprised, but on what? He replied, maybe they should report everything to Turaina first. After a while, near the entrance of the Magic Cultivation Club, the workers said, young Master Rain. He came. They say he seems tired. Is he okay? He replied that everything is fine. They should not worry. After that, he went inside. Joan, the chairman of the Magic Development Club, stood behind the podium and said, the classes have already started, so he should take a free seat. He noticed that the number of listeners had increased. Then he said hello and said that he was glad to welcome everyone. To be honest, he did not suspect that so many listeners would gather, which he was a little surprised and which he could not help but rejoice at. He hoped that they would get along with each other. Then now he would tell them about the goal and tasks of their club. They study magic for the development of the area and agriculture. The next second, he looked at the entrance to the office in surprise. Logan abruptly opened the door. The others looked at him in surprise. After that, he introduced himself and said that he was a first-year student. He hoped that they would get along. They should take care of him. The professor said, yes, he was grateful that he came. Then he could take any free seat, although there was only one left. At that moment, the protagonist pointed his finger at the empty seat next to him. After that, the professor smiled and said that, in that case, they will change their mood. Friends, we must try hard. Then the protagonist asked, does he keep his promise? He looked at the textbook and answered that he was just following the rules. After a while, the professor continued his lecture. The protagonist thought, somewhere nearby is a black magician. When he encounters him again, will he be able to win? Then he called Rudian, which reported magic power 12,564, physical strength 311. He thought the biggest problem is physical strength. Anyway, he needs to strengthen the body as soon as possible. However, this cannot be achieved just like that. Without training, it would be great if he could reach for someone. After that, he looked at Logan. After some time in the gym, Logan shouted, wrong, this is not done like that. He should properly stretch his chest to the floor and bend his elbows. He folded his arms on his chest, added, like this. Good. He has to hold on for 10 seconds. He has to hold on. He fell. He told him to hold on. What is he doing? He thinks he's joking with him. The protagonist's body was covered in sweat. He clenched his teeth from the tension and thought, I'll shut him up. But if he wants to grow physical strength, you have to do everything he tells him. He remembered how Logan was surprised. Is he asking for help with physical training? He confirmed it. He said he doesn't understand. MC replied that it's not true, and he understands. Logan asked, young master, didn't he beat him? How can he learn anything from a loser? He asked why he was refusing so quickly. He was the best in his group at building muscle mass. He confirmed that it was true that he had won the confrontation, so he could just ignore him, but there was no reason to look down on an entire faculty. The protagonist then scratched his head and closed his book, saying, "Hey, he doesn't have time to make fun of others either." It seemed like he misunderstood him a little, so he'll say it straight out. He pointed at him and added, he was strong, so he was asking him to help him. He said this without sarcasm, and he was asking him about it because he had personally seen it. He was truly surprised that someone at such a young age had achieved this. In response, he said, but because of that, he was grateful. After that, the protagonist clenched his fist and added, a strong body is a foundation, but he doesn't have it. He wants to devote time to training, but he doesn't want to waste it. So it is worth training under the most promising person in this field. Logan said, then okay. He thinks that there is no one more qualified in this than him, but he can't. He should ask others. The protagonist shouted, not for free. He will help. He can. Before he could finish speaking, he answered, that's not the point. He is from the great family of magicians, and he is a student of one of the 8 schools. Aren't they enemies? How can they ask each other for help? Then MC called him. He asked, what? After that, the protagonist created a magic symbol and pretended to shoot him. After that, he looked away and said that he was lucky. If he thought the same, he would already be dead. He answered, then he has a question. Why didn't he kill him? He answered that he is not his enemy, and they are not warriors but students. And this is not a battlefield but an academy. Which of them are enemies? He patted him on the shoulder and said, smiling, they are colleagues studying magic knowledge together. He agreed, and really, he never thought that he would have nothing to say to something like that. Meanwhile, the protagonist fell exhausted on the floor and said that this is the end. Logan asked, is he done? He did not expect. He means that he is already very tired. The protagonist asked, now he understands that he was sincere? He said, then for the next task, he must get up. The protagonist told him to lift him up. He was surprised and said that he does not want to. He must get up himself. MC said, the body does not obey. He knows. He was surprised. How should he know how the muscles of beginners ache? Then the protagonist asked, what if someone sees them? They will point their fingers, right? He asked, has he been thinking about this all the time? Does he only need muscles to show off? MC stuck his hand out to his side and told him to just get rid of everyone who was saying nasty things. Logan agreed with him and noticed that he was right. Then they shook hands. At that moment, Krista ran into the room and pointed her finger at them and shouted, what are they doing here? Are they fighting again? They answered that they weren't. She shouted, then what? They answered that they were training. She was surprised. Training? Logan confirmed this and then handed the container with the drink to the protagonist and told him to drink it. He extended his hand in response and asked what it was. He answered, a useful thing, magic protein. Krista shouted in confusion, protein? Is he out of his mind, Rain? Didn't he humiliate him before? Logan looked at her and said loudly, what do you want? They are busy now, can't she see? She shouted, he is her school friend. Why would he suddenly become so nice to Rain? She earlier than he did. Before she could finish speaking, Professor Owen put his hand on her shoulder and said that she always made so much noise, Mrs. Krista. She said in fear, Professor Owen. Logan asked, what brought you here? He replied that he was passing by and saw a group of monkeys. He had an official message for them. The protagonist asked, is it that serious? He confirmed it, and the message was not at all joyful. After some time, the protagonist asked in surprise, a midterm exam? The professor confirmed it. It will start in 3 weeks. He was surprised. Is this bad news? It's great that they will find out what they have learned. Krista said, he is in Delayton. This is an unusual exam. The professor said, in fact, the same as the transition to a new stage of life. There will be those who can move forward, but there will also be those who will lag behind. The ideology of Delayton is endless competition. Those who do not meet the requirements will be expelled. They must be prepared for anything. After a while, the protagonist was lying on the chair. Then he took the book in his hand and thought, exams? Need to check what he should do before that. The next second, Rudian began to act strangely, and he asked, what is it? A bright flash of energy illuminated the space, and then the protagonist found himself in a new place. Looking around, he wondered, what is going on? The system reported that he can continue researching unique magic in the environment. The progress increased from 39.9% to 40%. The degree of mastery of unique magic reached 40%. He wondered, why now? Confirmation of a new scheme of magical power. Analysis, a suitable scheme detailing the mental barrier. The holy stream is within a radius of 20 meters from the magician who opened the scheme. In the mental barrier, the holy stream, the percentage of success of a magic combination when using unique equations, unique runes increases to 33% and the power to 60%. The required amount of magic power to use is 20,000. Warning. The current amount of magic power of the magician is 12,564. The activation imprint for using the mental barrier, holy flow, law has been determined. Then MC went back and thought, mental barrier. Is it because 40% of the mastery was reached? Mental barrier. Even among the sages of several generations, there were only 2 who could use this secret technique. He clenched his fist and thought that this was incredible. After a while, he bandaged his hand and went outside, saying that in that case, it's time for him to go to the black market. For several days, there were so many things that he almost went crazy. It hasn't been this calm for a long time. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly bumped into Bart. He immediately bowed. apologized for not seeing him. He replied, "Nothing, it's not scary." Rem happily waved her hand, greeting him. The protagonist greeted them absent-mindedly and said that it had been a while since they had seen each other. Rem said, "Just a couple of days, not that long." Bart threw the protagonist over his shoulder and said, "Like this, they should go," and he screamed. He should stop. What was he doing? He should let him go. Rem followed them and said that the students were very busy, they were going together, and this was the fastest way. He objected. This was kidnapping. Sam explained that they were told that they would be rewarded for their punitive expedition to the rat spiders. He, as the main character in that fight, was obliged to receive the reward. He screamed, "Absolutely obliged?" He replied that he should not be stubborn. It would not take much time. Besides, sometimes you need to visit such places too. Oh, and this reward will be awarded at the central office of the Adventurers Association. MC was surprised. The central office? After some time, they stood in front of the Adventurers branch. The worker then said, "Bart of the Black Iron and Rem of the Drunken Gunslingers. And the boy with red eyes, it seems, will be the eldest son of the Ludwig family." He asked, "What is the point of all this pathos?" Rem, smiling, answered, "How could it be otherwise? Bart's school is the first holy school of the Seven Swords, and she is from the school of Drunken Gunslingers, and he killed a monster with one blow. That's amazing." He answered, "What is the probability that their skills, including the ancestors of their school, are not particularly outstanding?" She clenched her fist and asked, "What did he say?" Sam put his hand on her shoulder and asked her to be quiet. Bart then said, "It may seem so to him, but although he and Rem fought countless enemies, achieving the silver rank, they never thought about their lack of skills until the last time they encountered the queen." At that moment, the protagonist noticed a silhouette in the crowd. Leorin, the holy bow of the Emperor's four martial stars, approached them. He asked if they were rising stars among adventurers. Sam was surprised. It was the holy bow Leorin. He said he couldn't believe they were sent here straight from the central government. Sam replied, "The Empire gathers the best warriors and grants them the status of the Emperor's four martial stars. They are guaranteed power and honor, but in return, they obey the Emperor without question." As expected, his ego is huge. Then he turned his attention to Rem and asked, "What's wrong?" The others also looked at her in surprise. Leorin leaned towards her and asked, "Who is this?" She asked, "What do you want?" He asked, "Who is this cutie here?" She said he was mistaken. He was surprised. Was he mistaken? Yes, that could be. There's no way a person who got angry and left the martial arts hall after dyeing his hair could become an adventurer. Is she really stalking him? She must ask her brother for permission. In response, she raised her fist and shouted at him to shut up. He should get out of here. He smiled and said, "And that's it. She is the leader of this team." Bart said so. He replied, "It is obvious. Judging by the fact that he defeated that creature, he is very strong. He had to go through a lot because of this restless one. But please, he must take care of her from now on." Bart closed his eyes and said, "No one cares about anyone in their team. They just cover up each other's shortcomings." He was surprised, and he likes this too. He will reach the platinum rank very quickly. MC watched their interaction and suddenly said, "Keys." His eyes widened in surprise. Leorin thoughtfully leaned towards him and said, "Strange. He has definitely seen him somewhere. No, the face is unfamiliar." Then he waved his hand, calling the knight who handed him the note, and said, "Just his energy. Rain Ludwig." Ludwig? He started patting him on the shoulder and asked, "So he's old man Skarl's grandson?" "Of course." Oh gods, even their eyes are similar. He owed him a lot since his days as a sacred mage. Even if Keys could talk, he would have a different manner of speaking. A cane made of Erno root. He hadn't seen that for a long time. Was that doing well too? The next second, he felt a strange sensation and reached for his cane. After that, the knight said, "It's time to start." He answered, "That's right, they need to start." He unfolded the note and said, "Fellow adventurers, in such a sudden crisis, why so many words? In short, they're great. For their combat merits, they will receive a reward, 2 gold coins, and each member of the Adventurers Union team will be paid 500 units of contribution." The next second, they were surrounded by those present and began to congratulate. Unbelievable. Defeated the queen. They do not want to join them? They must join their guild. He promises them exclusive conditions. Sam said, "Wild popularity." The protagonist agreed with him, and then he looked at the protagonist and said, "They say that he caught her with the help of a scroll, and he is satisfied that his merits are not known?" He answered, "Quite. In general, he will go." Sam closed his eyes and said that he would take care of himself. He is grateful. He will say goodbye to the others for him. Now he has reached the copper level. Probably, they will still recognize him. He said that he hopes that nothing like that will happen. After some time, he again called Rudian, who reported, "The required amount of magic power to use the mental barrier holy flow is 20,000. Warnings. The current amount of magic power of the magician is 12,564. He thought, there's still work to do, but when he finds the book, he can finally focus on preparing magic power. Mental barrier. The area that he could not reach in his past life is now right in front of him. When he was passing in the alley, Torin called him and shouted that no matter how he tried to get to the black market, he would not be able to. MC turned around in surprise, and he said that he was on the right path. For some reason, all the black market merchants fled from there, so the market is no longer open. Just like that. He took off his hat and said that he is from the Union of Magicians. It is nice to meet him. Can he spare him some time? After some time, they sat down in the establishment. The employee asked what they would like to order. He thoughtfully said what to eat. Chicken kebabs and coffee with milk. And what will he have? The protagonist told him to get to the point already. He is a little busy. Torin said, "Then that's the whole order. He shouldn't be so wary of him. He's not going to interrogate everything. Why did he go to the black market? MC thought, how did he know that he was going to the black market? Although the strange thing is, his magic power is quite solid. Then he presented him with the Union rune depicted on the pocket watch, and said that he apologizes. He was late with the greeting. His name is Toran Slade. He works in the special department of the Magicians Union. For his information, when his father was the student council president, he was in charge of the office. What a good time it was, the protagonist asked. Is it true? He confirmed it. He decided to tell about it so as not to look suspicious. Young master, he is his fan. He came here today to check a few things. The magic that felled the queen, it was his magic? There was no record of Team Bart visiting the magic shop recently. Even if they had prepared in advance, there was no one selling scrolls. There had been no 4-star mages who could create a fire scroll of such power in the past 10 years. So he thought that Lord Scarl had done something like that for self-defense for his grandson. But that was not the case either, so there was only one conclusion. The protagonist looked at him and said, it's not like he was hiding it on purpose. If he suddenly thought about it, there was just one thing he was worried about. He asked, is he talking about the black mage? The protagonist wondered if he was just wondering or something. At that moment, the waiter put the dish on the table and said, their chicken skewers set. Toran asked, is this a portion for 2? He was surprised. Did he only order for 1? There were 2 of them, so he thought about it. He replied, it's fine, he'll eat it all. He replied, okay. Then MC stood up from his seat and said he was going. Toran, after biting into the kebab, said okay, he'll get to the point. Young master, does he want to join the work of their special department of the Magic Union? He noted that he was still a student. He replied, of course, they invite him to join them after graduation. Mr. Cavan is still feeling great, so he's still far from inheriting the family. Maybe he should join them? Neutralize magical criminals together. They grant him the authority to independently investigate cases related to black magic. And most importantly, the special department is the best place for career growth. The main character waved his hand and said that he was not interested in such things. Goodbye. He added that the Black Church has become more active now. The Supreme Department of the Magic Union is intoxicated with the idea of peace and tranquility, so they deny everything. But they are sure that something big is approaching. It does not bode well. And comparing now with power, I want to believe that they will be able to prevent everything, but in reality, the protagonist interrupted him and said that he had no idea what he was talking about. He would think about it. In response, he thanked him. MC, heading for the exit, thought, and in this life he will have to fight with these scum? They should figure it out themselves. Toran said, exactly. If he needs something on the black market, then in the Adventurers Union, he must fulfill the order, VIP security. On vacation, of course, he smiled. The protagonist silently looked at him. After that, he ran out of the establishment. At that moment, Talented from the special department sat down in front of Toran and said, they say that this year's freshmen Delayton are the golden generation, but for whatever reason he chose him, he is still a natural disaster, a laughingstock. He replied that in fact, he does not think that only Mr. Rain belongs to the golden generation. She was surprised. Why is that? He said that he didn't seem to have any contact with Tirena, so they should look for another suspect. She asked if he thought any of the Delayton chickens even knew her. He replied that it was just his guess. Anything could happen to get into the academy, so it was better to be safe than sorry. She asked if he was suggesting digging into the past. He thought, right, how could anyone say that they were part of the golden generation? Mr. Cavan, he gave birth to a real monster. This is the first time he's so scared of someone's potential. After a while, he approached the library worker and said that the Black Church was becoming more and more active, which is why he couldn't find the book. She replied that everything was fine. It was because she wasn't paying attention, so she was grateful for his help. The important thing was that he was alive and well. He agreed, and he did, and then asked, by the way, did any weird guy come by, smiling and wearing a hat? She replied that there was no such thing. He said, I see. Then she said, exactly. A man working in a special department of the Magic Union wanted. She heard that he came to remember the old days. He said that he had known the high-ranking librarians for a long time. Unfortunately, she was unable to meet him, so she does not know what he looks like. He said, I see. It is time for him to return to the dorm. He is grateful to her for the information. She replied, you are welcome. In fact, she did not say anything. After that, he returned to the dorm and thought, he definitely came. He knew it. However, if he did not meet Karen, then who did he tell? Who told him about the black market? After that, he noticed 2 boxes near his door and said, they have arrived. He unpacked the parcels and thought, they are large. He made the right choice, deciding to buy the most expensive ones. With such soul pearls, he will be able to save the required amount of magical power for the mental barrier. Now the amount of his magical power is approximately 12,000. The barrier requires about 20,000. He will store 8,000 units here. When he makes the barrier, he will take it back. The next second, he put his hands on the pearls, immersing his energy in it. It began to glow with a bright light, and then he jumped to the side, breathing heavily. He shouted, the introduction of magical power is complete. He needs to wait until it is safe. He sat down near the pearl, and then opened his eyes and said, it's time. Strengthening thoughts, holy flow. Streams of energy glowed in the pearls, and then it was covered with cracks. Blood gushed out of the protagonist's mouth. He fell to the floor and said, of course, it didn't work again? Then he looked at the magic symbol formed on his hand. Several more magic symbols appeared around him. He looked around and said, this feeling, really? He made several magic symbols in front of him and thought, this is the feeling when the missing parts finally come together. Of course, he knew it intuitively. This magical figure is perfect. The runes are transformed into the appropriate one, and the mathematical equation is also supplemented. These are his thoughts. After that, he fell in thought. The mental barrier is like a mirror reflecting the inner state of the magician, so said the sage Riot Woden. Now he understands, the thirst for truth is embodied with the help of thoughts. The holy stream does not give any new knowledge, it only supplemented his superficial knowledge and abilities. However, this method is ideal for him, because now he can independently study all the magic without resorting to anyone's help. Another step towards becoming a 7-star. After some time in the meeting room, Dilayton, Rector Medilia Page, looking at the document in her hand, said, "Then with the schedule for bachelor's degree graduates, they decided." Vice Rector Kyle confirmed this, since they have already decided everything with the current place for practices. Then during the week, they can focus on freshmen. There are many outstanding students among the current first years, right? Professor Owen sat with his arms folded across his chest. Professor Theon said he expected a lot from them. Professor Ivan closed the book in his hands and said that he didn't know about the rest, but it looked interesting, especially that young guy who hid his talent since childhood. Who knows what might happen? At this moment, Professor Elin folded her arms and said that he was talking too much. Professor Caroline folded her hands in front of her and told them to calm down. There was no evil intent in his words. How much time did she have? After Logan, the genius girl she was guiding might also be wiped out. In response, she laughed and said that she couldn't wait. She thought, Kasena, if everything were to be as before, then she too would now be a representative, as the heir to the Page family. Then Professor Margena turned to her and said that they needed to hurry. She said, then she asks them all to notify the students. Exams are starting today. After some time, MC was sitting in the office, leaning his head on his hand. He thought, Logan, this guy gives more and more difficult tasks every day. Thanks to this, of course, physical strength has improved. But then one of the students asked, have you gathered everything? The student answered that it is. Are they going to the assembly hall? It's annoying. The protagonist asked, what's the fuss about? Krista sat down next to him and, opening her bag, said, there will be a briefing on midterm exams right now. They said to quickly gather in the assembly hall. The protagonist asked, midterm exams? Isn't that from next week? She sighed and answered, it's Dilayton, the director and teachers who changed the schedule at their own discretion. He asked, why? At that moment, Gertrude came up to them and asked what they thought the reason was. What? So that the students don't have time to learn everything at the last moment. Last year, for example, they announced the schedule and started the midterms the very next day. MC said, the professors here are so funny, he likes it. Gertrude said she can't believe he said that, they're just abusing their power, aren't they? He turned to her and smiled and said, if she can show off her skills anytime, then that too will be considered real knowledge. The professors know that. She agreed with him. Then she thought, this is annoying. It's also annoying that it's true. In any case, kids from powerful families are nasty. Then Krista stood up from her seat and said, so in order not to get upset, you should always try your best. They have to go. After a while, there was a large assembly hall on the first floor of the main building. All the students gathered in the assembly hall. The protagonist found Logan in the crowd with his gaze and called him, asking, is he here already? He walked up to him and replied, young master. He also came quickly. He replied, nothing like that. At this point, Gertrude whispered to the protagonist, young master, he shouldn't be so friendly. Doesn't he know who Logan is? He's one of the opponents he should be wary of in these exams. He was surprised. An opponent? He was his trainer and gave him magic protein every day. She was surprised. Magic protein? Then she shouted, does he think that if a person gives him food, then he's immediately good? He's not some pigeon by the fountain, is he? Logan, smiling, asked, who is this? And Krista's lackey is here? Should I share with her too? Magic protein. She replied that she wasn't in the mood for jokes right now. If he wanted to fight, then he should prepare his buttocks. He grinned. God, that scared me. And he was thinking of sharing a pinch with her. Krista came up to them and noticed that they were making a lot of noise. If they wanted to make noise, then they should go somewhere else. Gertrude looked away and apologized. MC said she's a bit too sensitive, isn't she? And her skills are a free pass. He wouldn't worry at all if he were her. She shouted, he shouldn't talk nonsense. Midterms are easy only in words. But this is arranged to track down students without skills. Every semester, 20 to 60 students are expelled. If they want to stay, they must make every effort. After that, Caroline greeted everyone present and said that she liked this tense atmosphere, so she hoped that this mood would continue until the end of the exams. Now she will make an announcement regarding the midterms. It will be held during this week, today and until Friday. Gertrude, perplexed, shouted, today? The professor said that they will receive grades according to the system of the teacher in charge. If the teacher decides to expel the student, he or she will have to pack up and leave the dorm within a day. So she will introduce them to the professors who will evaluate them. Several professors came forward. The students began to discuss. Gertrude hit the protagonist on the shoulder several times. He asked, what is it? She shouted, my God, over there. He asked, who is that? She shouted in confusion. He doesn't know Professor Margin. He said loudly, and she explained that she was the head of the Magic Union, and now she is a senior teacher in Dilayton. The head of the Magic Union is the most honorable position that can only be occupied by an outstanding magician, recognized by all the magicians importance of his time. This is a very important person in the magic world. Young master, she replaced his grandfather as the head of the magic union. Was he even a little scared now? He thought, she's on the same level as his grandfather. Then she shouted for him to look over there. There are other outstanding personalities standing behind. Kyle, a genius who graduated with the highest scores among 1,378 groups, and Professor Zeron, who built her own magic tower at the age of 20, and Professor Elin, who has her own column in the Magic Bulletin. These are the professors who make up the elite and head of the second and third years. He asked, are they really that outstanding? The next second, Margina concentrated energy in her throat and shouted, silence! A powerful voice rang out throughout the hall. The students covered their ears, and she shouted, do they think they're here for a walk? Midterms are meant to weed out the most useless among them. The professors evaluating them this time are not the professors who were responsible for their first-year education and treated them like children. They are heartless people who expel them the moment they think they have no ability. They are all very curious about how many of them will be left. Now she can see from their faces that they understand the seriousness of it. Not bad. These exams are held at different sites. The location is determined based on their individual abilities. The location of the exam will be announced soon, so after they receive the information on the location, they can go there. This is delay 10. The strong go forward, the weak go. This is the principle that needs to be understood. Now go. After some time, at the exam site, the Red Mountain Range, Chulin Peak, the professor said that they were there. They would have to get out of this labyrinth. They would have to use all their magical knowledge and experience that they had. One of the students asked if they would be able to return from there unharmed. The protagonist said thoughtfully, as far as he remembered, there was no such cave in the area. The professor asked, what is it? He answered, nothing. This Red Mountain Range is the sacred land of the Red Dragon Corps, so it is surprising to him that there is a cave in such a place. He asked, did he know this? Not bad. That's right, this cave was artificially created specifically for these exams. What happens inside is controlled by him, so they do not need to worry about safety. Of course, they can get hurt, but still, there's nothing there that could threaten their lives almost. The students thought fearfully, almost. And then Kyle said that he thinks they should worry more about whether they will pass the exam and whether they will be expelled from school. Well, now he will tell you about the grading system. Compared to the absolute grading, he prefers the relative grading. So the first place will be S level, the second and third places will be A level, and so on. The F level is 39th place. Everyone who is lower will have to retake the exam, although he will exclude some people right away. And the grading criterion is the time spent on completing the labyrinth. By completing, he means destroying all the targets located inside the labyrinth. He warns that if they do not complete it within 40 minutes, they will be expelled from the school immediately. The exam will be taken in pairs, based on the results of their entrance exams. An average was derived, and based on this data, pairs were formed. Once they are familiar with this list, he asks them to split into pairs according to this list. The protagonist thought, who is his partner? Then he saw a clay toy fall next to him. The next second, Krista stepped in, laughing slightly, and folding her arms across her chest, asking, doesn't he think the heavens care a little about him? He can't believe that he'll have to compete with Krista herself from the first day of exams. He has to prepare. Rain, she'll deal with him just like she did with this clay toy. At that moment, Logan came up to them and asked, what is she doing here? He wants to join them too. Young master, he has good news. They're on the same team. They looked at him in bewilderment and asked, what? The protagonist took his hand, smiled, and asked, really? This is really lucky. They have to try hard, Logan. He agreed. They'll do their best. Krista indignantly shouted, hey, wait a second. What does this mean? Aren't pairings weird? What should we do about it? Is it really okay to pair the best students together? The protagonist asked. Did she just acknowledge his abilities? She shouted, he's not as good as her, but he's doing well. But that's not the point. At the very beginning, the entrance exam evaluation, she grabbed the bridge of her nose and thought, right? She took additional exams to join. Then a student told him to look. Rain and Logan are on the same team. His comrade asked, they won't fight like last time, will they? Then Krista said, okay, it doesn't matter. He won't get first place anyway. MC scratched his head and sighed, said okay. It's like she's ready to put her life on the line for the exams. Are these exams important if he's going to graduate as the top student? Logan asked, does he want to be one? He answered, as it happens. Logan said, then it's very important. They only take 4 official exams each year. The protagonist then turned to Krista and asked her for forgiveness. She looked at him in surprise. He put his hand on his chest and said that he thought he couldn't be a gentleman this time. She chuckled. He can hope. After that, Kyle shook his hands and said that he was giving them 10 minutes to discuss how to pass the labyrinth. They could come in whenever they were ready. The students were indignant. Only 10? He said that the exam would start as soon as the time was up. The students said that they were lost. They were finished. He said that there were a total of 20 routes in this labyrinth. Each of them had the same number of targets above them. Only one team could be on each route, so they should just focus on passing their own and not think about the others. The students asked anxiously, What kind of magic should they use? Everyone started discussing. Light magic would be needed all the time, right? Fool. They can't use charms unlimitedly. Is he going to use up all his mana on this? It will be necessary to find a branch that can be used as a torch. Samar scratched his head and turned to the professor, said that he insists on giving this exam to the first years every year. Is there a reason for this? He replied that the moment when he can see the true abilities inherent in a mage comes exactly when they encounter something they have never encountered before. He looked at him in surprise. He added that in such situations all thoughts disappear in the head, the ability to make decisions decreases, and their execution slows down. The assistant answered, I understand. The professor added, however, it is in such situations that geniuses are distinguished. These exams are only a basic assessment for identifying talents. They find guys with such abilities and encourage them to develop and further study. This is his job, which he must do. Meanwhile, Logan asked the protagonist, maybe how they will go inside and just kill everyone they see. He answered, everything in Genius is simple. To be honest, it's not a bad option, although wouldn't it be better to have a backup plan or something? A strategy, to be more precise. Lighting, attack, defense. If you don't take into account your limits and distribute magic incorrectly, there will be problems. Keeping the magic of light, distribute the forces between defense and attack. At that moment, Krista came up to them and, waving her hand, said, does he think he will become the best with such an ordinary plan? He replied, it would be better if she thought about how she would get into the labyrinth and not chatter. She added, for the record, they had already come to an agreement regarding their plans. Logan said, the magic they would all use is roughly similar. She is too self-confident. She smirked, of course, and he will soon be convinced. Rain, did he express a desire to graduate as the best student? He should forgive her, but she has never taken first place before. The same applies to today's exam. This time she will definitely show him the difference between their abilities. Then she grabbed Rumlow's hand and said they would go. She ran after her and agreed. They walked into the cave and she announced, second team, the exam begins. The timer began its countdown. The broadcast was shown to the students. Krista commanded, light. Rumlow ran with her and answered, yes. She created a magic symbol in front of her. In her hand she held a glowing sphere and then shouted, a signal is coming, a signal from reconnaissance magic. Her partner said, this is just the beginning. She must trust the landing to her. She must continue to search for the target. Rumlow shouted. Two detected. One from 20 meters in front of the wall, the second behind the front left column. Krista shouted that she understood. She crossed her arms above her head, shouted, rise. Her warriors, several earth golems, appeared behind her. The students watched in surprise at what was happening. They said, this is the speed of casting a spell. The number of summoned is 5. No, 10 pieces. The professor looked at the broadcast thoughtfully. The Varden family magic, passed down through generations, created by the second elder, Riot Varden. Even if we consider that it was done by a 2-star mage, the speed of execution is still incredible. Moreover, at this age, she perfectly controls 10 phantoms. After that, Krista put her hand forward and shouted, next. Rumlow reported that she found 3 more. Inside the cave on the left side. She answered, great, they will go. She shouted, there. Krista asked where exactly. She looked at the screen and answered, at 3 o'clock in the ravine, at 8 o'clock, and under the ceiling. She answered that she understood. Then she sent her hand forward, directing her earth phantoms. They attacked the required targets without errors. Rumlow said in surprise, 3 at a time. Krista, turning to her, shouted, what is she doing? Is there something in this direction? She replied that it is not. She shouted, then she should continue searching while they move on. The students continued to watch the broadcast. They said, they did not slow down even once. Are they also shocked? The protagonist thoughtfully said, wow, she works so masterfully with 3-star magic. Very impressive. Logan said, he completely agreed. Krista is a genius who is the most hoped for among their generation. He asked, is the girl that cool? He replied, there is no one who does not know her. Even the upperclassmen are persistently asked to be careful with her. He thought, still far from that level. The Varden family's ancestors were the sages, right? The only thing other than the Page family? The man said just now, the Page family is on a different level. At least because their current head is Dean DeLayton, right? Young Krista. But the head of the Varden family is her father, isn't he? He heard that he just recently became a 2-star mage? How come 2 families descended from sages can be so different? The man said enough. He asked, should she know? Doesn't he think so? She should understand. She should go and tell her father. Their family doesn't fit in with the status of a mage family. This burden is too much for the Varden family to bear right now. Everyone thinks so. Even her mother, even her 2 older sisters, they can use magic properly. It's time to retreat. No matter how hard they try, things will only get worse for them. The best solution is to leave this magical world and live in peace. She thought that there was nothing to be ashamed of. It was just a lack of talent. She put her hand forward and shouted, 20 targets closed. Next, her tired partner told her to wait. She needed to rest. She shouted that now was not the time. The golem grabbed her body with his hand, and she shouted, where? They rushed forward, and Krista told them to tell her where the target was. She answered, good. The students said it was amazing what they were doing. He even got goosebumps. The professor thought, great, Krista. She can already handle magic of this level. Not long before, the man asked, what's wrong? And she said that she would become a better mage, simply great, so that her mother, father and sisters would no longer be treated with disdain. Everything would return, both fame and authority. She would make them respect. The next second, a huge target appeared in front of them. Krista concentrated energy in her hand and thought, the Varden family will rise again. A huge golem appeared in the establishment, which took out a huge target with one blow. The timer stopped, the assistant reported. There is a signal on this route that all targets are defeated. The second team completed the exam. It took them 4 minutes 13 seconds. The professor said that he can't believe that they managed to do it in less than 5 minutes. As expected from a descendant of one of the magical families, Krista. Great, S level. Then the students left the cave. The rest were surprised. Crazy. The other teams have not even finished their discussion, and they have already finished the exam. Logan, folding his arms on his chest, thought in surprise. Of course, he knew about Krista's abilities, but he did not expect this. Now the reason why the elders were so wary is clear. She is even now being considered as a candidate for the position of head of the Union of Magicians. Then Krista walked up to Kyle. He looked at his notes and said, for his practice, they are the second team to pass the exam in less than 5 minutes. She said, overcoming odds. This is their family motto. He thought the strengths of the Varden family, who settled high in the mountains, are incredible physical and magical strength. In order to maintain these strengths, a plan was developed, but this does not explain all of Krista's actions. It must have taken a lot of effort to achieve such a result. Krista's strength is that she's very smart and hardworking at the same time. After that, he said, Krista, Rumlow, they passed the exams. There is nothing to talk about. Of course, not all the students have finished yet, but he still rates them at S level. Krista, coughing slightly and then bowing, said, he's too kind. Then she turned around and the teacher said that they did well. She passed by the protagonist and, looking into his eyes, thought, who is the smart one? She is a good girl. And he, the best student? No way. Then the protagonist called his partner and said that the exams are much more fun than he thought. He answered, exactly. A little earlier, MC, looking ahead, asked, was that place called the South Star? Esther answered, the South Star Orwarden. Before at noon, the sun rays would break through to the city from all 4 directions, an incredible sight. Now she does not want to approach it. Frida was sitting on the ground and looking at her, asked, so what is the plan? Entering that fog is to voluntarily go to death. The protagonist noticed that this was true. She said that she was hungry. What to do? Esther thought about it and then called the protagonist and told him to just lift everything here into the air. He agreed with her and then shouted in surprise, what? Isn't this city a cultural heritage? She answered, exactly. He said to keep this initial appearance as much as possible, then finish what he started when possible. She answered, exactly. He asked, is she laughing? She showed him 2 fingers and said, there are moments in life when you just need to do something and only then think and regret. Frida agreed. He shouted that they should shut up. Esther said that for her, the 3 of them are much more important than some cultural heritage. Next time he should entrust the role of the dissatisfied to her. After all, this is the leader's concern, right? If necessary, they can use this fist, he thought. Seriously? She asked. This is such a simple problem, isn't it? She hates to complicate things. MC asked, really? Okay. Then who cares what they say later? He created a magic symbol in his hand, and she shouted, he is so excited. This is how completely spontaneous actions change the world. In the present tense, the protagonist turned to his partner and said that he had an idea. He should listen. He told them his plan. He asked in surprise, was he kidding? They could get suspended from the exam. He gave him a thumbs up, replied that he shouldn't worry. If something happened, he'd take care of it. Logan scratched his head thoughtfully and said, God, even so. Let them search and somehow pass the exam, but it won't be interesting. The protagonist asked, did he think so? Krista came up to them and said, suspended from the exam, what are they going to do? He asked, is it interesting? Or is she afraid? She should just wait and see. She was indignant. What nonsense. Wait. Suspension? Fun. It's an exam. There are other things to have fun. And now, they have to take everything that's happening seriously. The protagonist turned around and said that magic is fun. Doesn't she think so? It's coming to an end. They need to get ready. The other students hurried to the entrance of the cave. They said that they had to enter first. Nothing could be done. They had to hurry. After that, the protagonist turned to the professor and asked, does he guarantee the safety of the students who entered the cave? He answered, of course, they control everything with magic, so even if something happens, they are not in danger. He asked, did he hear? Then how they discussed. The assistant said that they should get ready. There was a minute left. Then he called his partner, and he took off his outerwear and said, 7 seconds, and he is in line. He agreed. After that, he said that he had to go. They must work quickly. On Sunday, they turned everyone upside down. He concentrated the energy in his hands and shouted, the exam begins. Krista asked in surprise, what? Rumlow asked. They will not enter the cave? The teacher said, it is. He thought, the magic of the Ludwig family. Bell Sidious. The protagonist can't believe he's using this at 16 among all the geniuses in the family. This is the fastest result. The teacher was surprised. What are they going to do? How can you pass the exam without entering the cave? The next second, magical symbols appeared around them. The protagonist, waving his hands, shouted, done. They must connect. He lowered his hands to the ground, creating magical symbols. Logan swung his fist. The teacher, perplexed, said, really? The protagonist shouted, now. Logan hit the center of the magical symbol with all his might. Krista shouted, idiot! What will they do if he collapses the entrance? At least you need to think a little. Kyle thought in surprise. For such a force of impact, the scale of the defeat is very small. Really? MC kept his hands on the ground. The energy pulse from Logan's hands spread deep into the cave. Magical symbols appeared near the targets, and the next second it was instantly hit. A lot of magical impulses were released at the same time. The students in the cave jumped on the spot from the force of the impact. Those outside also flew in different directions. They tried to hide from the outgoing energy. Krista, sitting on the ground, asked, "What is this?" The assistant, putting his hand to his head, said, "Amazing. Is this an earthquake?" The professor asked, "Reaction to magical power? What is the reaction to magical power inside the cave?" Zmar answered yes, and then thoughtfully looked at the screen and said, "Well, Professor," he asked. "The time?" He answered, 59 seconds. He said, "I see." He also finished checking the state of the cave. He thought it took less than a minute. The assistant scratched his head and said, "Professor, this is wrong. Everything is wrong." He asked, "What does he mean?" He answered that he cannot understand. Don't they evaluate the abilities that the students showed inside the labyrinth in this exam? And if they had collapsed the entire labyrinth, they would not have met the main criterion of the exam. It was only by luck that they hit all the targets without destroying the walls and the ceiling. An S is a perfect result, right? But what they saw was not ideal. It was ugly. He answered, "Zmar, a genius is not always an ideal. An ideal is something that corresponds to some superior norm that is widespread in this world. However, geniuses who change this world have always surpassed this norm. A genius is not a person who fits the framework of an ideal. He is someone who creates new ideals." He was surprised. New? He told him to look at the traditional evaluation criteria. He will see that the team of Rain and Logan is still far from perfect. The professor asked the assistant, "Has he ever thought about destroying this labyrinth?" He answered, "It never even occurred to him. If he thought that he should break it, then he thinks he could do it." He said, "Of course it is possible. These young people have now paved a new path. The fact that they were the first to implement an idea that no one could think of before cannot be ignored. This is actually more important than anything else." He thought, magical knowledge, as well as an understanding of what is happening, turns such reckless ideas into reality. Finally, is this really happening? He must take a closer look. Zimar, the day will come. These young people will stand at the center of this magical world. The horizons of magic can change. After 40 minutes, the teacher announced that the exams were over. The exam results will now appear in front of them. They should familiarize themselves with them. A window with the results appeared. This year's tests were more difficult than previous years, but most of them passed them successfully and even finished within half an hour. During the exam, some students were injured due to exhaustion and loss of control over the flow of energy. There were also students who had to retake the exams because they were attacked by targets more than 3 times. In this chaos, the 4 minutes and 13 seconds that Krista and Rumlow took to complete the exam was an amazing result, so Professor Kyle's preliminary S-rank assessment was justified. However, it took less than a minute for Team Rain and Logan, and Krista's assessment dropped to A rank. Hey, they heard! The third daughter of the Varden family was able to master 2-star magic, and the girl is only 6 years old. Unbelievable. The man thought how good it was. He thought that the Varden family, which had been through a crisis, could now breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, what about Ludwig? Has nothing improved for them? Who was talking about Ludwig? It seems like there is no hope at all. Did he hear what they were saying about the youngest son? The boy is called a disaster, sadly, but to be honest, it's none of their business. They are lucky that they are not part of their families. Krista screamed, "Why is he living so carefree? Doesn't he get angry at what people say around him? He should try harder. He has to prove himself to this idiot." The protagonist turned around and told her to stand there. The next second, he aimed his attack at the monster. Did you see? He's amazing. His magic usage speed is as fast as the professor's, but how is that possible? During the family dinner, Krista never imagined that he was so strong. The professor said that if the younger Ludwig came to the entrance exam, he should already be inside. The exam had already started some time ago. She asked if she could still let him take the exam. The teacher said, "Rules are rules." Krista put her hand to her head and said, "But Rain was late because he was helping someone. Could she not give him a second chance?" She asked, "Since when does she worry about others so much?" So, new emotions are awakened in her next to him. And isn't it good that an interesting student entered the school? Now she also had the desire to do everything right. Then she turned to the main character and shouted, "She, Krista, acknowledges him as her rival." Meanwhile, Krista looked at the results. Her partner came up to her and said that thanks to her they got a good grade. She was grateful to her. Of course, their result was lowered from S to A, but that was enough then. Krista was thinking at that moment, did she lose again? To this guy who so calmly talks about how interesting magic is. Why didn't she come up with the idea to destroy the labyrinth? No, even if she had thought of it, the professor paying attention to her thought, the competition is inflaming her too. This is not bad, but it will not be easy to keep up with Rain. He adjusted his glasses and said, the S grade was always given to only one team, but this time they have a very unusual situation, so 2 pairs get the highest score. They form teams based on their grades on the entrance exam, but it is still a little unfair to put Rain and Logan on the same team. Anyway, Rain, Logan, Krista, and Rumlow get an S. The student said that the professor was right, considering all the difficulties. They did great. The straight A students are on a whole other level. The main character raised his hand and said that they had a draw. He extended his hand forward and said that she was cool. He saw her from a new side. Before he could finish speaking, Krista hit him on the hand and shouted at him to stay back. He thinks she will accept such a result, he said. She already has an S. She shouted at him not to make her laugh. She put her hand to her chest and shouted that their team was only given this level out of pity. No, they shouldn't look at her like that. Please, they shouldn't look at her. the descendant of a famous family of magicians, the best student. She turned around and started running in the opposite direction. The protagonist shouted at her to wait. He said why she was like that. He looked at his partner and asked, "Did he say something wrong?" He replied that he didn't know. He was a student of one of the 8 great schools, so he didn't really know much about magic families. The protagonist told him not to lie. It was written all over his face. He replied, "The Varden family was finished, a disgrace for a family of magicians." He wondered, what did that mean? He replied, "That's what people usually say. The honor and glory of the Varden family was a thing of the past. Their lineage didn't have enough skills to be recognized as part of the magic elite even before Krista was born. She single-handedly raised her family from ruins, even made the family recognized as a great family of magicians. She did everything herself, and even now, she is the only one supporting the family." He thinks that she has taken on too much. However, MC caught up with her, and she, crouching on the ground, said, "Aristocrats from magic families, magicians, should always be treated with respect and even fear. They are someone to look up to, someone to honor. They cannot be treated as equals, but sympathy." She tried, no matter what, from the age of 6 until now, and almost reached the level where she can be called a genius of this century. And he interferes in none of his business for the sake of those who have no pedigree. No one in the Union of Magicians behaves like this. He communicates so calmly with everyone. She can't understand that everything is in magic. There is nothing exciting about it. And yet, why? She put her hand forward and created a golem behind her. She shouted, "Why is he considered better than her? For him, this is just fun." He pisses her off. Then the protagonist attacked the monster she created and walked forward. She shouted that she hated him. He replied that he liked magic. If you can pay the spell at will, all the difficulties immediately fade into the background. This is the picture of the world that can be seen if you try hard enough, right? But he is not always happy, and you should understand this. He also had moments of despair when things were very difficult. She carries the whole family on her shoulders. As part of the magical world, as the family's last hope, she honed her skills to now, at 16, use magic at such a level. And he can't even imagine how much effort it took to achieve this. But he can say for sure, the moment when she first got real magic. She shouldn't take everything on herself, Krista. She could have quit magic at any time, but she didn't. Why? She created the golem behind her again and shouted at him to get lost. In response, he shouted, "Is it because she still feels the pride and excitement of her first successful spell?" She shouted, "Stop." She swung her fist. Memories of the first golem she created came to her mind, and the protagonist said, "It's true. She is strong. No matter what choice she makes, no one can or will laugh at her. So she must remember and feel the joy of magic again." She fell to her knees, tears streaming down her eyes. Whatever choice she makes, no one can and will laugh at her. So she must remember and feel the joy of magic again. Krista calmed down and said that she was annoyed by the important look on his face. He said that it seemed that she could afford it. After all, victory is hers this time. However, he had not felt such inspiration for a long time. He extended his hand to her and said with a smile that she was a worthy opponent. He had fun thanks to her and hoped that they would do it again. She smiled but pretended to be displeased, slapped him in the face, and said loudly that she had told him to stop being so smug. She ran away and said loudly that he had won only once. Next time she would definitely teach him a lesson. He held the place of the blow with a displeased look and said that she had a very heavy hand. Kyle saw all this and said with a smile that talent always opens up in different ways. He thought that sometimes like a catalyst to cheer up his study mate, sometimes like a huge wall to overcome, sometimes like a friend you can rely on. He kept smiling and said that it will be more interesting. Smar asked with a dissatisfied look, "Will they really have more work again?" He asked, "Is this why they teach?" No matter how much he thinks, he still comes to the conclusion that he is doing a great job. He really thinks so, from the bottom of his heart. He needs to put everything in order and move on. He should call the candidates for a retake. After some time, the teacher said that there will be additional exams, so there will be no classes in the afternoon for this entire period. Logan called Rain and was about to say something about his cheek, but he immediately said in a serious voice that he imagines it. It turns out that they have free time after lunch. Maybe they should go to the gym? The guy asked. The last exam is finally over. Aren't they tired? He said with a smile that this is exactly why they need to try even harder. They met Owen, who said with a sly grin that it meant they still had plenty of energy, which was nice to hear. He pointed to 2 piles of papers and said that it was such a great coincidence. He just happened to have prepared 150 assignments in math and magic. They needed to pass the written exam too, and they wouldn't go back to the dorm until they had decided everything. Logan asked with a worried look if this concerned him too. He looked at him with a kind smile and said that if he didn't want to, he could go home with his things. He called the other students and said that it concerned them too. They tried to refuse, but he said with a serious expression that he had said he wouldn't repeat himself twice. The protagonist looked to the side, saw Krista with a very tired expression on her face, and thought that it seemed to him that she would pass all the exams first. The teacher said with a smile that she ran so fast, it seemed to him that she was ready to take exams all day. so he prepared more questions for her than for them. She looked at him with a very angry expression on her face and asked loudly, was he laughing just now? He refused, and Owen said that they could not even think about writing the exam partially. The marks for this written exam would be counted in their rating. The students tried to solve the exam with a dissatisfied look and complained out loud about what was happening. The teacher loudly called them monkeys and said that they should shut up. Whoever opened their mouth would graduate. MC wrote the exam with a calm expression on his face and thought that he wanted to see how good their results would be under conditions of total fatigue. However, so many questions, it was too annoying. Here, the problems that they had already solved 1,000 times, it was like correctional labor. His eyes lit up, and he thought that he was going to take the easy way out. 10 minutes later, he called the professor and said that he had solved everything. He looked at him and said that he had solved everything somehow quickly for a man with only sawdust in his head. If he was confident in his answers, he could hand it in and go to the dorm. Krista cleared her throat to get his attention and asked, was he really that confident? Was he really that smart? Did he seriously think she would have fewer correct answers? He looked at her and said that she seemed a little out of her mind. Owen loudly ordered them to shut up, and she sadly apologized. He started to leave, looked at Logan and thought that he still had a long time to solve the exam. He left the room and wondered if he should go and take a shower. His attention was caught by a student who came out of another room, and they looked at each other. He thought that this look, breaking through a fiery mane of hair, darkness swirling in it. This is the best student among the 8 great schools, Lillian Carrion. They met face to face for the first time. Sometime later in the gym, Rain asked, the girl with red hair is called Lillian, right? Does he know her? Logan agreed and asked, what's wrong with that? He started wiping his face with a towel and said that yesterday after the written exam, he bumped into her and the atmosphere was quite tense. What is she like? He said that she is the secret weapon of Rivendell School. He heard that she has been using 2-star fire magic since she was 5. At the age of 7, she made a contract with one of the 4 major mythical creatures. Ever since this lady was cleared out of the school, countless rumors have appeared about her. The protagonist thought that this is a school specializing in fire magic? Logan asked. He probably already knows, right? Red hair is something a person gets as a confirmation of passing the baptism of fire. This means that their sensitivity to the properties of fire is a priori several times higher than that of ordinary people. Among the 8 great schools, Lillian has an incredible reputation. She is considered a real monster and is put on the same level as the genius student Varden. Does he know what the elders say about her? She can become an Archmage. MC looked at him with a small smile and asked if she is overrated. Logan said that he knows that it is annoying, but she's really strong. He thanked him for this story and asked, by the way, how does he know all this? Maybe he liked her? He was surprised by this question and squeezed his water bottle tightly. Seeing his reaction, he said that they would make a good couple. He will root for them and support them. He looked at him and asked if it is that obvious, or was he just joking? He smiled and said that it is quite obvious. He seriously thought that it turns out that she is Rivendell's secret weapon. It is impossible to get bored in Delathan. The 4th day of midterms took place at the foot of the Red Mountain Range. The students looked around and asked the number of magic squares in 4 layers. In that case, this barrier is made with 4-star magic. Zimar said that he would now tell them about the exam that awaited them today. It would be held in the illusion world. They would be divided into 3 teams of 60 people who would be evaluated. Rain thought with a calm expression, is the illusion world inside that barrier? He said that today's exam would be a battle royale type. In each area there are jewels. For each of them, they are awarded 1 point. Inside each area there are monsters created using illusion. By destroying them, they will also receive points. Their number depends on the difficulty of destruction. So first they must evaluate their strength and then decide whether to attack or pass by. Now they can ask questions. Krista raised her hand and said that it turns out that someone will focus on collecting jewels and others will kill monsters. Then, what is a battle royale? Zimar said that she misunderstood the term. Morgana stood next to him and said that there is another rule. By fighting, they can also lose points. Even if they steal a treasure found by another student, interfere with the extermination of a monster, or perform a counterattack, it is all allowed. They can do anything, even kill. The space is not just called the illusion world. What happens inside the barrier is not real. To put it simply, no matter how severe an attack they receive, they will not actually be harmed. However, they will feel the pain as if it were real. No matter how severe the injury or even death inside the illusion world, when the barrier disappears, they will return to their original state. Isn't that great? So, they don't have to worry about anything. The evaluation method is as simple as possible. The 2 people with the highest scores will receive S rank. There are no other evaluation criteria. Some students were happy that it was possible to kill others inside the barrier. She said that the founder of magic, Emitsa Page, said this. Even in this world, a mag's main duty is to allow people to dream. In order to fulfill this duty, they must give it their all. In the wizarding world, strength was and is above all else. They must show what they are capable of. The distribution into teams will be announced now. Team A will have Weber, Logan, Krista. She continued to announce the list, and she said with a smirk that they finally gave a task for which they will have to try. The main character looked at her and asked, wasn't it the same last time? She lost and then cried. She was indignant because of this, blushed and loudly asked, What did he just say? He made it all up and was lying. She looked at Gertrude, got angry and said loudly that she should stop laughing. She tried to calm down and said that she needed to pull herself together and get her S rank. This is because she is the only one who deserves to get the highest score. She can't afford to lose. She looked at them and said loudly that they should stop smiling. Morgana called Team A and said that they could begin the exam. Team B would be Gertrude, Lillian, and Rain. When she finished listing the team members, he asked with a calm expression, was she worried? She turned to him with a worried look and said that she was actually the one taking care of Krista, so he should stop joking around like that. It seemed like he should be the one worrying. He looked surprised by this and asked why he should be worried. She tried to put on a brave face and said loudly that it was because he was put on the same team as her. If they clashed at the very beginning, he risked being expelled right away. He said with a confident grin that that wouldn't happen. He turned around, noticed Lillian, and asked if she wanted to say something. She said with a serious expression that she had something to say. Did he have any free time? He said that he would agree as long as it was something interesting. At the same time, Krista created a sand and rock golem that killed the monster. She already had 280 points and thought that it was not enough since she didn't know how many points he would get. She immediately noticed the students who were trying to sneak up on her, snapped her fingers, and summoned golems that caught them. She looked at them with a serious expression and asked if they thought they could attack her with just the two of them. She let them go and said that even if she killed them, the points wouldn't increase much because they were hesitant. Next time, they should act more confidently. People were watching this through the screens and said that at her age, she was already freely using 2-star summoning magic. It's incredible. Isn't Weber amazing? His strategy is his talent for wind magic. With his maneuverability and restraint ability, he simultaneously obtains treasures and subdues monsters, and has already gained 253 points. This is very graceful and impressive. He knows how to use his strengths. In third place is Logan. He has 249 points. Monsters are students in front of him. He destroys everyone. It is a bit rude, but his strength is admirable. As they expected, the three of them act alone. They are all great. Morgan looked at this and said that they are all losers. At the same time, Lillian said that she has never lost. There has not been a single time that she has been defeated. Losing is equal to death. Why hasn't he shown himself until now? The protagonist said that it is not that he has been hiding his abilities. There was simply no point in revealing himself somehow. She said that of course, young masters from influential families always think that way. Gertrude asked, she is being sarcastic and calling him young master. But isn't she from a similarly high-ranking family? She said that she does not think such a title suits her. It would be better to call her an object. She is not a child born from the union of love between her father and mother. She is just a tool that was created for a specific purpose. Her father, Tadan Karayan, is the headmaster of Rivendell's school. Since she was a child, she was locked in a room and forced to learn magic. She was not even allowed to go outside. If she did not get good marks for an exam at school, she was beaten until she passed out. Her father, in order to teach her a lesson, even involved her mother in this and tortured her with fire, burning her skin. Her father knows how to handle fire magic like no one else. He knows better than anyone how to inflict pain without causing serious injury. MC thought that this was completely different from Osirius, the school he studied at. He asked if she did not graduate with honors, would she be beaten again? Lillian said with a smile that this old man could not do it anymore, and if he tried, she would kill him. Gertrude looked at her with a serious expression and thought, Tadan Karin, he is a 4-star mage, but she wants to say that she can defeat him. She said that her goal is to graduate from Delayton with amazing grades and be recognized by the whole school. Then she will use it to displace her father to Rivendell, so she wanted to warn him not to interfere with her. She said with a smile that it is certainly cool, but she must wait. There is also Mrs. Krista, a recognized genius in the world of magic. She got angry when Lillian said that this greenhouse flower was no match for her. She ran up to her very quickly and asked what she just said. She called her mistress a hothouse flower. She looked at her with a serious expression and asked, does she want to argue about this? Rain stepped between them to stop her and said that he generally understands why she went to such lengths. She was about to leave, but he said that, however, he could not give her the place of the best graduate because his friends were waiting for him. Lillian said that she explained the reason and warned him. Therefore, if he interfered with her, then she had no choice but to get rid of him. After that, Morgana said that the exam was over. The exam of Team A, Krista and Weber, took first place and received 361 and 338 points, so they definitely get an S grade. Gertrude came up to her, brought a towel, and said that she did an excellent job. It was incredible. The man standing at the screen said that all the participants of Team A left the barrier. Kyle turned around and said that now Team B was leaving. They must choose a place from which they want to start the exam. The main character was choosing a place for himself and thought that the students should get out. At what point in the area from A to H to start the exam? Zone A is located at the foot of the mountains, and Zone F is between the mountains. These are the largest areas. It is also the most popular since it contains the most monsters and treasures. Areas B and C may have the advantage of visual control since they are mountain peaks, but it is easy to get surrounded by other students. Forest areas D and E are good for hiding, but difficult for providing a view, which can be very disturbing. So which place is best for him now? Morgana said that if they chose a starting point, they should visualize that place in their minds. Krista sat down on the ground with a relaxed smile and said that it was time for her to rest. Gertrude stood up and said with a small smile that she would be right back. She called her name and said with a smile that she must show a good result. She agreed with a happy smile and teleported to the exam venue. Morgana said that the placement of Team B was finished. The exam was about to begin. Ellen looked at the screen with a serious expression and thought that everyone knew what Professor Morgana expected from the students. Maneuvering ability, situational analysis, and combat ability. This is truly a test of a wizard's core talent. Rain must show how he will deal with it. The people who watched the exam in progress said that Lillian and Krista chose Area F as their starting point. This is how confidence is shown. This area is the most dangerous, so you can get the highest scores there. Plus, Area F is the most convenient to get to other areas. Compared to Lillian, her choice is very simple and clear. His strategy is to avoid battles and gradually gain points. Don't you think? This is an unexpected but not bad strategy. This is somehow boring. It would be more interesting if he chose Area F like Lillian. Ellen noticed the protagonist using magic and asked with a smile, "He is annoying, isn't he?" Caroline stood next to her and said that it is indeed so. It is hard to believe that he acts so cautiously, despite the fact that he can crush all the promising students of the 8 great schools. At that moment, MC met a student and they both noticed each other. The audience was happy about this and loudly said that he finally met an opponent, otherwise there was no fun. Moreover, his opponent is a student from the 16th Ordinary School. She looked at it with a serious expression and wondered what he would show this time. He had to show his abilities, for which Kyle had awarded him an S. The student got into a fighting stance, was going to use magic, but he immediately ran away from her. What happened shocked all the spectators very much, and she loudly asked, "What was that? What they were seeing? Was it not a dream?" Elin was very angry because of this, and loudly asked, "Did he just run away from there?" Krista asked, "I wonder if he was even going to get the highest score?" Morgana started laughing loudly and said that Scarl's grandson was really crazy, and this was a very strange child. Zmar, with a slightly worried look, asked, "Is this worth laughing at?" She asked with a wide smile, "What's the problem anyway? It only makes it more interesting." She thought that he was saving his strength. This child was waiting for the right moment to dash. They will see if he can make up for the points he lost. 40 minutes later, so the spectators said that if they compare Team A's results over the same period of time, Team B's highest score is lower, but it's still excellent. Who is in first place now? Gertrude was in first place and at the same time stole a crystal that another student had obtained. A monster attacked her from behind, but she turned around abruptly and delivered a strong kick. Caroline looked at this and thought that she was constantly in Krista's shadow, but it was obvious that she was an excellent mage. Kyle asked where Lillian from Rivendell High was now. Samar said that judging by the scores, it seemed like she wasn't even in the top 20. That can't be. She was in last place. She has no points at all. She's been sitting in one place since the exam began. What kind of tactics is this? Does she show no initiative at all? Rain only collects treasures. He only fought the monster once when it suddenly appeared in front of him. He's collecting treasures, but he is already in 13th place. Isn't that amazing? Caroline said that he is currently in Zone C. It is a mountainous area, and he moves very dexterously. Does he often go to the mountains? Ellen said that he was probably a monkey in his past life. She said that, however, at this rate, it will be difficult for him to get into the leading group. She thought with a serious expression, what is he even thinking? At the same time, it started to rain at the exam venue, and MC said that this is great weather. It is best for hunting monsters with keen hearing, because the rain hinders them. At the same time, several fire spheres flew to Lillian and she said that she found everyone in the top 10. A volcano began to erupt behind her and she said that it was time to begin. Morgana said that a volcano began to erupt. Everyone in this area should evacuate. The students started to run away, as this battle royale style exam was designed so that no one could survive by just sitting in the bushes. With the once safe area, now dangerous, they would all have to fight. The people standing in front of the screens said that he had set up a barrier to block the rain. As expected, the top students took action as soon as the time came. Logan sighed in displeasure and said that if only they hadn't lost their momentum in this part of the exam, the result could have been different. Krista said that was not the case. His problem was that he lacked skill. The hooded man asked them to wait and said that someone was showing a lot of activity. It was Rain. His scores were rising at an incredible rate. Morgana looked interested and said that they should show him. An image appeared on the monitor, and everyone saw him sitting hidden in the rocks and killing a group of monsters that surrounded him. Ellen was very happy about what she saw and said loudly that he had finally taken action. The mages said loudly that his score was starting to grow rapidly. He was quickly overtaking everyone and was immediately in 8th place. Morgana looked at what was happening with a smile and said that they should look at this impudent guy. Logan asked with a surprised expression on his face how he did it. Krista said that he caused an earthquake and thus attracted monsters. She thought that he was acting so slowly in Zone C and was now using vibration distribution magic. The protagonist began to be surrounded by monsters from different sides, but he used magic that summoned tree roots. Kyle saw this and thought that, however, there were no trees in this area. He remembered that at the very beginning of the exam, he used magic on trees. He received 164 points in one attack. Caroline looked at this with a little surprise and said that this was incredible. He simultaneously calculated 3-star magic and fought so many monsters. Ellen looked at this with a smile and said that there was nothing surprising about it. She thought that his total points were 362. He was in first place, considering Team A's results. He started to leave and said that this would be enough. It was time for him to finish. Kyle looked at the screens with an interested look and thought that the battlefield had shrunk considerably due to the fact that everything was flooded with magma, so there were almost no jewels or monsters left. It seemed that Gertrude would not have time to overtake him. Zmar was sitting next to him and called out his name with a slightly worried look. He said that Bruno, who was in third place, as well as Annie in fourth, had disappeared from the list. This wasn't a mistake, was it? He didn't attach much importance to it and asked, had he gotten really old and couldn't see well anymore? He became indignant about this and said that this wasn't funny. He should look here. He looked at the screen and said that, whatever the case, they had really disappeared. He thought that there was a huge difference in points between them and the person in fifth place, even if they dropped down the rankings, but they aren't even in the top 20. He had a hunch and said that he should show the area where third and fourth place are. It happened 3 minutes ago, right? The person next to them changed the screen image, and they were shocked when they saw a burning student. Annie looked at the student who was walking towards her with a frightened look and was about to use magic. She didn't have time to finish the spell because a powerful stream of fire hit her. The one who did it turned out to be Lillian, who walked past the dead student with a serious expression. The exam monitors said that she had already dealt with several students. It would be enough if she caught someone in first or second place. Rogina looked at this with a serious expression and said that she was really strong and had a personality similar to her father. At the same time, Gertrude looked at the list of students and asked when did he overtake her. Lillian is also already catching up in points. By the way, where did the participants who were behind her go? At that moment, she was attacked from behind with fire, but she felt it and managed to jump to the side. She was very worried when she noticed another fire attack flying at her. This attack collided with the ground where it landed earlier. Krista was very worried about her friend and loudly called her name. Lillian stood next to the place where she had recently attacked. Gertrude was a little surprised that she did not feel the heat of the fire and tried to kick her from behind. Immediately after that, they simultaneously began to use magic, and she was able to defend herself from the fire attack. The audience was surprised by what happened and loudly said that they were on the same level. Lillian, with a serious expression, said that perhaps she should have done differently with those she eliminated earlier. She created water in front of her and said with a smile that it was too late to regret anything. She threw the talisman above herself and said that she would have to act differently. With her energy, she created a large bird made of fire. She used her water magic and completely blocked this fire attack. She looked at her with a smile and said that she shouldn't even try. The score would not change, and she should give up. She didn't listen to her, tore her necklace, and used magic to hold the beads in the air next to her. Gertrude looked at this and thought that the Rivendell school uses talismans. It is a remedial-style magic that allows you to reduce the time it takes to create a magic circle, calculate formulas, and manifest runes, thus maximizing your effectiveness in combat in a short time. Lillian lit one of the beads above her head, and it exploded, leaving many sparks in the air. She looked at it with a surprised expression and asked, "Are these sparks?" She looked at her with a serious expression, clutched the burning talisman in her hand, and used the skill Fire Insect Array. She created many fire projectiles that she sent at her opponent from different directions. She was very worried about this and immediately began to use her magic. Because of this attack, a powerful explosion of magical energy occurred. She calmly looked at the flames that were flaring up in front of her and waited for something. Gertrude survived this attack, jumped out of the fire and tried to kick her, but missed. She immediately took out her talisman, started to turn around to attack, and said that she was finished. Unexpectedly for her, she returned to her very quickly after this attack and kicked her in the head. Lillian saw the mark of her foot on the tree and thought that she bounced off the tree. She did not have time to dodge, and this kick threw her very far. The students looked at what was happening with an enthusiastic look, and she used her magic to go to her opponent. She survived this attack and attacked with her fire magic. Gertrude dodged this blow and delivered another kick, but her opponent bounced back. The teachers were surprised by what they saw and loudly said that she was in a bad position and could get hurt. Unexpectedly for Lillian, her opponent created a magic circle on the ground with a wide smile. Because of this skill, a large stream of water burst out from underground. Kyle looked at what happened with a little surprise and said that it was underground water. She intentionally stood in that place. She clearly has talent. She is great. She strives for harmony in the use of martial arts and water magic. She uses all her strengths. Just do not underestimate the opponent. Gertrude knocked her opponent to the ground, grabbed her hand and said that she should know her place. Before everything is over, she will bring her back from heaven to earth. Krista looked at what was happening with a joyful expression and patted Logan hard on the shoulder. She asked, she was all wet and can no longer use the talisman, right? She gives her one last chance. If she does not want her to break her arm, she should give up. Lillian called her naive with a smile and said that in her place she would just kill the enemy. She broke her arm with a serious expression and said that with such a love for the stage, she should go to the theater. She did not react to this at all and said that she did not use talismans because she was slow in casting spells. She showed a seal on her tongue and said that it was because she could not control her power. Gertrude became worried about this and immediately moved away to a safe distance. She stood up and called the remaining beads to herself. It began to spin above her head, and she loudly called the flame python. Because of the bright flash of magical energy, she covered her eyes with her hand, and when it ended, she was very surprised by what she saw. She saw a huge snake created from fire energy behind her opponent. Lillian, with a calm expression on her face, pointed her finger at it and ordered it to be captured. The audience couldn't believe that she had such a level and thought that among the 4 fire divine animals that the Rivendell School is proud of, the fire python is considered the best summoning animal. It is said that the fire python was used as the main power by the founder of the Rivendell School himself, the Archmage Orbos Carrion. The fire python is famous for being very selective in choosing the master with whom it makes a contract. It seems that now it only has 1/3 of its power, since it is not yet possible to summon it under ideal conditions. Ellen said with a surprised smile that she can't believe that this child at the age of 16 has already summoned a fire python. Krista looked at this with a worried look and asked if there was any way to do anything about this. Gertrude looked at what was happening with a worried look and said that the situation is getting worse. This fire monster crawled towards her at high speed, but she managed to jump aside. She noticed that her cloak was on fire, tried to put it out, and said that she was almost unharmed. She looked at the trail left by this monster with a surprised look and thought that the rock could not have fallen apart and turned to ash. The fire python crawled along the ground at high speed, killing monsters in its path. The audience looked at this in amazement and said that the fire python was taking Gertrude into a ring. It chose her as its target and would act to the end. Zimar, looking worried, called the professor and asked if maybe he should intervene. Even though she would not actually die, the pain would be real. If she suffered from the fire python's flames, it would not be limited to a regular injury. Maybe he should stop the exam? Kyle called the professor. Morgan agreed and was about to do something, but noticed the protagonist standing nearby. He watched from a tree branch and remembered his past, when Skarl said that 3 times was the maximum for his magic power now. Of course, the higher the level of magic he wants to compete with, the faster he will feel his own limits of what is possible. At the limit, it is no longer possible to use higher level magic and will hit a ceiling with no chance for further growth. In other words, he must think about when it is right to use it. He thought that he had earned enough points, and now he just needs to wait in a safe place, holding the line. Due to the legal hunt, there is almost no magic power left. Now there is no need to deliberately expose yourself to danger. However, if he were in her place, he saw how Gertrude suffered greatly due to the fact that she was touched by the fire python and jumped towards them. His eyes lit up with energy, and he thought that the formula of the magic circle consists of 5 triangles. The runes are formed, and all proportions are observed. The entire path, the revival range, and analysis are complete. Adjustments have been made. Blood flowed from his eyes, and he thought that he definitely understood something during the fight with Logan and the Queen of Rat Spiders. Every time he overcomes obstacles, his strength grows. The more he fights with strong opponents, the faster he will be able to reach the 6-star level of magic. That's why he does all this not for Gertrude, but for himself. At the last moment before the fire python attacked, he used his magic and destroyed the creature. This incident greatly surprised everyone who saw it, and Lillian asked with a shocked look, "Did the fire python disappear?" MC thought that helping someone during the exam does not bring any benefit. This is the place where, under conditions of limited time, resources, and special conditions, it becomes possible to test whether students can make a choice, leaving behind all their pros and cons. Morgana looked at what happened and wondered, was this Skarl's doing? She smiled and said that it will be a high score, definitely. He started coughing up blood and thought that suppressing the 5-star magic took a lot more mana than he thought. This means that he is not ready yet. Gertrude was sitting not far from him and called out to the young master with a surprised look. He asked loudly with a serious expression, "Why is she still here? She needs to run away from here faster." She started running away, and Lillian stood still and thought that her magic and the Panton family's magic were completely opposite. She did not have the strength to summon the python again. More importantly, because of this freak, the first snake disappeared. Will he continue to hinder her? She walked towards him, started looking for her talisman, and thought that he had used up all his strength to get rid of the python. This means that now he is completely defenseless. She set fire to the talisman in her hand and said that in this case, she should get first place. She created a fire snake, which she directed at him. The audience was surprised by this and asked loudly, Did she create a fire python again? Compared to the last one, this one is much smaller. Rain managed to dodge her magic attack, and they said that however, its firepower is still terrible. Ellen looked at what was happening with a worried look and said that it was dangerous. Lillian walked towards him with a smirk and extended her hand, but she was surprised when she heard Gertrude land behind her. She turned to her with a worried look, but before she could do anything, she punched her with her magic. With this attack, she threw her with great force into the fire snake that she created. He looked at what happened with a surprised expression and loudly called her name. He was about to ask her something, but she said that Lillian was her rival. Besides, if he gets expelled, then Mrs. Krista will suffer from a broken heart. Because of what the students heard, they started discussing it, and she got embarrassed and said loudly that it's not like that. For her, he's just a competitor, or rather something like an enemy. Logan stood next to her and gave her a thumbs up with a smile. She got even more angry and asked loudly, did he want to get punched in the face? She immediately hit him in the face because he asked, what's wrong with that? They look great together. She left with a dissatisfied look and thought that as soon as she left the exam she would kill her. However, nevertheless, he was the one who got rid of the fire python. It is said that if one perfectly understands the magic of the Ludwig family, which is passed down through the blood, then one can easily establish control over any other types of magic. However, in the history of 1,000 years, only 3 people were able to do this. All of this was done at a fairly mature age, even old. Gertrude noticed the silhouette in the fire and told the young master that he should leave it to her. The protagonist said with a worried look that, however, she was injured. She said with a small smile that everything was fine. To be honest, he was even in the way. She still hadn't beaten this crazy woman properly. He should survive. He started to run away and agreed with her. Lillian walked towards her with a serious expression, coughing up blood, and said that she should step aside. She looked at her with a calm expression and asked, is it she who started the fight? But now she is driving her away, she must defeat her first. At the same time, MC ran through the forest and dodged the unexpected attack from the front. The spectators were surprised at what they saw and said, these are the low-ranking students. It seems like they have all gathered to attack him. He picked up the stick that was lying nearby and thought that his physical and magical strength was already running out. This is bad. He looked at them with a small smile and asked, so these are the low-ranking students? Do they think that by uniting they can defeat him? If they retreat, he will be lenient with them. One of them said with a respectful tone that he was right. The young master was several times stronger than them. However, there is something strange about this. Why would someone so strong try to negotiate with them? One of them created lightning in his hand with a big smile and jumped towards him. He blocked the attack with his stick and said loudly that he thought they were idiots. He didn't have the strength to move, so maybe it would be better to give up. He would let him live if he gave up his points. Ellen looked at this with a displeased look and said that idiots like that are everywhere. Caroline stood next to her and said that it was just their strategy. Rain looked at his opponent's attacks and thought that he shouldn't underestimate these low-ranking students. He hits pretty hard. The guy pushed his hand with the stick away with his attack. He swung his lightning with a big smile and was about to attack him. He swung his leg and threw dirt at his face. Because of this, he stopped attacking, closed his eyes, and insulted him loudly. Right after that, he delivered a really strong blow to his head with the stick. The others were surprised by this, and she said that she had been wondering for a long time. How did he know about the Asura school's martial art? Aelin stood nearby and said that she was interested in this too. The magician said that in any case, he couldn't go on the counterattack now. From the high-speed calculations of 3-star magic to the Asura school's martial art, his abilities are impeccable. But the distribution of magic power itself leaves much to be desired. In this sense, Krista is slightly superior to him. One of the students asked with a smile, she saw this, right? The student agreed and said that he doesn't use magic. Does he really have no strength left? If the two of them attack him, it will be over quickly. Ellen thought with a serious expression that he definitely used Belthoran to stop the fire python. Because of this, he almost had no mana left. The students jumped towards him and said that he had already failed when he attacked first, so he shouldn't interfere now. He should also wait and go next. The student who remained standing agreed and said that they should keep to the queue. Morgana looked at this with a serious expression and thought that helping others was a good thing, but if they didn't have enough resources, then it was just a waste of time. What would Skarl's grandson do in such a situation? The two students jumped off the ledge and were about to attack him with their magic, with wide smiles. The protagonist jumped to the side, swung his hand, and unexpectedly for them, attacked with lightning. Everyone who saw this was very surprised because of this, and Smar asked if he still had mana left. Kyle refused and said that it was just the rain sword with electrical properties. The sword was in a plasma state and was used the moment their feet touched the ground wet from the rain, which caused an electric shock. However, even if he knows how to do something, it is not a fact that he will succeed. However, he has nothing to say except that he is very experienced. The student began to prepare for a magic attack with a smile and said that it was not for nothing that he was a contender for first place. However, now it seemed that he had no more trump cards left. He was about to say something else, but did not have time because the second student punched him in the head. He strengthened his hand with a stone and said that even he alone could win. Logan looked at this with a dissatisfied look and asked, "What is this?" Krista, with a serious expression, said that it seemed to be magic that strengthens physical abilities through soil, but it does not combine well with martial arts, which are expressed in physical strength. The student strengthened his entire body and said that he could give his points to the other students. It would hurt if he hit, so he should do it nicely. The protagonist looked at him with a smile and asked, "What if he does not want this?" The student jumped towards him and said that he was very funny. In that case, he would simply kill him. He did not have time to do anything because he ran up to him very quickly and hit him with a stick in which he had concentrated lightning. He was badly hurt by that attack, despite his armor, and he said that the Osiris technique was created together with him. He should not have looked down on him. The student thought that he could not believe that he was still standing. Even his insides shook from that blow. Maybe he made a mistake somewhere? That was not true. He was already at the limit of his capabilities. The student was surprised because he asked if he failed the exam, he would immediately receive an F rank, right? Why does he think everyone, even the professors, are observing the exam with such a supposedly simple grading system? The reason is that later, they will probably have to make changes to the grades. In other words, the exam is also one of the grading criteria. However, not only did they fail to score points, they also failed in their attack, lost to someone who used up all his mana and relied on martial arts alone. However, the problem wasn't even the F grade. If he failed the exam, not only would he be kicked out of the academy, but he would also be ridiculed by all the students. However, if he survived, he would at least receive an E grade. Additionally, depending on the number of students expelled, his grade could rise to a C or B. On that side, the two highest ranked people were fighting tooth and nail. It wouldn't be long before they turned everything here into ruins as well. The exam was slowly drawing to a close, and he didn't want to get involved in their fight. Therefore, he had to choose between giving up and getting a good grade or being expelled. The student was nervous and thought that a B grade was not a bad option, but he deserved better. That was why he couldn't stop. Has this idiot completely gone crazy? If he retreated now, he would be finished. Anyone could tell by looking at him that he was pushing himself to the limit. He put a lot of effort in repelling the attacks. He has to kill him to get the points. There is no time to waste. There will be no more chances like this. If he loses now, he will be expelled. He stared at him and became scared when MC looked at him with a serious expression. At the same time, they all heard Morgana say that the exam is over. All the students must finish fighting and return immediately. He smiled because of this and said that it is finally over. Immediately after that, he fell to the ground unconscious, and the student chuckled because of this. Elin sighed in relief, and Caroline asked if she was really that worried about this. She agreed, and their attention was caught by the mage loudly saying that they have a problem. Lillian and Gertrude continue to fight each other. Kyle looked at this and said that they will need to lower their points. Zmar, with a displeased look, said loudly that this is not something to think about now. They are out of control. Morgana was dissatisfied with their behavior, slammed her cane on the floor, and released a magical wave. Because of this, the illusionary barrier around them broke, and they both returned to normal. They stopped fighting, and she asked, "So what if they have abilities? They are still very young. The exam is over. If they do not want to get the lowest score, they must return immediately." Gertrude touched the place on her face that was damaged by the fire, looked at her wounds and asked, "Are her wounds gone, right?" It was all an illusion. They looked at each other with serious faces, but were very scared when Morgana said loudly that they should leave while she was kind. She said with a displeased expression that these fools make her repeat it several times. The mages next to her said with a worried look that she removed the barrier, but one group still did not pass the exam. She said loudly with a displeased expression that in that case they should return the barrier. She hurried them, and the students taking the exam began to leave. Lillian walked at the end of the row and asked what he did with the python. Rain sighed with a calm expression and said that first he wanted to ask something himself. She respects her father, doesn't she? She got really angry at what she heard and asked loudly, did he want to fight? He refused, and she asked, then what kind of question was that? He said he had heard something like that before. In order to get rid of her father, she needs to get first place. Whatever the reason, she destroys everything that gets in her way and strives to rise higher. Isn't this the life her father wants? The way she burns her rivals for the sake of a goal is no different from what her father did in the past. If she wants to repeat his path, then it doesn't matter at all what he says. Sure, he got rid of the fire python. If she continues in the same spirit, then one day they will clash again, and then he will show everything he is capable of. She got angry at this and started remembering the past and asked, what does he even know? He grew up in a loving family, enjoyed the warmth and comfort of his family's circle. What does he even know? She remembered someone asking her when she grew up what kind of mage she wanted to be. He walked up to Gertrude, and they heard their names being called by Logan and Krista. She happily scratched her nose and asked the lady. She went a bit overboard, right? She didn't have time to finish because she hit her on the head with an embarrassed expression and loudly asked what she said. The protagonist looked at this with a confused look and asked what happened to her. He looked at this with a smirk and said that this was her normal state. She said loudly that everyone was only looking at her. She was so ashamed that she wanted to disappear into the ground. She looked at her with a bruised face and said that, however, it was the truth. She loudly asked her to shut up, and she turned to him, loudly demanded that he stop, and asked what was that. He asked with a displeased expression on his face, what did he do wrong now? She said loudly that he didn't have to pretend. After all, he was the one who got rid of the fire python, saving Gertrude. He walked calmly on and asked if she thought he did something like that. Lillian's magical powers were just running out. Krista calmed down a bit and said that she would forget about it, But she wasn't done with her yet. Logan walked next to him, looked at his face, and asked why he was smiling like that. He said that he just thought of something funny. If he hadn't come here, he wouldn't have been able to have all this experience. He agreed with that and said that Delathan was different from other schools. He agreed with that and thought that if Esther hadn't left the letter, if the best graduate hadn't been given the privilege of meeting Lin, he wouldn't have experienced all this. She was right. This world was quite interesting. Krista approached Lillian, who was sitting on a rock, and said that she had seen her bullying her sweet follower. She should be prepared to pay several times more for this. The Varden family does not remain indebted to anyone after some time. Owen thought with a calm expression on his face that the students were already completely exhausted. But the exams continued, despite everything. In the afternoon of the 4th day, there was a written exam. In the morning of the 5th day, an exam similar to Hell, but compared to the Royal Battle, this applied exam was easier to pass. In such a hurricane rhythm, the mid-semester exams came to an end. Smar hung a piece of paper on the board and said that these were the evaluation results. For all written and applied exams, 4 people received an S grade. These are Krista, Nora, Kaiden, and Rain. However, only one student in a class can become the best. Therefore, in order to choose a single leader, an additional assessment will be held. Professors who are blood related to any of the students and are in close contact with them in the educational process are removed from the assessment. Everyone can use 1 point, and Deputy Kyle 2 points. The lead teacher has 3 points. They said that he was giving his point to Kaiden. If they had been following the exams, they could see why. He didn't think so. Isn't Nora outstanding in her talent? He voted for Krista. How did Professor Caroline manage to create such a diamond? She really is amazing, she said with a calm expression that they shouldn't exaggerate. After a while, Zmar said that, so at the moment, the points were distributed like this. Krista was in first place and had received 6 points. Next was Nora, 4 points, then Kaiden with 3 points, and Rain had received 2 points. He called Professor Kyle and said that they were asking him to vote. They were all waiting for his answer, and he said that Krista had really done everything perfectly. Nora's precision of magic was nothing short of amazing. Kaiden had also shown them his amazing abilities, harmoniously combining magic with his knowledge of music. He threw down a note and said that, however, for the sake of the future of magic, he would vote as follows. Zmar looked at his note and said that Rain gets 2 professor points. The others thought with serious expressions that there was no doubt that he was 1 step ahead of everyone. However, Krista still retained the most points. The last to vote was Professor Morgana, who had never taken part in the distribution of extra points, since there was no candidate worthy of these points for her. Therefore, she would be the best student. She started laughing loudly and said that he had just said something about the future of magic. It's surprising that this was said by a man who, in his younger years, only knew how to court girls. Kyle said with a small smile that it was all thanks to her leadership. She pulled a small piece of paper and a pencil towards herself with magic. She started writing something and said that she would also contribute to the future. All the professors looked at her with worried faces, and she sent her note with magic. Zmar caught it, looked at it, and said that the highest score of 7 points this year for the midterm exams was received by a first-year student, Rain Ludwig. After some time, he sat in the room and said that as he thought, it had increased. Rudian informed him that he could continue to study the unique magic in the environment around him. 40% progress. He asked, however, he wondered if battles were the only way to raise the unique level. He lifted the bag onto his shoulder and said that it was time for him to go. He remembered how Frida had drunk something earlier and thrown the empty bottle down. Lin was standing next to him, called her by name, and said that she should give it to him too. She did not look at him and said that there was nothing left. He did not believe her and said that he knew that she had more. She said loudly with a dissatisfied look that she had not closed her eyes once in the 4 days they had been walking. So she drank everything to the last drop. Does he really think there is something left? She called his name and asked if once the journey is over, they will go to the temple on the Red Mountain Range. There is so much elixir there, which is called Dragon's Breath. She will treat him with it. Thanks to it, his magical power will increase. He asked, she will give him something so valuable just like that? She asked with a big smile. Who does he take her for? She, a witch who serves the fire dragon, Bel Sidious. She will lead you through the entire Red Mountain Range, so he should come. The protagonist walked through the forest to the mountain and thought that the dragon's breath. Perhaps she tried to prepare everything for his arrival, so it is worth going and getting it. Even though 300 years have passed, but he has not forgotten it. After some time, he reached the foot of the mountain and thought that it was an 18-hour journey to the peak of the Snowflower. Since the fire dragon Bel Sidious led his legion and settled here for almost 1,000 years, the magical power spread throughout the mountain range, so to this day, this place is sacred to many believers. He was breathing heavily due to fatigue while climbing the mountain, and his attention was drawn to a man who called him. He sat on the side of the road and asked, where is he in a hurry? Is he going to rob the shrine of Snowflower Peak? He cannot be afraid. What kind of bad situation did he get into that he was going to rob the sanctuary? He just wanted to say something useful, so he should listen carefully. He shouldn't go there. No one had even come close to it for 300 years, but not a single robber had ever returned alive after setting foot on the sanctuary's threshold. MC sat down on the steps and asked why this happened. Was there anyone there? The man was eating and said that the witch had put a demon on guard. He was surprised by what he heard and asked, does he mean that the demon was protecting the sanctuary? He finished eating and said that that was what the people called him. No one really knows what it is. He decided to take the risk himself and go to the entrance, but he almost died on the spot. He was literally one step away from death. So if he doesn't want to say goodbye to his life, it's better not to go near the entrance. He walked on, waved his hand at him, and said that he was grateful to him for the warning. He thought that he had heard that there was a monster living in the temple somewhere. It looked like he would have to defend himself. Night had fallen, but he continued walking and heard strange sounds around him. He thought that it was very noisy here. So this is what nature looks like, without human interference? He said with a slightly dissatisfied look that it looked like the natural habitat of rat spiders. He remembered how Frida had asked earlier, when they first met, if this child was their team's mage. Esther had agreed with a happy expression and asked, isn't he cute? She pointed at the parrot with a confused look and said that their Pippi was much cuter. She was indignant about this and said loudly that it was unfair. Lynn asked with a dissatisfied look, did she just compare him to a pigeon? She was angry about this and said loudly that it was a parrot. Rain remembered this with a smile and said that it would be nice if it were someone like Pippi. He reached the shrine and said that he could not believe that it took so much time and effort to get here. However, what next? He decided to go inside, looked around, and thought that the temple was built by the fire dragon. I wonder if this place was able to overcome the flow of time? What the man said sounded like a stupid story. He does not feel any traces of the demon. He came even closer, and at the same moment, a bright flash of energy appeared in the air. A bird of fire appeared on the roof of the building and flew very quickly towards him. He dodged this attack, but his clothes were slightly touched by the fire. He stood up with a dissatisfied expression on his face, began to prepare for the attack, and loudly said that it was too rude to welcome guests. He created a stone wall in front of him, and the firebird crashed into it. It began to scream loudly in pain and quickly flew up. The crying and flames seemed familiar to him, which is why he began to remember the past and called out to Pippi in a surprised voice. He remembered how in the past this parrot set his head on fire, and Esther told him that this is Frida. He should say hello, and this is Pippi. The protagonist looked at it and thought that this is her bird, which she raised as her own daughter. Could it really be her? He began to run away from the stream of flame that she releases, remembered the past, and thought that he knew that one day he would get it from this bird. He is sure that she considers herself the mascot of their team. However, this cannot be. He began to run away and thought that this cannot be, because 300 years have passed. He slowed down and decided to try something. He turned around and asked loudly, is she Pippi, right? The bird tried to attack him, but he jumped aside, called her name again, and said loudly that it was him, Lynn. She heard this and immediately landed next to him. She sat next to him, stared at him, and called his name. He agreed with a smile and said that they even competed for the title of their team mascot. He was a little surprised that she said he was lying. He looks different, and she doesn't recognize his face. She concentrated the flame in her mouth and attacked him, but he managed to put up a barrier of water. He smiled and thought that it was definitely her. Even though 300 years had passed, she survived. He called her name again and said that although his face was different, it was really him, Lynn. She continued to attack. He blocked again and wondered what he should do. They should definitely have shared memories with her, something that would immediately make it clear that he is Lynn. He counterattacked and released a stream of water, and Pippi fell to the ground. He began to use water magic, called her name and asked, did she not recognize him? He clenched his palms and asked loudly with a wide smile, did she not remember this either? He didn't attack her and thought that the drops of water falling like snow, it was just regular magic. There was no mention of this in any of the grimoires because that moment was only in their memories. She started dancing, like in the past, and he said that she liked it. Immediately after that, the flames around her disappeared. She flew up to him and started calling his name. He raised his hand and said that it was really him, Lynn. She started jumping on his hand and called him a timid magician and a friend. MC got worse. He fell to the ground and said that he no longer had the strength to stand. She called him a coward, and he said that she was too noisy. He looked at her with a smile and said that she hadn't changed at all. He noticed cracks on her paws and beak and said that although it would be strange if that happened, he was going to ask something, but she anticipated this question and said that he would return and kept his promise. He was about to smile, but he felt sad and asked why she was even waiting for someone like him. She stood on his head and said that Frida had told him to wait for him, and she had done so. He had been waiting for him to come because they were friends. He calmed down a bit, and after they were reunited after 300 years, they spent the whole night talking, enjoying the time they were spending together. Pippi told him about what he had missed, and then they told each other what had happened to each other after he had been reborn. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time to spare, so the conversation was short overall. When the morning came, Rain stood up and said that he was sorry for making him wait so long. 300 years was quite a long time. She agreed, and with her wing showed him her necklace, which was a rope with a ring on it. He took it, and with a surprised expression asked, is this Frida's ring, right? She agreed, and he looked back and asked, has she been protecting this place for all 3 centuries? She agreed, and when he came closer with the ring in his hands, the doors to the sanctuary opened. He went inside and Pippi quickly flew in a certain direction. He ran after her, and together they came to Frida's room. She sat on a box that was lying on the bed and began to knock with her beak on the lid. He came closer, opened the box in which the bottle lay, and asked what it was. He pulled out the cloth on which it lay and noticed a hidden letter. He took it out and thought that a little more and it would fall apart. He noticed the date on the envelope, his name, and thought that it was written 250 years ago. He opened the letter and it was written there that this year she was writing a letter again, this time the last one. She knows that he is really bad at finding things in general, so she decided not to hide the envelope away from the eyes of thieves and left Pippi as a guard. She will protect this letter and the gift until he returns. He has already met her, right? The benevolent dragon took pity on them and extended her daughter's lifespan. It's a pity she won't be able to see his surprised face. She and Pippi have aged greatly. However, she still hopes to meet him again. Age takes its toll, so she often cries and remembers the old days and thinks only about what she couldn't do for him. Now she must leave this place. She plans to go to the 10,000-leaf flame, located at the South Pole. She says this in case her dream does come true, because she doesn't know if she will be able to meet him before she leaves this world. She will leave her letter here. She would like to write more, but she has to finish because Esther and Kays will scold her. The thing attached to this letter is a gift. She congratulates him on his 19th birthday already. It is the dragon's breath. She hopes that her gift will help him at least a little overcome all the hardships on the journey called life. She is grateful to him for everything and misses him very much. His longtime girlfriend, Frida. The protagonist started to cry, wiped his tears with his hand and said that she wrote almost formally. Such a style does not suit her. He called her by name, and Pippi said he should stop crying. He wiped his tears and said that he does not pay. Just a respectful style made him laugh until he cried. He calmed down, drank the potion, and thought that he was grateful to Frida. As soon as he swallowed it for the first time, he did not like the taste. But immediately after that, he felt a very strong pain. He wondered with a very worried look, "What is this?" He called her and asked if she could get the diary from his backpack. She immediately flew to the backpack, opened it, and Rudian flew out. It announced that the current level of magical power had increased to 26,444 points. He was shocked by what he saw and thought that even the elixirs created by the 8 major schools, which took hundreds of years to make, would only add 5,000 units of magic power at best. Now his power had doubled? He didn't know how effective it would be. He lay down on the bed with a dissatisfied look and said loudly that before drinking, he needed to increase his power even more. However, now he can use the mental barrier and that's enough. It announced that the conditions of the new magic scheme, the flow of the universe, were met. After a while, he called Pippi and said that he needed to go. Would she like to go with him? She said with a smile that she had waited for Lynn and was now waiting for Frida. He smiled and said that she could wait with him. Moreover, they should not wait here at all. She was very famous, so if she was alive, they would definitely hear something about her. He suggested that they go look for her together. She sat on his head and said that she would go with him. He left the sanctuary and said that it was already morning. The door closed behind him, and he said that it was time for them to go. He called her and asked what she would like to eat. She asked for corn, and he said that she really liked it. It had been a long time since she had eaten corn, and Frida had finished writing her letter and said that she had to go. She would wait for Lynn here, so that he would not be alone, right? She jumped onto her table and agreed to it. She said that it would be hard and lonely for her. She would be here alone until this child showed up. She said that there was nothing to worry about. She asked if she was sure or if he should go with her. She said that it might be hard, but she would wait for him because he was their friend. He would definitely come back and she would wait. Frida looked at their photo together and said that this boy would definitely find her. Considering how stubborn he was, she had no doubt about it. She took Pippi and said that she was counting on her. If it was her, she was sure that everything would be fine. Then, they said goodbye. After some time, at the academy, the girl asked if he wanted to register the parrot as a postal bird. MC agreed and said that they even had water treatments for this. First impressions can be deceiving. She is actually incredibly talented. Now she has to repeat what she is told. Pippi performed a dance, spread her wings, and the girl said with a smile that it was very cute. He said with a slightly displeased look that he did not mean the dance, but the words. She said the word corn with a happy look, which made him angry and asked what she was doing. He asked her to do everything correctly, but she repeated the word corn again. He got angry because of this, tried to catch her and said that she was just playing. She was really good at talking. The girl said that it was up to him to register or not, but she would not advise doing so. A parrot can be caught and eaten by an owl. Besides owls, there are many dangers around. Besides, parrots have a fairly low sensitivity to magic, so it would be difficult to use it as a postal bird. A large owl landed next to Pippi and she asked if he now understood why. She took the letter and said that compared to other birds, his was quite small, so she asked him to think again. Unexpectedly for them, she released a small stream of fire over the owl's head, which scared her very much. He got indignant because of this and loudly asked what she was doing. The girl thought with a surprised expression. Did the parrot use fire magic? She asked loudly. Is it really a solar parrot? This can't be. There are not more than 100 individuals on all the continents. Rain agreed with a slightly displeased look and said that it really was a solar parrot. She said loudly with a very happy look that it was amazing. Where did he find it? He turned away with a confused look and said that he just picked it up somewhere. She said that she couldn't help but ask about it. For one of the greatest magical families to have a solar parrot, it's not such a big deal. Can she touch it just a little? He agreed and she began to stroke it vigorously. He asked if it was a solar parrot, then everything was okay with the registration. She agreed and gave him a note, and he called Pippi, and they began to leave together. He sighed with relief and said with a smile that this was her home now. From tomorrow, they will go to school together. After that, they came to the room. She immediately went to bed, and he thought that she seemed tired. Of course, all this time she was so hard to protect the temple and could not rest for a day. He turned off the light and wished her good night. Sometime later, in the schoolyard in front of the main building, Kyle wished the protagonist good morning. He looked at him and said that he seemed tired after the exams. Is everything okay? He looked at him with a small smile and said that he was grateful for the concern. He was just thinking. That's why it seemed to him. He said that now he cannot relax. If everything is okay, then maybe today it will all start. He did not understand what he meant, and he said that he was talking about the student council. Going into yourself is good, but what about looking around and paying attention to the world around you? There is no one among his peers who could match his skill level. That's probably why school doesn't feel like an important thing to him. He walked next to him and said that it doesn't. Kyle looked at him with a smile and said that he was glad to hear that. The senior who could push him is the student council president. He hopes that they will be a good motivator for each other, and he thinks that they will be. He is really looking forward to their cooperation. After a while, MC came to the Great Hall and looked around. He noticed Logan waving at him and walked towards him. When he got closer, he said that he was cool because he got an S on all his midterms. He sat down next to him and said that there were 3 more students like him. He said with a smile that it was true. But even Lillian dropped out of the race, so he shouldn't be modest. Looking at the results of these exams, he thinks that he will be chosen as the first-year student council president. He said that Professor Kyle had spoken to him recently about the student council. What was his connection to the council anyway? He said that starting from their freshman year, the students who performed the best in both midterms and term exams would be given the right to join the student council. Most student council presidents take this path. He sighed with displeasure and asked if it was necessary. It was just that he was already busy, and the student council seemed like it would only add to his workload. Logan became indignant about this and asked loudly if he even knew that many people were willing to kill each other for a place on the council. He apologized and said that he didn't know the student council was that important. Medelia entered the office with several people carrying a long list. The list was hung on the wall. It said that Gertrude placed 8th, Logan placed 7th, Hubert placed 6th, and Lillian placed 5th. The student said that 33 students were expelled during these midterms. Rain looked at this and said that from the 4th place and above, there are no names. Medelia said that she asks them to be quiet. Now she will announce the names of the 4 students who took the first places in the midterms. Nora, Rain, Kaiden, and Krista should go to the podium. The students went to the podium. The protagonist looked at the noisy crowd in surprise. The students clapped their hands joyfully, greeting their comrades. Medelia, looking at the sheet, said that she would read them the distribution of additional points that were made by the Council of Professors. These 4 students received an S grade for all mid-semester exams. This proved their superiority over the others, showing knowledge, understanding of magic, and skill. However, they have a special talent. This student has the potential to create the magic of the future, and it is to him that they award the title of the best student of the stream. Creativity that surpasses knowledge and good skill. This is their main requirement for the best student of Deladen. Among the many students, there is one unique one, from whom light emanates. At the same time, Elin watches what is happening, humming a melody. Kyle appeared next to her and noted that Ellen seemed to be in a good mood. She got scared and screamed that not at all. Just imagining how high MC can climb makes her feel bad. Kyle thought that Elin was hiding her true feelings again. Looking at these students, he remembered their younger days when they also competed for the title of best student. He was Margin's student then, and Ellen was Scarl's. Kyle clarified, "Is that so?" And he is in a very good mood. He thinks that at the moment they are witnessing events that will probably go down in the pages of history. On that day, the new future of magic revealed its appearance to the world. They can start with these words. "How is it, Ellen?" Medelia announced that the best student of the 1388th mid-semester exams is Rain. The protagonist fell into a stupor and remembered the teacher's words. He said that if MC graduates from Delayton as the best student, he will get a chance to meet Archmage Lynn. Isn't Rain interested in what the brave Esther left in the letter for Lynn? The protagonist came out of his memories and clenched his hand into a fist. MC smiled and thought, is he one step closer now? After a while, Medelia put the badge on MC's jacket and said that when Professor Caroline first said this, she doubted it. But Medelia didn't expect Rain to be so good. This is the hallmark of a top student. The protagonist must do his best if he doesn't want to be deprived of it. Medelia happily clapped her hands and congratulated the top student of the year once again. From now on, she expects active actions from him. The students were very surprised and asked, "This fool became the top student? He beat the best students of the 8 great schools." Medelia announced that Krista is next. 3rd place is Nora, and the last one is Kaiden, the 4 best students of the academy. Delayton is just a passing point. The students should not relax. They must continue to develop and move forward. That's all she has for now. Medelia expects initiative and active actions from them. Nora turned her attention to the protagonist. She smirked and exclaimed that it would be more fun. Krista lowered her head in irritation. She thought that this time she would accept her defeat, like she did during the exam in the labyrinth. However, the difference is not that great. There is still a chance to catch up with Rain. Krista raised her head with great rage. The protagonist turned his head to the side and paid attention to her. At the same time, Caroline, sitting in the crowd, looked at Krista and thought that tears would not help grief. Without difficulties there would be no victories, and victories breed perseverance. As they say, a fighter will be tempered in the fire of defeat. After some time, screams were heard in the building. The students were discussing something sitting at their desks. The door instantly opened, and everyone was scared by a loud bang. Sandra Keppel from the second year screamed, "So he is here. They haven't seen each other for a long time. Does the protagonist remember her? MC is really cool. Rain is the best student." This is the same protagonist who was constantly looking at the sky. MC thought irritably that it was her again. He had met her once at the family council. Sandra happily greeted Krista and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She was sure that Krista would become the best student among the first years. The students surrounded her and noted that Sandra was the daughter of a Western magical family. Rumor has it that she became the best student during her first exams. The protagonist used the skill and thought that now she is the best student of the second years. For some reason, her mana looks unusual. Sandra happily smiled, grabbed MC's hand, and yelled that it was time to go. Everyone was already waiting. Rain asked her to wait and yelled, "What's so sudden? Where are they even going?" Sandra raised her finger and answered, "To the student council. There are a lot of things to do there." MC asked in bewilderment, "Is she the student council president?" Sandra smiled and moving her hand exclaimed that she is the secretary. Rain doesn't know who the student council president is, but the protagonist will definitely like him. MC asked if she could tell what kind of person the president was. Well, he had a family and a school. Sandra replied that he had no family or school. He was alone and introduced himself. He was such a person, but no one could compare to him. Has the protagonist heard the definition of a master of his craft? That's what they call their president. After some time, they arrived in the Mountain Dragon building on the 4th floor in the student council room. Sandra asked for attention. She raised her hand and exclaimed that this was Rain, the best first-year student. A new face in their student council. According to Professor Kyle, MC was a very good candidate for the student council. Now she would introduce all the council members to Rain. She introduced Felix Drake and said that he was a third year and the vice president. And this was Truis. She used to be the acting clerk, but now she's responsible for accounting. MC noticed how Truis was filling out paperwork. He asked if she had to do all of this. Sandra confirmed this and exclaimed that now was a period when there was a lot of work. Starting tomorrow, some of this work will fall on Rain, so he should try hard. The protagonist yelled in irritation. Really him? Sandra exclaimed mockingly that until a new council member comes, they meet every day after classes. If there is nothing to do, then they only come to the meeting, but when they have a lot of work, then they stay until everything is finished. MC raised his hand and answered that the thing is that he does not think that he has enough skills and abilities to be part of such a good team. Sandra asked in confusion, "What does this mean?" Rain said that he thinks it should be someone more suitable and knowledgeable, so it would be better not to put him on the council. Sandra disagreed and asked, "What does he want to say now?" The protagonist clarified, "Shouldn't one also take into account the predisposition to some work?" The student council president, Valancitis, turned around in his chair and asked, "Is it Rain?" Sandra exclaimed that she completely forgot and did not introduce. She introduced the protagonists to each other. MC looked at the president in amazement and wondered, was he wary? But there seemed to be no reason for this. Only his whole insides were screaming that Valancitis was connected with black magic. Sandra exclaimed, smiling, that their president was very good. She wanted to say something, but Valancitis interrupted her and told her to stop. He asked to take the protagonist away and said that this was completely different from what he expected. Krista, whom Sandra brought last time, was much better. Sandra screamed that the president was saying such a thing. Now the whole school was making a fuss because MC surpassed all students from 8 schools and became the best. Valancitis asked irritably, "And what does it matter? It's not about talent, but about attitude. Does Rain think that he will be praised here in the student council?" The protagonist disagreed and replied that he did not think so. Valancitis sternly crossed his arms and asked, "Then why did MC change his mind immediately after hearing about the paperwork?" He wants to hear honest advice. Rain tensed up and thought that even if he told everyone that the president uses black magic, no one would believe him. He won't interfere. The protagonist replied that, to be honest, it was really annoying. He didn't understand why he had to take on all of this. Valancitis asked, "Is MC so disgusted by helping his schoolmates that Rain would rather die?" The protagonist is simply hopeless. MC smiled and noted that he has been hearing this since he was a child. The president thought for a moment and said that he can't say that Rain is the only problem. Since the protagonist was born into an aristocratic family in a country that follows those principles without thinking, there is nothing he can do but have such a distorted way of thinking. He is not saying that you have to try to please everyone. MC must know what to do to help the weakened president, to earn the right to stand at the top. Aristocrats are considered the ruling class only because of their good bloodline, but those who can lend a helping hand, stepping over their status, deserve to stand at the top of the social pyramid. So he thinks the student council is a place that teaches exactly this attitude and worldview. Here, the realization immediately comes that he is respected not only for his grades or skills, of course, only if there is a desire for it. The protagonist's right to take this job or run away should choose wisely. MC wondered what was wrong with the president. All the black magicians he had ever heard of Were people who would do anything to achieve their goals, or is Valencidus hiding his true intentions behind this? Perhaps there was a reason the president had come to black magic. Rain said that the president's passionate speech made him think that Valencidus really wanted him to be a member of the student council. The protagonist agreed and noted that he would try working in the office. MC leaned his hands on the table and thought that if he wanted to observe the president, the student council would be a very good place to do it. He would keep an eye on Valencidus all the time. Rain smiled wickedly and clarified that since he had no experience in this, there might be problems along the way. Is the president okay with this? Valencidus smiled ominously and replied that the protagonist should not worry about it. He will correct every mistake of MC, one by one. Sometime later in the Bellowin estate of the Ludwig family, the family members are sitting at the table looking down in horror. Skarl sternly crossed his arms and asked Bran to read it again. Bran Ludwig, the second son, looked at the sheet. He stuttered and read that Rain was chosen as the best student in the mid-semester exams. Skarl said that now, let Ciri read it. She took the sheet and looked at it and brought her hand to her mouth. Ciri, read that the protagonist was chosen as the best student in the mid-semester exams. Skarl instantly grinned evilly and the whole family smiled. Ciri happily threw the sheet up and laughed. They enthusiastically clapped their hands and congratulated him. Yud, smiling, thought that Skarl had come to the Bellowin estate. When he found out that Rain had become the best student, he never thought that this day would come. Skarl happily remarked that Yud's contribution to the protagonist growing up to be such a fine young man was invaluable. He asked Yud to take a good rest today. Yud bowed and thanked him. Skarl raised his glass and exclaimed that they would drink to that. After a while, Cavan said that such outstanding students had entered the school this time, including the third daughter of the Varden family. He thought it would be difficult to become the best, but he was just worried. Skarl asked what was there to worry about, except for the fact that Morgana was the exam organizer. Fortunately, her personal attitude did not affect the grades at all. Rim remarked that was how it was. She thought that they were close enough to each other since their school days. Skarl sadly lowered his head. Ciri happily stood up from her chair and called out to her grandfather. She exclaimed that she would also enter Delayton and become the best student. Skarl laughed and replied that she would. She is also his granddaughter. Ciri, like Rain, will make their family name famous. Yud thought that Mrs. Ciri had also become the best student at Leeuwarden High School. She is so talented that everyone began to say that the child is following in Krista's footsteps. These brothers and sisters are creepy. Brim lowered her head with a smile, and Skarl noted that the most important thing was that she raised such good children. Mom raised her head, and Skarl continued that she invested in his grandchildren more than anyone else. One could not expect anything else. She definitely deserves to be the bride of the Ludwig family. Brim lowered her head sadly and pursed her lips. She pushed back her chair, asked for forgiveness, and said that she would be away for a while. Cavan looked at his wife and also decided to leave. The husband called out to Brim and asked her to wait. After a while, he came up to her and asked why his wife was crying on such a nice day. Brim replied that it was the first time. Skarl called her daughter-in-law for the first time. Today is the first time. All because Brim is from a family of a fallen baron with no status and abilities. There was a huge gap between her and Cavan, who is a descendant of one of the great families. Skarl, who wanted to tie his son in marriage to a daughter-in-law from the royal family, or a daughter-in-law from one of the great families, was categorically against this wedding. But since Cavan did not give in until the end, the opinions of the two people were radically different from each other. And in the end, Skarl said Cavan is no longer his son and then left the estate. Brim said that she always feels guilt and regret. Father, who loves Cavan so much, broke off all relations with him because of her. If she and Cavan had not gotten engaged, her husband would now be in a higher position, and the relationship with his father would not be so tense. Cavan noted that if it were so, as she says, MC would never have been born. As well as Ciri and Bran, their children are her best gift to him, and his father agrees with this like no one else. Cavan hugged Brim and asked her not to cry. Their children had only recently entered this world, so they would surprise them more than once. After some time, Triwis clarified that these were proposal letters sent by students. The most adequate ones needed to be selected and sorted by topic. The protagonist asked if there were always so many letters from students. Triwis did not confirm this and replied that they only came during exams, and after the holidays, they also accumulated. MC asked irritably if she had dragged him here to sort all this out. Triwis agreed and clarified that she had also been through this. It was a tradition. Rain would do this until the next best student arrived. An hour later, the protagonist stretched his hand tiredly while sitting on a bench and exclaimed that this was annoying. He couldn't believe that all this needed to be done today, and the letters were all completely meaningless. All the letters asked if the student council president had a loved one. MC looked at the letters in confusion and asked, who writes such things? They just give him more work. He looked at the letter which said that cleaning the campus is very hard. Rain noted that finally something normal. Valencidus stood behind the protagonist and clarified that this is how MC looks through the letters. Rain sternly turned his head to the side and addressed the president. The protagonist asked, did the president come to check if he was resting? Valencidus snatched the sheet from his hands and did not agree. MC thought for a moment and asked, does the president call this a good proposal? Anyone can handle this if you think about it. Valencidus agreed with him and said that this is absolutely the opposite of the old aristocratic meritocratic way of thinking, the image of the protagonist. This is what the workers have to do anyway, so they do not need the help of the students. In that case, is there any point in magic? There is no point then? Nobody cares how hard ordinary workers try. Is it natural for ordinary workers to sacrifice themselves in order to cultivate outstanding magicians? MC wondered if this was not Delayton's philosophy. The president agreed and said that this was the academy's basic ideology, and it was a well-known truth. The magic formulas and figures were very complex, so someone who was not a magician would not even be able to understand what it was. No effort was made to ensure that magic was usable by a wide range of people, so that they could at least make one scroll. In the end, ordinary people were treated as if they had no value, so he could not enjoy the benefits of magic. And the reality is that, as long as they cultivated high-level magic, there was none that could restore the devastated soil. In rural and mountainous areas, where magic was not as developed or was unknown, all work still had to be done by hand. A truly beautiful world. Valancidas believed that a truly golden age would come, and then, finally, the miracle would be fairly divided among all people. This is the world he wants to achieve. The president handed the sheet to the protagonist and asked him to take this summons to the local magic development club. It's not enough right now, but at least it's something. Valancidas stepped aside. MC wondered, why the president at all? And why did he get involved with black magic? Valancidas was getting more and more interesting. When Rain went to the black market, he would also try to find out what kind of guy he was. 2 days later, at the Adventurers Union, the girl raised her hand with a smile and asked how she could help him. They accept various orders, from finding robbers to exterminating goblins in the sewers. The protagonist said that he would like to go as a guard on the road. If possible, his destination was the Leticable district. The girl asked if she could check his badge. MC put his hand in his bag and thought, which means they don't assign tasks to just anyone. It seems that the head of the Special Assignments Department was telling the truth. He handed over the token and specified that he had a copper level. The girl looked at the sheets and asked him to wait. She noticed that the protagonist was a little late. Most of the assignments had ended yesterday. Rain was surprised and asked, were there any left? The girl looked at the sheet and replied that there was only an order that expired this evening, but it seemed that it would not be possible to start the task right away. First, he had to successfully complete the ability test. The protagonist thought that he was getting it. The customer would only choose those he could trust. That was not bad. MC said he would take it and asked where it was. The girl happily exclaimed that it was good. The customer had prepared a carriage for adventurers that would take him to the right place. The departure was soon, so it was better to go to the carriage right away. Rain thanked her and took the sheet. She raised her hand and wished him luck. After a while, MC left the Adventurers Union. Herpian Dial, the eldest daughter of the Dial family, called out to the protagonist. She smiled and clarified that he was handsome with a boyish haircut. Rain stopped and looked around. Herpian irritably grabbed his shoulder and yelled that she was talking to him. Now she sees that he is a guy. Well, she was wrong. It happens. Rain noticed with great fear that she had scared him. He thought that she smelled of the sea. Is this a swordswoman from the Iron Knights Islands? Herpian asked him not to be so cruel. She picked up Sheet and offered to team up with him. Besides, they have the same mission. The protagonist asked, but why do they need to go together? Herpian replied, so that there would be someone to talk to. MC calmly turned around and said goodbye to her. Herpian tensely raised her hand and asked him to wait. She quickly ran up to Rain and asked, what's wrong with him? Why doesn't he want to go with such a beautiful lady? She can't believe that the protagonist is so handsome that she mistook him for a girl. MC looked away and called her annoying. Herpian screamed in rage. Did he just call her annoying? After a while, they approached the carriage. Herpian happily said that that's why when she gets home, she will change her name to Swordmaster. She will become a bronze-level adventurer in an instant. This surprises him, doesn't it? The protagonist frowned horribly and thought that he had never dreamed of losing his hearing before. Herpian was surprised and exclaimed that they hadn't even introduced themselves. She introduced herself and asked what his name was. The protagonist let out a tired breath and said his name. Herpian noted that she seemed to have heard that name before. MC replied that he thought she was wrong. The adventurer Willis looked into the cart in surprise. He got into the cart and apologized and said that he was going with them. Herpian happily asked if he was an adventurer too. It looked like they could go now. Willis let out a tired breath and said that there would be 2 more people with them. The adventurer, Yanar, got into the cart, and the adventurer, Brienne, asked if that was all. It was still worth a try. Herpian asked smilingly, is everyone in place now? She asked everyone to try their best. Yanar looked at the scroll and asked if they were so nervous at the thought of being escorted. Then what would happen next? Willis grinned and replied that he agreed they should try. The attendant lifted the curtain in the carriage and said that the time had come. They were leaving. After some time, Willis asked where now. The attendant answered that he was going to the place where the owner was. Willis clarified, was it still far? The attendant answered that they had arrived. After some time, he announced that they were there. Brienne screamed that of course the forest, and where was the customer? The attendant said that the owner was waiting for them at this place. Brienne looked at the map and asked, was it really the Golden Rose? Was this the same place they had left from? But why did the attendant bring them here? Was he really trying to make fun of him? The attendant raised his hands in fear and asked, had she not listened to the explanation of the terms of the agreement in the Adventurers Union? If they were going to take on the duty of guarding, they would first need to successfully pass the ability test. The protagonist instantly noticed something. He quickly deflected the flying arrow. Yanar looked at the arrow stuck in the tree with fear. Brienne smiled and said that now she understood. The adventurers prepared to defend themselves. After a while, Herpian asked, isn't MC a mage? Rain clarified, isn't she being too naive? She can't expect more help. Willis grinned sarcastically and noted that this is exactly what he means. It would be bad if a silver-level adventurer died because of an arrow that hit him. Brienne clenched her teeth in irritation and replied that she only reacted a little later because she didn't feel anything. In ordinary life, this doesn't happen to her. Yanar tiredly noted that it was a real arrow, and it was flying straight at the head. The escort agreed and clarified that this was a kind of test. Only the one who safely gets out of the forest will be hired and will be able to meet the customer. The basic skills used in security work are assessed, so he asks them to think about it that way. Those who are unsure of themselves can return to the carriage. The carriage is not under attack. MC thought that it seemed like no one was planning to hide, but who was doing these kinds of checks now? Brienne threw up her weapon and said that they were attacking with the intent to kill, but she did not feel any malice or aggression from the attack, so it was not a person who shot, but something or someone like a booby trap and a summoner. She resolutely thrust the weapon into the ground and exclaimed that when the target is narrowed, it is much easier to react. An arrow flew out of the forest quickly. Brienne tossed it aside and said that it was something big, but it seemed like the client wanted to save money. There are only 5 of them. Are they checking gold-level adventurers with so many? Brienne thinks that they were greatly underestimated. The protagonist looked at her and thought that she detected traces of someone's presence too easily for such a wide area. As expected of silver-level adventurers, Willis turned his head to the side and asked, if this test involves killing them, can they also kill someone in a counterattack? The escort smiled and nodded in agreement, and Willis grinned maliciously. Willis excitedly twirled his weapon and yelled, but then we need to have fun to the fullest. Several arrows quickly flew to the side and got caught in a whirlpool of air. The adventurers covered their faces with their hands from the powerful flow of air. The arrows flew to the side and stuck into a tree. Willis, looking at the remaining leaves, noted that this was good. Now everything can be seen much better. The protagonist smiled and thought that this was quite good. Willis looked at something and suggested that they begin. MC turned his head to the side and asked him to wait. He instantly created magic seals in his hands. The adventurers looked at him in amazement and thought, the protagonist quickly calculates 2-star magic. It can't be. Is he really an Orhel? Rain looked away and said that it was a disguise. As Brienne said, it wasn't a human who shot. Something works with telekinesis magic. In addition, there are a couple more traps set up here. Yanar asked if they were controlled with magic. Could the protagonist point out their locations? MC looked at Nen and agreed. Yanar drew crosses on the ground and Rain said that he hoped she could handle it. Herpian asked with admiration if she was a mage like Ligwind. Yanar smiled and agreed. She clarified that her playing wasn't very good yet and started playing the lyre. The music spread throughout the forest. At the same time, the monster instantly fell to the ground and hit it with his hand. Everyone paid attention to this. Yanar lowered her head and clarified that the flow of magical power was tearing. As long as it wasn't a classic trap that worked without magic, they could be safe. Rain thought that was very good. The level of magical precision is amazing. So there are mages of this level outside of Delayton. Willis said that the mages he had met so far were either lazy or afraid of everything, but these seemed completely different. He introduced himself and offered to join forces and make money. Brienne introduced herself and agreed with him. She asked if they had introduced themselves now, maybe they would meet with the customer. Yanar pointed at herself and introduced herself. Herpian asked if it was necessary. Do they think this is necessary? Brienne asked what she was talking about. They had to get to the location first so that the test could be completed. Herpian put her hands together and said that in that case, it was already completed. Brienne asked irritably, and who decided that? Herpian replied that she had decided, since she was the organizer of this test. She turned her head to the side and asked if all the traps had been destroyed, right? The attendant confirmed this, and Herpian replied that it was a success then. She asked him to bring the contract. She likes the 4 of them. They have good skills, and they are also interesting adventurers. Brienne was stunned. The escort agreed, and said that the client in front of them was the eldest daughter of the Dial family. Brienne screamed, but this is aristocracy. Can they expect any extra pay? Herpian raised her hands and asked, maybe it was possible? Brienne screamed happily. Rain calmly looked at Herpian and thought that he did not even doubt that she could be from an aristocratic family. Herpian was surprised and asked, what kind of look is that? She noted that in any case, everyone tried hard. There is no better way to test someone's abilities than to personally observe from the front rows. Then from now on, she will ask them to act as security. Her capable friends are adventurers. After some time, Yanar sadly looked out the window. Herpian happily shouted that she was there. Haven't they all met each other? The protagonist replied that they had, basically. He asked who this was. Herpian raised her hand and said that this was Bardwell. He would be accompanying them all the way to the Redacable district. Bardwell introduced himself and said that he was the head of security. Their job was to protect the mistress in any situations that might arise during the journey to Redacable. The mistress was planning to visit the black market in that district. It was illegal, but they knew that it was currently run by a religious order. Rumors had been circulating recently about the religious order's movements. There was a possibility that they would appear on the black market. That's why he asked them to be prepared for it. MC thought that it was probably because of the Children of Gold who were fighting heresy. He didn't know that things had taken such a turn. He needed to be careful because the Special Magical Meanings Authority had probably started to find out about it too. Brienne exclaimed, smiling, that the most important thing is the reward they will get for the task, and if they find something interesting on the market, can they buy it for them? Bardwell answered with bewilderment that it would be at their expense. Brienne screamed that greed is a sin. Herpian raised her finger, smiling, and clarified that if the price of the item is less than the cost of the reward, then they can pay them for this item instead of the reward. Brienne asked, and if it is more expensive? The lady answered that they will add the rest at their own expense. Rain inquired about the deadline for this task. Bardwell answered that tentatively, they will be able to return in 9 days. Do they have any more questions? If not, then they should rest, because tomorrow morning they are moving out. He ordered them to disperse. The next day, on the Road of the Sun in the Redecable area, Yanar asked, should she teach the protagonist sound magic? MC agreed and exclaimed that he would not learn it anywhere else. Yanar smiled sadly and replied that she was sorry to say it. But this magic, it is useless to use it if a person does not have any musical abilities and knowledge. So it is not a fact that Rain will be able to learn something, even if she teaches him. The protagonist joyfully shouted that whether he can play or not is not important. He is interested in the basics. He has never encountered sound magic in his life. He will be satisfied with an explanation of even the simplest thing. His comrade will teach him, right? Yanar embarrassedly lowered her head and exhaled. After some time under the night sky, Yanar explained that her lyre consists of 4 strings, each of which has its own sound. MC can determine the magic circle depending on which string he pulls first. The first string is water, the second is fire, and thus the attribute is determined. Rain, calmly sitting by the fire, exclaimed that he understood everything. Yanar said that vibrations form runes, creating a melody. The protagonist adds up a mathematical formula. It is difficult to explain in words. MC asked with interest, when the magician plays, does he calculate a mathematical formula? Doesn't it confuse? Yanar smiled and disagreed, asking, does Rain think that all magicians who take sound as a basis are Iorkels? There is a way to play a mathematical formula. It is a linear function, it is a square function, and it is a cubic equation. The protagonist looked up and said that he did not understand anything. Yanar exclaimed that this was to be expected. She apologizes for such an inappropriate explanation, but she explains it as it is. There is no other way to describe it. This is something that belongs to the realm of intuition. Wandering musicians use the expression, to read the wind. Yanar thinks it is a similar feeling. She apologizes and tells MC to pretend that she did not say anything. Hirpian came up to them and clarified that she did not say anything. They looked cheerful. Yanar replied that Mr. Rain asked her to teach him sound magic. Herpian asked if Yanar didn't mind if she could sing a lullaby. She was already falling asleep. Yanar replied that she couldn't sing a lullaby, but she could play magic that would drive away wild animals. Willis said that he liked it and asked to play one melody for him. Yanar played the lyre, and the adventurers began to fall asleep. The protagonist thought that the magical world was so deep and diverse. So many different types of magic that he didn't know about. You can learn something new every day. There is no end to it. At the same time, in the temple, the subordinate said that there are no problems regarding the school. All that remains is to wait for the semester, and the protagonist will graduate as the best first-year student. At that time, the operation to secure Lin's corpse was a success. A stream of smoke moved to the side, and Terena asked, what corpse? The subordinate quickly bowed to her and asked to pardon him. Terena asked, what about Redacable? The subordinate replied that numbers 3 and 6 were active. Terena noted that number 3, Ravini, was on her way. The subordinate raised his head and agreed. There shouldn't be any problems with security. Knowing Ravini's character, she would definitely turn the entire city into rough ground. This should attract the attention of both the Children of Gold and the Special Magical Authority. As soon as Terena gave permission, they could begin immediately. Terena exhaled smoke from her cigar in a calm voice and asked the subordinate to tell them to act at their own discretion. After a while, Bardwell said that Redacable was in front of them. They had gotten there faster than he thought. Willis looked at the buildings and noticed that it was a small area. Was this really the city where the largest black market in the country was opening? Brienne sternly clarified that it was exactly the area he saw. The rest of Redacable was underground. Willis was surprised and asked if it was really an underground city. Brienne smiled and said that the underground part of the city was twice as big as the one on the surface. The Bandits Guild controls public order. Willis replied irritably that a PhD was found here. What does the administration of this area do then? Brienne replied that they are all in cahoots here. The administration takes bribes from the bandits. The protagonist put his foot on the rock and asked why the daughter of an aristocratic family needed to go to the black market. Willis grinned and suggested that it was for collectibles. Rich people go crazy in front of various outlandish things. Brienne seriously clarified that most do, but their mistress is a slightly different case. The Dial family made their fortune through trade. There are very interesting rumors about how exactly the status of the head of the family is inherited. MC asked with interest, will she tell? Well, Brienne said that the Dial family has a rather unusual way of inheriting. The status of the head of the family was received by the descendant who possessed the most valuable and rare jewel. Therefore, when the head of the family is of old age, all his descendants travel the world in search of artifacts. Rain thought that the peculiarity of merchant families is their focus on real skills. If you want to do business, then the head of the family will need certain skills and a mindset. It makes sense, Willis asked irritably, and what to do with this information? They are just doing their job here to protect the client, for which they will receive money, that's all. Bardwell seriously announced that they are ready and can go. After some time at the southern gate of Redicable, Bardwell ordered everyone to gather. This is the thing they must definitely find. The protagonist looked at the sheet on which a box with a signature is depicted. Beloved Braina. Bardwell said that if they all go together, they will only cause chaos, so from now on, they will act separately. The soldiers move in groups of 2 and search everything along the designated route. If they find the box, then one bargains, and the second person calls the lady. Herpian said smiling, that if they found the thing, and it was definitely her, then it didn't matter what condition it was in. Its value didn't matter, so they just needed to find the thing. Bardwell added that the adventurers also had to do their jobs. Brienne had to keep an eye on the situation, assess who could pose a real threat and had bad intentions. Since Yanar couldn't immediately join the fight, had to find a place where he could track the movements of each party member and react immediately if something happened. Willis and Rain, they were the mistress's immediate bodyguards. No matter what happened, they had to protect her. Everyone agreed, and Bardwell ordered them to retreat to their places. After a while, they descended into the underground part of Redacable. Everyone wrinkled their faces from the unpleasant smell, and Willis noted that it wasn't just musty. It was like the stench coming from a sewer. Herpian said sarcastically that it was a very good shelter. She would never live here. Bardwell specified that they would leave here and find themselves in one of the parts of the city, and asked the lady to be patient. After some time, Herpian looked at something in surprise. The adventurers came out into the underground city of Redacable, or Ant's Nest. The merchants, smiling maliciously, began to call out to the adventurers. The merchant handed them a potion and asked them to try it. You won't find such a potion outside. Rare and outlandish snakes, a spear cursed in ancient times. There's nothing like it anywhere else. MC raised his hand, refusing the goods, and thought that there were things here that a person would never encounter on the surface. If a person appeared with such a thing up there, then you can expect the arrival of the Children of Gold. The Robbers Guild watches over public order, so you need to be careful not to get into trouble. Herpian looked at the protagonist and asked if she could ask one question. Why did he decide to take this job? Rain asked why she needed to know that. Herpian replied that she didn't think it was for the money, and he looks more gentle than the others. The protagonist looks more like an aristocrat. She has very good intuition. He's Rain, the best first-year student at Delayton. MC tensed up and, after thinking for a bit, replied that it wasn't him. Herpian happily exclaimed that she was right. Young master from a great magical family. Why would he do such a thing? What does he want to buy here? The protagonist replied that he wanted a book about Terena. Herpian looked up thoughtfully and exclaimed that this was that famous witch. But why would he need a book? MC clarified that he was also a magician. He was interested in such an influential person as Terena, so the protagonist was looking for a book. And why was Herpian here? Because of the family head succession ceremony? She disagreed and replied that she didn't care at all. Rain asked in confusion, then why would she need that music box? Herpian looked down with a sad smile and said that this was the thing the girl had lost after the pirate attack. This was her mother's thing. The box had been missing for a long time. The protagonist thought sternly and noted that this was the deceased's thing. Herpian said that her grandfather had tried his whole life to find the box, but in the end, he couldn't. With the arrival of spring, the grandfather hums a melody from the box, looks into the distance, and cries. When a person works in trade, all things begin to be perceived simply as goods. They estimate value only with the help of money, and completely forget about what a thing really means and how valuable it is for them. Herpian thinks that things, the real value of which they have not forgotten, become more valuable over the years, and they try to save them. Probably, everyone has at least one thing so dear to the heart, which cannot be replaced by anything. The grief of those who once lost something she would not wish on anyone. The grandfather is already at an advanced age. She wants to please him at least a little. Herpian answered his question. The protagonist fell into a stupor and thought that he knew nothing about what Esther liked, what Frida, Keys, and Terina liked. They traveled together for 5 whole years, and he did not recognize them during this time. Although, what would have changed? Could MC leave them something on the grave? Will he be able to find a worthy answer? Herpian looked at Rain in surprise and noticed that he was about to burst into tears. The protagonist replied that it was just very dusty here. Herpian exclaimed that they sell books there. Maybe there will be what he needs? She enthusiastically approached the counter and asked if they by any chance had a book about Terina. The merchant replied that they did. Herpian happily exclaimed that she knew they would. She asked the protagonist not to stand there and go to other bookstalls. Herpian immediately stopped and screamed, "Do they really have one?" The merchant calmly exhaled smoke from his cigar and noted that this was the black market. They have everything except what no longer exists. Herpian clarified, "Even a ridiculously handsome man?" The merchant replied that he heard about it for the first time. Rumor has it that the Children of Gold are after this book, so he has to take care of it before they find it. The merchant put the book on the table and said that this is the last copy. Herpian excitedly exclaimed that they found it so quickly, and the protagonist agreed with her. MC reached out for the book and asked if he could take a look. The merchant agreed and gave the book to him. Rain thought that the book he saw in the library was real, and the condition was very good. He happily asked how much it cost. The merchant named the price, 7 gold coins. The protagonist was stunned and asked, "Really, gold coins?" The merchant agreed with a smile. MC yelled angrily that this was not even the first edition. "What kind of price is that?" The merchant stuck his finger in his ear and asked, "What are you yelling about? It's still cheap." MC yelled irritably. Did he think 7 gold coins were cheap? The merchant agreed and exclaimed, "I think he already said that. Hasn't the protagonist heard that these gold ones get furious at any mention of Terena? They'll kill him even for selling this on the black market." Rain tensed up and thought, "Is it that serious? What did she even do?" The merchant smiled and noted that his life was also on the line, so this is a justified price. The protagonist wondered, but if this is such a dangerous product, doesn't the merchant want to get rid of it as soon as possible? The merchant doesn't know at what moment the children of gold might appear. If you can get punished for owning this book, then it is, in a way, like poison for the merchant. Rain slammed his hand on the table and asked, "Does the merchant think there will be anyone else who will dare to risk their life to buy this book?" And he stands in front of him and says that he is buying. No matter how much the merchant loves money, after death, the merchant will not take it with him. Therefore, the right decision would be not to be stubborn and make concessions. The merchant replied that a buyer will be found. He hears things like this a lot. It's a black market after all. A place where people who aren't afraid to do anything to die have gathered. No one cares that it's dangerous. The protagonist thinks that danger motivates people to sell something faster. They, the merchants, stand until the end to get an extra coin. He originally asked for 15 gold pieces for this book. The merchant slammed his hand on the table and yelled that either MC takes it for 7 gold pieces or leaves. Shouldn't the buyer be infinitely grateful to him? After all, it's because of the protagonist that people began to gather here who don't know anything about what he's selling. So if not MC, then someone else. If the protagonist doesn't buy, he can leave. And it would be better if fools like MC who don't understand anything in this world sat there saying nothing and keeping their mouths shut. The merchant called Rain a fool. Herpian calmly exhaled and, putting her hand on the protagonist's shoulder, exclaimed that MC lost. She asked to end it there. Rain offered some more, and Herpian interrupted him irritably and asked him to stop. They still had to buy the box. She threw the coins to the merchant and told him to give him the book. The merchant smirked and wanted to say something. Herpian interrupted him and snapped that she had said that they were done bargaining. 7 gold pieces was his price. Or did the merchant think that those passersby would pay him more? They had heard the price. The merchant smiled and replied that no one knew that. Herpian immediately took the coins from the table and clarified that then she would pay this money better than the robbers guild in the ant's nest. Does Mr. Smart Merchant understand what she was getting at? For 7 gold pieces, they would sort out almost everything in the world, and along the way they would take the book that the customer needed. She would feel very good, having done everything at once. The merchant named a price, and they paid. What was the problem? At the sight of gold, all common sense vanished like darkness at dawn? The merchant smiled tensely and thanked them for their purchase. After a while, Herpian handed over the book and asked the protagonist not to worry about the price. He didn't have 7 gold coins anyway. MC looked at the book and asked why. Herpian replied that her grandfather always told her that it brings luck to people, and she has a very good sense of where to look for it since childhood. Maybe it's intuition? It's hard to explain. In any case, it's an investment in communication. If they get along well with MC, they will work together and have good luck in the future. Rain noted that she made him into a kind of debtor. It's immediately obvious that she is the daughter of a merchant family. He smiled and thanked her, saying that Herpian's intuition helped a lot. The protagonist hopes that it will continue like this. After some time in the ant's nest in cave number 11, the men turned their heads to the side and asked, "Who is this?" There are black magicians, subordinates of Terena, standing in the cave. The men ordered them to stop and asked, "Do they even know where they are going? Are they completely crazy? What kind of clothes are these? Are they black magicians? Are there such fools in the world?" The man can't believe it. Do they think that someone in their day would be afraid of such clothes? The man furiously stopped Terena's subordinate, Reveni, and ordered him to stop. He clenched his teeth in pain and grunted. The man looked at the needle in his hand and asked, what magician pricked him? He furiously grabbed Reveni by the clothes. The comrade looked in fear at the growth that appeared on the man's face. The man instantly exploded. The magicians asked, how did the men know that they were black magicians? The last man instantly exploded. Reveni grinned ominously, and Milik noted that they had not yet received permission. Reveni replied that he did not care, because it was self-defense. He turned his head to the side and noticed a man standing in the distance. The man quickly ran to the exit. Reveni clarified that he thought it was worth being patient. Milik hung his head tiredly and asked him to stop talking. He noticed a flying bird. It exploded instantly, and a message appeared. Milik said that Mrs. Terena had sent the message. Reveni quickly turned his head to the side and clarified, Was it really Mom? What did she say? Milek read the inscription and replied that they could act at their discretion. Raveni smiled terribly upon hearing this. At the same time, the man quickly running away turned his head to the side. A powerful explosion immediately thundered in the building, and people looked at it. Raveni, smiling madly, jumped out of the building and laughing, screamed that it was the smell of blood. Every time he smelled it, he felt alive. He decided to let someone else's blood. At the same time, Brienne looked away suspiciously. She, passing through the crowd of people, thought that the search for what was dangerous. In this ant nest, it is more difficult to find something that does not pose any danger. She saw something and wondered, was it an explosion? Brienne jumped onto the roof and looking at the fire in the distance, thought that it was the smell of blood. People looking at the black magicians among the corpses screamed that it was all them, appeared out of nowhere and started. The robber arrogantly asked, what do they allow? Do they even understand where they are now? Riveni smiled, tilted his head to the side and clarified, in a cesspool with human freaks? The robber with great anger called him a freak. He raised an axe and screamed that he would kill him. A powerful explosion thundered instantly and smoke rose up. Brienne thought that this could not be. Even the guards responsible for public peace, having the necessary skills, died in an instant. Those guys are dangerous. We need to report everything to Herpion. Milek instantly appeared behind Brienne. She quickly leaned her hand on the ground and kicked his hand. Brienne raised her weapon and swung it with the intention of attacking. Milek remarked that this was not bad and instantly disappeared. He climbed out of the ground and pierced it with a branch and clarified that that was all. This is the principle: to eliminate all witnesses. Milek asked her for forgiveness. After some time, Herpion turned her head to the side and asked, did he find it? The guard agreed and yelled that there could be no mistake. The box is very ancient, but the phrase is carved exactly the same. Herpion clarified what type, stucco or carving. The guard answered that carving, and the lady raised her fists with great joy. She asked Bardwell to go faster and he agreed with her. Yanar quickly stopped near them and yelled that you can't go there. Herpion was surprised and asked what happened. Bardwell clarified, is this an emergency? What happened? Willis smiling asked her not to exaggerate. Yanar with great fear asked them to look. People flew into the air and screamed. Everyone looked up at the sky at the people flying in the air pierced by spears. They inflated and instantly exploded. Blood gushed down, and people covered their faces with their hands. The protagonist fell into a stupor and thought, is this telekinesis and a real massacre? Only black magicians are capable of this. This is the same feeling. Are they really looking for him? What are they doing here? Waiting until he is far from the academy? Yanar with great fear put her hand on the mistress's shoulder and exclaimed that it is really very dangerous here. Everyone is killed. Even Brienne. Herpion gritted her teeth and ordered Bardwell to gather the guards and leave. She will return alone. Bardwell did not agree with the mistress and said that he will go with her. She turned around and replied that she cannot endanger them because of her stubbornness, and if they go together, they will definitely get caught. It is dangerous. She is not just anyone, but a very capable person who independently achieved the copper level, so they cannot worry. Bardwell said that if they evacuate and the lady dies, then they are all finished. Not because of the chase, just the lady's family will not leave them alone. Willis clarified, and they cannot just be together. The protagonist interrupted him and said that he would go. He alone is enough. A crowd will only interfere with each other. Anyone who knows the location of the box should say. Yanar said that she would go too, and Willis noted that it was dangerous, so they should just give him the money. Herpion apologized and clarified that she knew that she was stubborn, and that MC wanted to pay back for the book she bought. However, she must definitely check if this is really the box. No one but her can do this. If the lady returns empty-handed, she will be incredibly ashamed in front of Brienne, who gave her life for them. Rain thought that she was really stubborn. Trying to convince her was a waste of time. He sternly agreed and asked her to be careful. Yanar squeezed the handle of her bag and exclaimed that she would also be there to protect them. This was a conditional counterattack. Willis yelled irritably that this was bad. If this continued, he would be the only bad guy. He agreed to go and said that they would take their things and immediately leave here. Bardwell smiled, exhaled and noted that nothing could be done. They all went together. After a while, the guard ran up to the bloody things and exclaimed that they needed to go here. Everyone looked ahead in amazement. They clarified, was it really here? The guard replied that unfortunately yes, there were corpses lying on the street on the road among the blood. Willis, standing near Jackie, called everyone and yelled that the guard was alive. Herpion ran up to Jackie and asked who did this. Jackie, lying on the ground without legs, asked the lady for forgiveness. When the shop owner ran away, he barely made it. Jackie pulled out the box and Herpion, clasping his hand with her own, asked for forgiveness and thanked him. Rain thought that Jackie had been poisoned. The poison had spread to the very heart, and it would be impossible to cleanse the blood. Willis lifted Jackie up, asked him to come to his senses and exclaimed that it was not the time for tears. They needed to go back quickly. Ravini asked terrifyingly, is there anyone else left? Have they forgotten something? Or are they playing hide and seek? But he had already found them. The protagonist confidently raised his stick and yelled that he would hold them back, and they had to run. Herpion exclaimed that they had to be together. This was not possible. MC barked furiously furiously that they would only get in the way and ordered them to leave. Willis angrily turned his head to the side and asked them to run. Rain thought that it was impossible to confront this monster and protect everyone at the same time. Not a single mistake could be made, so he removed all thoughts of victory. The protagonist looked for his weak spot, hit him and ran away. Raveni looked up smiling and asked, MC wanted to detain him? He heard everything. Was the protagonist really looking down on him? Raveni smiled madly and jumped towards MC and yelled, was it really like that? Rain quickly raised his hand and set fire to a stick. He swung his weapon and Raveni noticed that the protagonist was not bad. He also owned this special technique. Raveni attacked but MC blocked it instantly. At the same time, Willis yelled furiously, what is she doing? He ordered them to leave and Herpian stopped and replied that she should come back. Willis ordered her not to say such things and asked, will she come back and what next? She thinks that Rain is even a little bit like those who have already died. The protagonist will definitely survive. Now we need to focus on saving ourselves. MC and Riveni looked at each other ominously, preparing to attack. They struck each other. Rain thought that this would not work. The opponent's fencing ability is the same as his. Did the enemy really graduate from the Osiris school? No matter what happens, you need to avoid poisonous attacks as much as possible and use magic. You shouldn't count on success in close combat. Raveni used magic and yelled that it was an invisible tower floating in the air named Ravenai. He made the protagonist dance a dance of mass slaughter. Raveni created a huge vortex of dark mana. The protagonist raised his hands in horror and created a magic spell. He clenched his palms into fists and instantly a bright explosion thundered. The dark smoke cleared and MC looked at Raveni standing on a burnt tree. The black magician noted that the protagonist was strong. Rain tiredly thought that the enemy had very powerful attacks. If he continued to respond with magic, he would not last long. It is impossible to win by fighting and solving equations. Should he use a mental barrier? Raveni took off his hood and Rain looked at him in amazement. The protagonist saw that Raveni's face was the same as Lynn's and wondered what it was. Raveni sadly exclaimed that the hood was burnt. So what should he do now? MC fell into a stupor and thought maybe they just looked alike? Well no, the same face. Is that even possible? What is going on? Raveni noted that he wanted to say that he does not like fighting a strong opponent. There is no excitement and it is hard, so killing someone who is weaker is much more fun. He looked madly at MC's fleeing comrades. Rain thought that this was a sacrifice of human flesh. Raveni's finger instantly broke. The protagonist ran quickly and thought that black magicians pay the abyss with suffering of the flesh as a sacrifice, thereby increasing the power several times. Raveni laughed terribly and raised his hand, created several seals. A huge black creature headed from the seals towards MC. Rain clenched his teeth and thought that he had already forgotten how dishonest these damned freaks, black magicians, are. The formula of the magic circle consists of 3 pentagons. The engraved rune is a combination of Altigma of the chant type and Orbios of the prohibitive type in a ratio of 30:70. The size is 521 Yaxin. The range is 337 Jimmy. How to contain such power? The best way, of course, is Beltoran. But if something goes wrong, then his brain will simply be torn apart. At least 4-star magic and above is required, and a few seconds, which the protagonist does not have. What should he do? He remembered Herpian's words. She said that this is an investment in connections. Helping someone does not happen unilaterally. One day, all the good that MC has done will definitely come back. Such a day will definitely come. Rain came out of his memories and a bright light appeared in his eyes. A powerful explosion of mana instantly thundered. Herpian and her comrades looked at this in amazement. Raveni appeared behind the protagonist, smiling madly. MC, with blood pouring out of his eyes, turned his head to the side and the enemy's weapon quickly pierced him. Raveni yelled that the protagonist can see this. This is what happens when MC tries to protect someone. He happily pulled the weapon out of Rain's body. Raveni raised his hand and said goodbye to the protagonist. MC, with sweat pouring down his face from the strain, thought that he needed to breathe. Damn it, it was intoxication again. Raveni asked, smiling, how is he feeling? A couple of minutes and the protagonist will die. Is he offended or scared? What is it like when everything MC worked so hard for collapses in an instant? Rain cried and thought that if he could recreate it now, will he have enough mana? Calculating a mathematical formula. Or maybe he needs to die? Will something change if he is reborn again? Should the protagonist be reborn as someone in a new future? Not that he has to do anything else in this world. He'll just be alone again. MC remembered Pippi and happiness flashed in his eyes. He looked at his hand and thought that if he gave up, Pippi would be alone again. She was a fool to wait for him for several hundred years, so Rain can't. The protagonist tensed up in rage and raised himself up, leaning his hands on the ground. Raveni clarified, well, MC, what isn't that interesting either? He quickly raised his weapon with a terrifying look. An arrow shrouded in flames instantly pierced the ground, and Raveni jumped to the side. Flames enveloped the space near MC. Raveni smirked and thought that it was a very good idea to put a magic attribute on the arrows. He landed on the ground and yelled at the enemy to stop hiding and come out. Bart instantly broke the wall behind Raveni. He threw the enemy aside with great force. The protagonist raised his head. Bart took MC by the hand and lifted him off the ground. He smiled and carried Rain aside. After a while, Raveni angrily called out to Milik. The comrade quickly appeared from the floor. Milik looked at his comrade and asked, what happened? Raveni irritably moved his hands and yelled, what was Milik even doing? Where was the comrade? Milik raised the thief's head and replied that, as instructed, he was dealing with the thief. He dealt with 2. but he finished off this woman. Raveni furiously ordered him to shut up and yelled that because the comrade could not do anything properly, such assholes as thieves got in his way. Milik threw his head aside and asked him not to be so stubborn. It is impossible to cope with 5 at a time. Raveni exclaimed that that is why he needs to try even harder. One of the top 5 thieves from the Corner Thieves Guild, the old man clarified. They say that Jill and Rung died because of these. Raveni asked, who are they? Milik replied that they are thieves from the Corner Thieves Guild, the remaining 3 people. Raveni smiled and clarified, then who were those people before? At the same time, Bart clarified, can Sam do it? The comrade replied that he was learning to remove curses, so he will try. He brought his mana-shrouded hands to the protagonist. He joyfully praised the heavens. Rem raised her hand and greeted the impudent child. MC asked, how are they here? Bart replied that they promised to return the debt if the opportunity arises. He thinks that this is just it. They did not interfere in vain, did they? Rain said that everything is fine. He was on the verge of killing the enemy. Rem smiled and mockingly noted that of course, heaven knows, earth knows, everyone knows that the protagonist literally just almost died. MC noted that he was just pretending. Rem looked at her comrade and asked if they could return Rain back to that state. Bart clarified that the protagonist has nothing to be ashamed of. They repaid the debt. Sam said that they followed MC from Golden Rose itself in case something happened. There are rumors bet on the black market. Rem interrupted him and screamed, and what is this now? Rain remembered the words that the day will come when all the good done by Lin will return and closed his eyes. An explosion immediately thundered behind the comrades. Rem looked at it and noted that everything here turned into damned ruins, but she senses danger. Can they move on? Sam replied that they are not yet and asked to give him some time. Rem clarified that then nothing can be done and asked Bart to go. He agreed and the protagonist turned to them. MC thanked his comrades while crying. Bart asked smilingly, what was the point of formalities? They were comrades in arms, and such people always come to each other's aid. Rem confidently agreed with him. Bart asked Rain to stop and noted that it didn't suit the protagonist. MC was an impudent guy, so he should have said something like, why were they taking so long? Rain started crying and said that it was very slow. It should take so long. They weren't that busy. They could have shown up faster. Rem irritably suggested leaving the protagonist there. MC confidently asked them to wait another 10 minutes. He would definitely figure everything out. The comrades raised their weapons and asked them not to make fun of them. Rem decisively exclaimed that she could have stood up to them for more than 1 hour. After some time, River killed the opponents and said that they were very weak. Are they really the best thieves? They are just a bunch of fools. Raveni, sitting among the stakes with the heads of the thieves, clarified that they had lost their leader and decided to escape. They were finished. There was nothing left here. Milik asked, well, are they gonna go already? Milik's eye directed the beam to the side and destroyed the sword. An arrow shrouded in flame pierced his eye. Milik instantly screamed in pain. He quickly jumped aside from the arrow that pierced the ground. Rem looked at him standing on the roof. Raveni pointed at them in surprise and screamed, here they are! These bad people took his loot. Rem asked smiling, what is he talking about? Who else is bad here? Bart fell to the ground with great force and it shook under his feet. He sighed sternly and introduced himself. Milik thought that the Tornado Wheel was the most famous sword faction in the entire empire, part of the Holy School of the Seven Swords. The Urion's family name is definitely awarded only to the very best students. The students of the Seven Swords Holy School only give their name and faction when they express the exact intent to kill someone. Ravini let out a tired sigh and said that they had to deal with a lot of trash today. He asked, so they are Bart and Rem from the Money Multiplier Adventurer team? Rem confidently pointed at herself and asked him to speak correctly. Rem and Bart are the Money Multiplier Adventurer team. Her name should come first. Ravini asked with admiration. So they were the ones who caught the Rat Spider Queen? Rem clarified. Isn't that cool? No matter how much the enemy praised them, they did nothing. Ravini interrupted her horrifyingly and noted that they were the very same killers of his man. Then he would kill them with pleasure. Ravini quickly pulled out dark streams of mana from his hands. He cut off a piece of stone with a powerful blow. Rem pulled an arrow into the bow and called him crazy. Milik instantly climbed out of the rock behind her. Rem turned around and kicked the rock. She yelled that Bart was coming out now. He confidently agreed and looked at his opponent. Milik raised his hands and created a magic seal. Rem covered her head and thought that if she remembered the battle with the queen, it would be better not to come into contact with magic. Milik noted that nothing would happen if she touched it, and if it did, then nothing could be done. Rem threw the piece of iron aside and thanked him for the instructions. She smiled and quickly fired, yelling that she did not believe his words. Milik disappeared from the spot and replied that he did not care whether she believed it or not. It will be the same. Milik appeared behind her, and Rem quickly turned around. He pulled his hand out of the ground and noted that this is what he was talking about. Milik grabbed her leg and lifted her into the air. Rem kicked his arm hard and he let go. She spun in midair and sent him flying. Rem landed on the ground and said that she could teach him a lesson too. Most archers are weak in close combat. However, she's a genius archer. Rem shot arrows covered in flames into the sky. They landed on the ground and fire appeared around the opponents. Rem exclaimed that she was the best archer in the world. The enemy talks too much during the fight. Does he think he's something to catch thieves? She's several times stronger than them. Rem confidently exclaimed with a smile that he should try to fight her. Milik raised his hands and noted that he should think again. He raised the blades created from magic. Milik calmly said that he changed changed his mind, and now he will kill them. He quickly rushed into battle. Rem shot at him, but Milik blocked the attack with a blade. Bart hit the ground with his hammer with great force, and Ravini fell into a stupor. He grinned madly and looked at his opponent. Raveni jumped up with a terrifying smile and raised his hammer, asked, "Is the enemy bragging about his strength?" "Yes, he will kill him." Bart swung his weapon, and the enemy's hammer instantly broke into pieces. Raveni was very surprised, and landing on the ground created a magic seal. Bart swung his weapon, but Raveni quickly leaned back. Raveni thought that the enemy was not so simple. They say that the group of bandits is slightly above average, gold level. Then this guy must be the highest level, and they work very well as a team. Raveni jumped and created a magic seal, spreading poisonous fog around. He smirked and thought, is it difficult for the enemy to resist? Raveni turned his attention to the enemy's hammer. Bart quickly raised the weapon, and the enemy hit his face on it. Raveni flew to the side with great speed. Rem and Milik looked at the smoke rising in the building. Half of Raveni's body passed through the building. He landed on the ground and blood spread around. Bart calmly exhaled and thought that he knew the attack would be effective. But will it end like this? Raveni instantly rose to his feet without raising his head. He raised his hand with broken fingers. He began to summon the ancient evil that dwells in the darkness. Rem pulled the arrow and thought that she must not let the enemy use magic. Milik quickly raised his hand in front of her and asked, "Does she have time to look around?" Raveni, and continuing the call, said that he, Raveni, serves the ancient contract. Bart threw the axe in his direction with great force. Milik turned his head to the side and thought, did the enemy throw the axe? Bart puffed out his cheeks and ran at great speed, cutting through the air. Milik looked to the side in surprise. Rem noted that he was fast. Is the enemy seeing this for the first time? This is called a man's weapon. Strike first. Ravini created magic seals and ordered her to listen to the order now. Bart thought with great tension that the enemy was fast. There is no time to grab the axe. In that case, a fist will solve the problem. Rem and Milik called out to their comrades. The axe landed on the ground, breaking it. Ravini thrust his hand into Bart's body. Rem was very scared and Milik grinned. Ravini smiled madly, bleeding, and wished the enemy a safe journey. Rem ran with great fear and anxiety and called out to her comrade. Milik instantly kicked her in the face. Dark magic enveloped Bart's body, and he gritted his teeth from the tension. Raveni said that the enemy fought so well that as a reward, he would turn his body into a pile of meat. He instantly clenched his hand into a fist and ordered it to explode. Bright streams of light spread to the sides and instantly disappeared. Dark magic dissipated, and Bart looked at the enemy in bewilderment. The protagonist said horrifyingly that he had waited for several hundred years and finally stole it. Raveni looked at MC standing behind him in fear. Rain raised his hand and sent a stream of flame towards the enemy. Milik looked at what was happening in amazement. The protagonist ominously raised his hand to the side and created a magic seal. He set fire towards the enemy, and Rem instantly fell to the floor. After some time, the entire city was burned. Rem smiled and coughed, noting that MC was too fast, but she owed him. She would treat him to lunch. Rain confidently asked for forgiveness with a smile and exclaimed that this was now his responsibility. Bart approached his comrades and asked if this was the end. The protagonist turned his head to the side and disagreed. He replied that it was not the end yet. A silhouette appeared among the dark smoke. "My bad, guys. It turns out it's a girl. I'm sorry." Raveni, engulfed in flames, stands in the smoke. The comrades looked at her and said that this couldn't be. Raveni, with crazy eyes, raised her head and looked at them. The protagonist, unbandaging his hand, clarified that he knows all this so well that it even irritates him. They won't die so easily. Raveni still hasn't realized what MC can do. Milik called out to the lady. He sternly said that he was afraid that she might have opened internal wounds. Milik thinks that today they should retreat after such an attack. The vessel of her soul. Raveni horrifyingly interrupted him and said that she would kill MC. She raised her hands in fury and created magic seals and screamed that she would destroy the protagonist. Rain created a stream of light magic and asked his comrades to stay away. They agreed and ran to the side. The protagonist smiled and ordered them to consider it an honor. They were the first to see it. He closed his eyes and used consciousness formation, the highest state of flow. Magic signs appeared around MC. Milik watched this in amazement and thought, did the protagonist create a mental barrier? A technique available only to sages who have reached the 6-star level of magic. But MC is too young. Raveni screamed in fury that the protagonist is not honest. What is MC even going to do with this? Magic is power. She will not fall for this. Raveni created a powerful stream of magic between her hands. She screamed madly that it can only be called magic when power is felt. The protagonist can try to stop it if he can. Raveni sent a huge sphere of dark magic towards MC. Rain said, the shape of the magic figure is a double triangle. The carving of the runes is Yu and Zheng. Instantly, the stream of flame and the stream of dark magic were directed at each other. The comrades looked at what was happening in amazement. MC raised his hands, creating lava around himself. He clenched his palms into fists and replaced the carved runes. Rang and Tan. Raveni thought in confusion. The enemy changed the runes? Milik instantly covered the lady with his body. He thought that history knows only 3 who were able to change the launched runes. The witch Frida, her student Turaina, and the Archmage Lin. Milik yelled that they need to get out of here. Raveni went crazy and yelled for her comrade to shut up. Milik thought that now he understands. The 4-star magic that killed the Queen of Rat Spiders did not come from a scroll. It was the protagonist. MC continues to direct a stream of flame towards the opponents. Milik thought that they have no chance of winning, they need to retreat. He did not know that there are such cool magicians. We need to report everything. Milik sent the creature with the letter into the sky. He looked at the magic flowing from his hand and clarified that he would make an escape route. Milik asked the lady to get out of here. What else hasn't Ravini understood? They can't handle this guy. The protagonist began to create new runes, and Milik called out to the lady. Ravini rushed towards MC with great fury. A huge magic seal instantly appeared above her head. Milik looked up in amazement and wondered, what is this? A huge pressure spread around from the seal, and the magicians fell to the ground. Milik clenched his teeth from the tension and thought that this was impossible. Ravini thought with terrible anger that she had lost. She remembered the past. Terena said that if she could not change the runes, then there was no chance of success. Ravini came out of her memories and thought that she was an inferior failed creation. She screamed in pain and tore her limbs apart. Dark magic filled her body. Raveni created a magic seal with a mad look and screamed that she would kill the protagonist. MC used Belthorin and looked at the enemy. Raveni instantly fell to the ground. After some time, the dark magicians, shrouded in flames, hung in the sky. MC coughed up blood and thought he was almost done. Rem instantly grabbed the protagonist. She smiled confidently and clarified that they told him not to overdo it. Rain noted that if the opponents move a finger, the flames will incinerate them, so it's better not to move. Milik asked, who are they anyway? The protagonist clarified that he was asking questions here. He looked at Riveni and asked who created her appearance. Riveni immediately laughed and threw her head back. She screamed that MC just changed the runes. She is real, the same appearance and a lot of strength. This is Riveni, a masterpiece created by Mom. She is a vessel in which Lin's soul was placed. The protagonist was very surprised and thought, a vessel in which his soul was placed? What kind of curse is this? A magical seal appeared on Raveni's neck, and she instantly fell silent. MC thought, was this done with black magic? Raveni stuttered that she had failed. It was her fault. Next time she would do better and would not lose. The magic seal on her neck instantly broke. Raveni turned to her mother and screamed that she was wrong. She would do better and try harder. Raveni's face filled with blood and she asked her. Milik lowered his head and noted that there would be no exceptions. In all severity, Milik and Ravini's bodies were incinerated in an instant. Rain thought that it turned out that black magic worked after certain conditions were met. Rem sternly said that it was very unpleasant. They did not even scream once. The main character thought, is this a vessel in which his soul was placed? What are the dark magicians up to? After that, the protagonist grabbed his head with his hand and lost consciousness. After a while, Sam noted that he had a high fever. Rem said that it was like last time. Bart said that he overdid it again and spent all his strength. It never ends well. He said that he asks them to try not to overexert themselves. She said that he needs to tell him. Sam asked what happened to the mental barrier. Bart noted that he himself did not know, but he heard that this could be the limit of magic. Rem said, grimacing, which did not make it any clearer. Last time, they seemed to have talked about this. But what kind of person is he anyway? He asked with a smile. Does it matter? Rain is their ally. She said that this only made him laugh, as if someone disagreed with this. At this time, the redoubtable ant was destroyed. The incident was taken under control by the heresy fighters, the Golden Children, and the Special Department of the Magic Union. The robber guild that dominated the empire suffered enormous damage. The death toll already exceeded 2,000. The head of Redacable was taken into custody by the Golden Children and handed over to the Holy See for allowing such a huge black market to flourish. On the ruined street, people were discussing whether this was all the work of the Imperial Court. They wanted to get rid of the entire robber guild at once. Torin thought that a tragedy of such a scale had occurred. But since there were no suspects, much less the guilty, it was no wonder that such rumors had spread. Tilintid said with displeasure that there was nothing left here except for all sorts of junk. Even if they tried to dig something up, nothing would be found. He noted that the basis of the investigation was to find out why and how it happened. She needed to search until they found the answers to these questions. She asked irritably, why didn't he find a place to throw the apple away then? Torin thought that he hadn't thought the attack would be so quick. If the market's items were the target, they would have simply been stolen. However, why was there such a mess? Tilintid screamed in anger. Was he ignoring her? Then she noted that Redacable was finished. The Imperial Court would completely destroy this place. He asked if she was sure of that. Tilintid said that she was absolutely sure. What kind of question was that? Torin noted that the church, the dragon's light, controlled the man. Although he knew about the existence of this place, it was certain that it was not being monitored. Then he took the box and put the insect in it and asked what would happen if they left it like this. She said that was a stupid riddle. The creature would die without food. He said with a laugh that she could not be sure of that. The creature could be so hungry that it would become a giant monster and escape from the box. Tilintid said that sounded crazy. Torin asked why she thought that. The creature could mutate. She shouted that it was impossible. He said, tearing off a piece of apple, that he could, however, reduce the possibility to zero. Tilintid asked irritably, what did he mean? Torin threw a piece of apple into the box and said that now the creature could live by eating apples. Therefore, there was no point in the creature mutating and turning into a monster. She said through clenched teeth, holding back her anger, that it was simply impressive. He pointed to the box and said that this was the human world. No one was killing anyone, and nothing was exploding. This was a world that was controlled by advanced methods to keep everything as it was. It is possible to change these boundaries to something better, but the church, the light of the dragon, prefers support over improvements. Tilintid thought about it and asked, what if they broke? Would they have to be replaced with new ones? A new redactable will form somewhere, and the imperial court will turn a blind eye to it again? She can't believe it. Torin declared that it was a brilliant idea, exactly what he expected from his assistant. She irritably noted that it was not yet clear who was whose assistant. He asked if she didn't think that even simple creatures could dream of something, and at one moment they would suddenly decide to become free from their shackles. Tilintid said that this could not happen. Otherwise, nothing would have remained of humanity many years ago. Therefore, they are doomed to live within these boundaries forever. Torin asked, holding out an apple, did she want this? The apple was very tasty. She said with a sigh that he should eat it himself. An older employee came up and said, calling him the boss, that he should take a look at this. Torin leafed through the documents, and he said that a catastrophe almost happened. The brilliant aristocrat was really here. Fortunately, his name is not on the list of the dead. He said he understood. Torin thought he couldn't believe that a noble would put himself at such risk. What was so special about that book? After a while, Hirpian came into the room and asked, hiding her face under the hood, how Rain was feeling now. Sam noted that he had not regained consciousness yet. It seemed that he was tormented by nightmares. She asked if he, as a priest, could not cure him. He said that he had already neutralized the poison, but it seemed that the pain did not stop. He did not work with such things. Hirpian said that they should leave Redacable before the investigation went too far. It was time for them to leave. Did he have something to give Rain? They were very grateful to him. Sam said with a smile that he would certainly give it to him. She said, placing it on the table, that here was payment and what he was looking for. He thought it was the book about Tirana. This was the thing that had been sought across the continent, the Golden Children. Hirpian greeted the protagonist and said that she was very grateful to him. When he woke up, she wanted to see him again. If he ended up on the archipelago, she would greet him with all the honors as a royal person. Hirpian kissed him on the cheek. Sam was shocked by this. She sheepishly noted that they, the inhabitants of the archipelago, have a special culture. When they want to express their highest recognition, they kiss on the cheek. It is a kind of greeting or farewell for their culture. She says goodbye to them, after which different people went about their duties. After some time, a green haze appeared in the destroyed house, which, like a bird, sat on the hand of an unknown man in a green cloak. He reported that the third and sixth had failed. The unknown girl, hiding her face under a hat, looked at him with displeasure. More cultists in green robes appeared. They asked who did it. Although there is nothing surprising in this, it would have happened anyway. But it is hard to believe that Milik died too. A small conflict arose between them, but in the end, the cultists decided to listen to the story. They wanted to know if there was any more information. He said that, fortunately, the sixth one sent a raven before his death. The letter said that Rain has dangerous magic power. He must be eliminated immediately. After a silence, they asked if he really has dangerous magic. If Milik came to such a conclusion, then this guy is really strong. In the Adventurers Union, there are only 13 magicians registered under the name Rain. Among them, 9 have already died. The remaining 4 people cannot be said to fit the definition of Milik. The cultists wondered if then Rain is not a name, but some kind of code? Then they remembered that there is one quite outstanding among them. Rain Ludwig. His growth level is impressive. It hadn't even been a month since he'd registered, and he'd already reached the copper rank. At that moment, the disgruntled cultist said that he was just another piece of trash in the pile. Would Raveni suffer because of someone like him? His allies said with displeasure that he was just stating the facts now. There was no need to escalate the situation. He shouted, did he really want to say goodbye to his life? He shouted back, did he have the courage to do that? Then they asked, Rain Ludwig is a genius from a family of aristocrats, so he was the one who received the highest rating among the current golden generation, Delighton. Could he really be hiding his powers at such an age? The cultists shouted in anger that they needed to think sensibly. Did they really think, despite his talent, that Raveni could suffer because of a child? They needed to think about it. Otherwise, they were thinking like idiots right now. They noted that with Raveni's personality, the possibility of death due to carelessness could not be ruled out. She had gotten into trouble too often. Perhaps this was some kind of divine punishment. Afterwards, the cultists asked, couldn't they just catch them all and kill them? Why would they make things difficult? Although that might not work with Rain. He was the descendant of a great magical family and was in Delayton. How could they get to him? Although that was not necessary. Since he was number 1 in the school, things might be much easier. Even if this child was the one Milik had spoken of, he was no match for him. They needed to make it look like an accident and kill him. The girls sat on the throne and said to Valen that they needed to get rid of everything that was an obstacle now. Valen bowed and said, calling her mentor, that he would deal with him immediately if he was sure that he acted in Redacable. She lightly motioned with her finger to order everyone to leave here, and the cultists disappeared. The mentor said that Raveni was a child that she created from particles of human flesh. This is a child that she raised since childhood. She treasured her. She thought that she did not feel anything. The mentor remembered her past, where Lin said that she did not need to worry, they would definitely return, and he would teach her magic again. She thought that after that, no one returned. Several years after Rain was placed in an icy sleep, Tirana thought that if the master did not open his eyes, it did not mean that there was something wrong with that magic. For the sake of the master, she will try. She will definitely save him. 200 years after Rain was placed in an icy sleep, the room was in a terrible state, and she continued to explore. Terena happily thought that she had finally found a way. This would definitely work. She would be able to revive the master. She asked him to wait a little longer, but she was already on her way. After a while, the majestic dragon said that she was wrong. Even if she could melt the ice that kept the body, she would not be able to break the cold that held the soul, because this was the responsibility of the gods. Terena looked at this creature with despair in her eyes. She thought that she would not know if she did not try. If his soul was still imprisoned inside, if it was wandering somewhere, she would find a way. At this time, Terena, the mentor of the cultists, thought, looking up, that she was almost there. She stretched her hand up and thought that now there was very little left. After some time, the protagonist opened his eyes, and Sam said that he had finally woken up. The protagonist asked where they were now. Bart noted that they were on their way to Golden Rose. They were almost there. MC said, clutching his head, that it was not a dream. Rem asked how they had such extensive connections. There could have been problems at the Redactable checkpoint because of that book, but people from the Special Magic Department escorted them. Rain asked, was it the man with the squint and unpleasant smile? She said that it was. He said that this was a manifestation of their future boss's love for them, and he asked to let them in under his responsibility. The protagonist made a displeased expression. Rem said that anyway, thanks to this, they safely left that place. He would definitely have to thank him. The protagonist's face changed and he thought, would he really have to thank him? MC noted that from the very beginning, if they were not there, he would not have failed the test. He would not have survived in principle. They exchanged glances, and she screamed with joy. What did he just say? She must have imagined it. Rain covered his face with his hands and claimed that he didn't say anything. Bart asked her to stop. Then Sam said that they had arrived at the place. Bart said that it was time to part ways. The protagonist said that it was true. Was the atmosphere supposed to be like this? They said that they had followed him all the way to Redactable just to say goodbye to him. If nothing had happened, this conversation would have taken place there. The protagonist asked if they had already said goodbye after the mission with the rat spider. They said that the situation was a little different now. They wouldn't be able to see him for a while. The MC asked what was the matter. They said that they had received an invitation from Trident Point. Rem proudly said that they were going to the sacred land of adventurers, where only true masters can operate. Rain asked if they were sure about that. Bart said that they knew. It was a dangerous area adjacent to the crazy land of Harvadonia. Only adventurers of silver rank and above can work there, but the pay is also 3 times more than usual. They were chosen by a famous adventurer union, which ranks 3rd among all adventurer unions. This is a big opportunity for him and Rem, and for their development. The protagonist asked, puzzled, turning to Sam. But he is not a silver rank either, right? Sam noted with a smile that this is why he is returning to the church. His abilities are not enough yet. He plans to study hard for the priesthood exams. Rem asked with a laugh, what's the matter? Does he really want them to continue to protect him? Is he afraid that they will not be around? The protagonist said irritably that she did not say such nonsense. She said that he does not need to be embarrassed. Why can't she say something sensible? MC looked down and thought that this is something to congratulate. Asking them not to leave would be too selfish of him. For a moment, Rain saw another person in front of him, although it was Bart who touched his head with his hand. The protagonist waved his hand away and asked if he was trying to comfort him like a child. He said that it was not that. It was because of what happened to them in Redactable that he was a little worried. The protagonist said that this was too much. MC shouted in irritation that it was time for them to leave already. He was several times stronger than them. They should worry about themselves. Rem said that when they met again, she was waiting for a strong and joyful hug, because she, being the best shooter in the world, could already become a master of the bow. Rain said that she would not wait for a hug. She shouted, why is he being naughty? She knows that he already misses them. After a while, the protagonist looked at their backs, who were leaving for their new journey. Suddenly, the protagonist shouted that they should stop. They looked at him in surprise, turning around. MC shouted, they will see each other again, right? They said with a smile, waving their hands at him. Of course, they are friends. Rain smiled and waved back. After a while, a system window appeared with the information that he can continue his work on researching the unique magic in his environment. The current progress is 44.8%. The protagonist said, putting the book on the table, that he was tired. By the way, he wondered, did she behave well? She did not cause any trouble to anyone, did she? The protagonist went up the stairs and asked Gertrude in surprise, what was she doing here? Gertrude said that she was here on duty. MC asked why she was on guard. She noted that it was impossible for anyone to overhear or enter the room by mistake. Gertrude whispered with a smile that it was corn season. Rain asked what she meant. She said in a relaxed manner that he could look at it himself and understand what was going on, and that he could come in. The protagonist thought about it, and then he opened the door. Pippi was happily singing about corn. Krista asked contentedly, did she like it? She had been to the store again today and bought it. She said it was delicious. She asked, smiling happily, was it true? Then she would buy more tomorrow. Pippi thanked her, and Krista looked at the birdie with embarrassment. She hugged the birdie and declared that it was very cute. The protagonist looked at her with a gloomy expression. Krista saw him and became embarrassed. MC closed the door, sighed heavily, and thought about it. She opened the door and shouted with embarrassment. What was he doing? Why was he entering other people's rooms? Wasn't he taught to knock? Doesn't he even know the basic rules of etiquette? Rain wanted to say that Gertrude was to blame for everything, but to his surprise, she was no longer there. The protagonist got angry and thought that he would remember her for this. Krista shouted, was he still going to make excuses? The protagonist shouted, apologizing that he came for the bird. She asked embarrassedly, turning away. Did he even know how hard it was for her because he suddenly disappeared for the entire vacation and left Pippi with her? She had to take her with her everywhere she went. She had so much trouble because of this. MC thanked her for her help. Pippi said several times that she was grateful to her. Krista declared, slamming the door, that this was enough. He just had to leave. Finally, she could study in peace. Pippi asked if she had really caused so much trouble. Rain said that she had not. She was just joking. Afterwards, Krista held out her hand with the cage and said that he could have it. The protagonist happily said that it was amazing. She bought a new cage. He thanks her. She said that if he understood everything, then it was time for him to stop just standing there. Let him go. The protagonist said that it was time for them to go. Pippi saw Krista open the door a little and wave her hand goodbye with a smile on her face. She happily flapped her wings while the girl hid her sadness. After some time, Rain was in the room. MC asked Pippi if she remembered Terena. Pippi said that Terena was friends with her and Lynn. Rain asked what happened to her after he was gone. She remained silent and the protagonist asked what was the matter. Did they have a fight? The protagonist tried to ask again, but the bird ignored him. MC exhaled and opened the book. After the war, the priestess of the fire dragon, Frida, decided to take Terena as an apprentice. Thus began full-scale shaman lessons. At 13, Terena became the youngest shaman. Even after officially receiving the status of a priestess, she never forgot to empty the ashtray as Frida asked her to. At the age of 29, she became the first person in the history of the continent to study both magic and witchcraft at the same time. From that time on, Terena began to help the poor for free, traveling around the world. Terena, who returned after a 7-year journey, was named her successor by Frida. After the Republican House unanimously elected her as a priestess, she was called the Shaman of Tobacco Ash. After that, she tamed the dragon and led all of humanity. She carried out her activities for more than 80 years, but after that, the highly respected Shaman of Ash laid down her duties and withdrew from society. Rain thought, is that all that is written in the book? It is somehow strange. How can this be forbidden literature? The protagonist looked in surprise at the note that Terena always carefully kept the straw hat left by Lynn and a smoking pipe inherited from Frida. The protagonist asked, showing the picture of Terena, if she really wore his straw hat all the time. Pippi said that she wore Lynn's hat every day. Terena wore nothing but her hat. MC thought that this was an honor for him. Rain thought that being the youngest shaman in history, she held this title the longest. There are many interesting entries in the book. With such a level of skill, she may have mastered the magic of immortality. The powers created by Terena are the ice vortex bridge and the fusion of light, flame, and cold. These are powers that, through the spell of restoration and strengthening magic, enhance the restorative powers of the frozen body. This is really interesting. It is somewhat similar to the divine healing table, and there are many similarities with it in the book. Such powers were clearly not the kind that were needed in times of peace. Why was she so obsessed with this? The protagonist closed the book and thought that he would never understand what the Tobacco Ash Shaman was thinking. However, he now understood perfectly well why she was called great. The protagonist thought with a smile that such a small girl had tried so hard to survive. He was proud of Terena. If only he could return to everyone then, as he promised. MC thought as he fell asleep that he was asking for their forgiveness. The next day, Rain thought that he was very busy now in this body. He needed to forge the history of the books he had taken from the library and make a new seal as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the protagonist bumped into someone and fell to the floor. Valencidus offered his hand and asked if he was okay. The protagonist thought that he had not yet recovered from Redacable. MC said, apologizing, that he had not looked where he was going. Rain looked at him in horror. He picked up the book and asked if this was the life and achievements of Terena, the priestess of Tobacco Ash, the disciple of Lynn and Frida. The protagonist thought it was terrible. He was also a dark mage. Was he waiting on purpose to take revenge? Valencidus asked if he had read it yet. The protagonist thought he needed to calm down. If he was in league with Riveni, he might try to find out everything, and that would be bad. He would be careful. MC stated that even if he had read it, it was no reason for him to become like that. He asked if this was a joke. He didn't know this book was banned. Rain asked what he was talking about. Valencidus pointed out that all books related to Terena were banned now. Did he get it from the library? The protagonist said that was exactly it. He said that it was a big problem then. People from Golden Children had come to the central library now. The protagonist thought with a changed expression that he had a choice between a dark mage and heresy fighters. Luck had clearly turned against him today. Valencidus handed him a book and asked if he would like to come. He was going to show him the way to the library through the back gate, but it seemed that was not necessary. MC happily declared that of course he would follow him. Rain thought that if he refused, he would only arouse his suspicions. First of all, he needed to find out if he was an ally of Riveni. After a while, inside the room, the protagonist thought that if you look at it like that, it did not seem like they were both from the same organization. Valencidus then asked if he seemed like a good person. The protagonist said that, to be honest, he did not. He pointed out that this was correct. There was no need to judge people hastily, because it was so easy to pretend to be a good person. You just need to watch your speech, facial expression, and behavior. People who hide their true colors and actions are the scariest. MC asked if these were Terena's words. Valancitas said that only part of her words. Come to think of it, he had not been seen all weekend. Looks like he was playing treasure hunt. He needed to clean the book even more thoroughly. The smell of sewerage was not gone. Rain felt threatened by it and thought it was a curse. The protagonist activated his ability, summoning a magic circle to his hand. Suddenly, they heard a woman scream that she did not take this book. The protagonist saw his aunt in the distance. MC shouted that he thanks him for seeing him off. It is time for him to go. Then the heresy fighters from Golden Children said that, however, her information was indicated in the documents. Ellen said that it was just someone's mistake. MC approached her, but she tried to say that she was busy now. Then Rain showed her the book, and she sighed and screamed. He still didn't return the book. When did she tell him to do this? Is he not doing her bidding again? Ellen said, snatching it from him, that she took the book for herself and asked him to take it to the library because she is too busy with the students. He's an idiot. She asked him to do it faster. Because of him, she's being scolded here. The protagonist wanted to object, but she whispered that he should take a closer look. The girl from Golden Children asked, so she took the book for herself after all? Is that what she wanted to say? Ellen said that's exactly it. However, why is such a book forbidden? She said that they are not in the right place to discuss such things. She will explain everything if she makes time for her. She noted that she would like to very much, but unfortunately, she is very busy. Do they know that she is a brilliant teacher at Delayton? The warrior with heresy said that she knows it. Ellen said, turning to her nephew, that he should go and study. There is no need to waste time. The protagonist said that he would go then. She sighed and wondered why he needed a book about Torrena. She hated doing this, but now she had to cover for him. Afterwards, MC thought that Karen, who was completely exhausted after the interrogation, explained to him in detail the reason why she wrote her name on the document. Because she completely forgot that first-year students in the first semester are not given books from the library, and the reason why the name of the one who took the Torrena book was replaced with his aunt's name. She kept apologizing. Professor Ellen, who was stopped by Golden Children, was awaiting interrogation. Karen asked how he found it anyway. Did he hear about what happened in Redacable? Rain thought that it would be better for him not to tell that he found the book there. The protagonist said with a smile that he would keep it a secret. It was time for him to go. She said that he should wait. She wanted to at least thank him properly. The protagonist said that it would be better to thank Professor Elin. He also had a great experience thanks to her, so there was no need to thank him. Karen said with a smile that she would not forget his noble deed, after which Valancitas thought that he was quite talented as a mage, but he was completely hopeless as a spy. At the moment when he felt angry and gathered his magic power, his doubts turned into certainty. Rain had definitely dealt with the mages from Redacable. He himself confirmed this with his words about the smell emanating from the book. He thought, while burning it, that he noticed the book taken from the library when he encountered it. Therefore, the investigators were given the right book with the correct library seal, because of which this incident can be forgotten. Valancitas thought about Rain and disappeared into the forest, using his abilities. After a while, the protagonist was lying on the bed and thought that Valancitas was definitely a dangerous person. I wonder what purpose he is pursuing. However, if he makes a rash action, he may get into trouble because of it. The only consolation in this whole situation is that the progress in his magic has grown quite well in this expedition. The protagonist noted that fighting a strong opponent definitely adds experience, so even dark mages have their benefits. MC thought, remembering the past, is Valancitas stronger than Riveni? Rain said that now he needs to deal with the most urgent matters. Pippi, it's time to go to bed. Sometime later, in the Dragon Circle building, the rector's office, Medelia asked, who asked for a consultation? The assistant said that it was Rain. She noted that it was interesting. Let him come in. The protagonist went inside the room, and the rector noted that this was the first time they would communicate with him like this. The protagonist looked surprised and said that it was true. Medelia asked how Cavan and Brim were feeling. MC said that they were fine. She said that she was glad about it. She had heard a lot about him from the professors. Owen never stopped praising him. And not only him, there were many who thought highly of him. What was the reason for his visit to the rector's office? Rain said that he thought she already knew about the Torrena biography being missing from the library. In fact, he was the one who took the book, and when he was about to return it, the heresy fighters came. His aunt, Ellen, defended him, and now she is under arrest. It is entirely his fault. Medelia said that she understood him. The protagonist said that he had a favor to ask of her. Could she do something to help Elin? She smiled and said that he seemed to be a little mistaken. Should they be discussing Ellen's situation now? What about his misdeed? Everyone knows that first-year students cannot borrow books from the library, and he used his status to get it. If you turn a blind eye to breaking the school rules, there will be no order in the school. Does he think differently? The protagonist asked if she wants to make a deal. Medelia asked, so he is proposing a deal between them? The MC stated that he is the best student of the first year and the future heir of the Ludwig family. Even if it is something small, he will be able to provide what she needs. Her face changed, and she thought that there are two reactions when students meet her face to face. Some shrink in fear and start stuttering, while others are completely speechless. However, this guy is not like them. How can he speak so calmly? Medelia remembered the past, when she said to Rain's father that his child is called the young master who brings only disaster. Cavan said with a smile that he should be given some time. He is young and inexperienced yet. Medelia thought that this is the love and faith of a parent in their child. At the moment, she asked Rain, what can he do for her then? The The protagonist said that he would do his best. She could just say what she needed. Medelia pointed out that she wanted to hear how attractive the terms were, and he offered to tell her the terms. She was very disappointed with him. She said with a sigh that there would be no deal. The most appropriate punishment for him was expulsion. She gave him time to say goodbye to his loved ones. The protagonist shouted, looking at her in shock, that he was asking her to wait. Medelia pointed out, addressing him by his full name, that there was one thing, however. MC asked how he could help. She asked how he liked the idea of becoming a home tutor for her daughter. Rain asked, didn't she know that he was only 15 years old? Besides, as far as he knew, the Page family had a custom of having a mage who was considered the best at the time become a home tutor. Medelia pointed out with a smile that he was the best student in this class, known as the Golden Generation. That was proof of his outstanding talent. And didn't he spend 3 years as an assistant to the Grand Duke Skalji Rudwar? The protagonist thought in confusion. What was she planning? She said that it was only for 3 months, and in exchange, she would handle the Elan case. Medelia's face changed, and said that this was the last time she was asking. What would his answer be? The protagonist thought that he had no right to make a mistake, and now was not the time to bargain. There would come a time when he would need to ask for help again, so he had no choice. MC said that he agreed. She said with a smile that this was exactly what she wanted to hear. After a while, Medelia noted that she had a lot of work to do. She hoped that he would help her with it. Rain noted that it was as if she was imprisoned in a tower. Why was she here? What kind of person was she? Medelia said that he was wrong. She had locked herself in there. Medelia said, calling her daughter's name, that she was coming in. She brought her a friend. He will teach her a lot. Kasena looked at her with irritation and said, turning away, that she does not need this. They can leave. Medelia said that she needs to at least say hello to the guest. She said that she does not need this. Let her leave and take him with her. She said, turning to Rain, that he needs to introduce himself. The protagonist said, saying his name, that it is nice to meet her. Kasena said with irritation that she is not at all pleased he should leave. Medelia noted with a smile that when she is greeted, it is nice to look at a person. She clenched her teeth in anger and shouted, throwing a book, that they should get out. She calmly dodged the book, while the protagonist was shocked by such behavior. Medelia said, turning to her daughter and covering her face with her hand, that she needs to calm down. Kasena shouted furiously, throwing books at her. How many times does she have to tell her that she does not need this? They have to go. She didn't ask to bring anyone here. They just have to go. Let them get out of her room. MC thought that her upbringing was terrible and she made a mess. He would have preferred other conditions for cooperation. Kasena tried to reach for the book and fell to the floor. Medelia worriedly called her daughter's name, but she screamed that she can't go near her. She can get up on her own. Rain asked if she really had problems with her legs. Kasena got furious and was about to throw the book at him, but suddenly she started crying. The protagonist looked at her. Kasena said that she was asking him to leave. Let him disappear from here. After a while, Medelia noticed that he saw the state she was in. No one could establish contact with her. She brought the most famous teachers, but there was no point. They all gave up. The protagonist asked, so she had problems with her legs? She said, taking a sip of wine, that she did. Doesn't he want a drink? No need to make such a face. She's just joking. Medelia said that Kasena liked to climb high since she was little. She was a very active child. She would climb to the top of the tree and call her loudly. She still remembers her daughter's radiant smile. She was so cute. She should have been stricter, and stopped her then. A man in exquisite clothes came in and said that it was pointless. MC was scared and thought, bowing, that the image of the blue dragon is the symbol of the Arfen royal family. Urine. Kasena's father said that even the teachers, who are famous for their personal qualities, could not ease Kasena's suffering. He had already seen her character. It would be lucky if they did not fight. Rain thought with a worried face that it was true. How could he not die there? She said that her daughter was an unusual child. Urine noted that, however, she was still a child. They would only hurt her more. They had better stop. She asked if he was serious. He remarked that he thought it was best to leave her alone until she calmed down. Medelia asked, holding a glass of wine with a trembling hand, should she be left alone? Then she screamed. Was he seriously suggesting that they leave their only daughter to collapse alone in this room? And he still called himself a father? He asked irritably. Was there any other way? They asked for help from everyone they could, from famous healers to renowned witches. Had anything changed? No one could help her. Medelia said that they were all incompetent. Urine screamed. Why did she keep repeating the same mistake and getting drunk? How much pain did she have to cause her daughter to feel better? He loved his daughter too, but such methods did not work. Now they had to leave her alone until she calmed down. She clenched her teeth and screamed, throwing a glass of wine at him and calling him an idiot. That almost 10 years had passed. He had to go. She could not see him anymore. He put his hand on Rain's shoulder and said, looking at him with a menacing gaze, that if he did something to Kasena, he would never forgive him and his family. He must remember this. After the maids cleaned up the mess in the room, Medelia said, apologizing, that he should not have seen it. Unfortunately, it was her husband. This is her situation with her daughter. He can go. She will help Ellen, and he must keep quiet about what he saw today. She thought that maybe someone her age could change something, but it seemed too naive on her part. The protagonist said that he did not think so. It was much better than missing an opportunity every time. He was grateful that she would take care of Elan's aunt's business, and since she agreed to cooperate, he would not back down from his obligation. She noted in surprise that he saw what state her daughter was in. The protagonist said that it was because of this that he would be her mentor. MC thought, remembering Kasena's father's words that Yurin didn't tell him to leave either, which meant that they were both of the same mind. Rain clenched his fist and thought that Kasena's gaze had caught him. The protagonist declared that he agreed to homeschool their daughter, after which Medelia thought, is there any point in waiting until the child grows up? Leaving a child unattended is not part of the upbringing process. They need to help the child grow up. Now she wonders who will grow up first, or will they be able to help each other? However, will it work at all? After a while, the protagonist opened the door and said with a smile, introducing himself as he came to see her. Kasena asked, looking at him, why did he come back? The MC openly said that he was here at the request of the principal of the school. He was just a student, so he was in no position to refuse her request. She turned away and said that he could tell her that she kicked him out, and he did not need to come here anymore. Rain stood there, and Kasena asked, didn't he understand? He had to leave. The protagonist said that he would not leave. She asked, while her hand was shaking, why didn't he leave? The protagonist stated that this was his agreement. Kasena broke the pencil in her hand and screamed in anger. Is he kidding me? Does he think she can be ignored? Who the hell is he? He gave his name and said that he was pleased to meet her again. She gritted her teeth and angrily screamed that he had to leave here. One word from her and there will be nothing left of him. Her uncle is the ruler of Arfen and her mother is the rector of his school. He said it himself. Rain calmly said that he knew it. Kasena shouted, throwing a book at him, then why doesn't he leave? Then she looked at his wound in shock, because he did not dodge. Kasena pretended to ask, is it painful? If he does not want to suffer even more, then he must leave. She does not care about his contract. The protagonist calmly noted, wiping the blood with a rag, that this contract will allow her, a person with disabilities, to completely heal. He thinks that she should at least be interested in this. She shouted, throwing various objects at him, that he is annoying. His last name is Ludwig, right? If he does not leave now, then she will exterminate his entire family. If she asks her father or uncle about it, then he will be immediately destroyed. Damn it. He just has to disappear. The protagonist calmly watched her hysteria. Kasena said that this contract means nothing. What is he planning? She understood everything. He just wants to look at her miserable state, doesn't he? It's funny to watch someone crawl on the floor like a caterpillar, right? They were all like that. And he is the same. They all pretended to want to comfort her, saying that everything will be fine. But they look at her with disdain and treat her with disdain. Looking at her in such a state, they only became more convinced of their superiority and thought how good it is that they are not in her place. She asks him to politely leave her. It is better to let him think that she is dead. MC said that he did not come to her to comfort her. He has no such intention. She sobbed, leaning her hands on the floor. Rain noted, picking up a book from the floor, that although there is no meaning in the words of comfort, he understands her perfectly. He has another reason next to her. She needs to start walking on her own 2 feet again. He's here so she can get to the place depicted on the cover of the book. Kasena looks away and whispers that it's impossible. Her spine is broken. The protagonist notes with a smile that everything is possible with magic. She says in a trembling voice that he should stop joking like that. It irritates her. Maybe he's going to use telekinesis to make her legs move? The protagonist points out, touching her leg with his hand, that if he forces her to walk, they might break. Kasena looks at his hand in shock and then shouts at him, calling him an idiot. What does he think he's doing? She tries to hit him, but he calmly brushes the girl's hand away. The MC says, his eyes glowing bright red, that he's checking something. She shouldn't bother him. Kasena asks in shock, is he serious? Rain thinks that the nerve connections are completely severed. However, he had to treat much more advanced cases. This is no different from what he did in his past life. Although, can he use Bel Sidious now? After the protagonist politely asked her to move her leg forward a little. Kasena asked, dumbfounded, what is he going to do? The protagonist said that she needs to do what he asks her to do. MC thought that disrupting the neural circuits not only creates a huge strain on the body, but can also lead to something irreparable. He can use the ability Bel Sidious, although it is dangerous. However, he has no other choice. Rain said that she needs to relax and accept it. If she resists, the injuries can become more serious. She calmly asked if he can really cure her. The protagonist noted that the chance of success is only 50%. He is a little ashamed to say this, but she must trust him, and then they can walk together. The protagonist used his ability and said that it was time to begin. She grimaced in pain, and then Kasena screamed in surprise. What was wrong with his eyes? MC shouted furiously while continuing to use his ability that she needed to be quiet. A bright flash flared up around them, which illuminated their faces, exhausted from pain. After a while, she screamed. What did he just do? Rain was breathing heavily, and she thought, looking at her legs, what was the matter? She had an unusual feeling. The protagonist said with a smile that everything worked out. Kasena said that she did not feel much change. The protagonist said that it would not work quickly. You need to do everything step by step. Kasena asked irritably, does he at least understand who he is talking to? MC thought that if the lines are connected, then the rest will be easier. Rain used the shape of the magic circle, pentagon. The protagonist thought that the human body moves with the help of weak electrical signals sent by the central nervous system. The protagonist said that now everything is done. MC thought that if the flow of electrical signals is transformed, then it will be possible to stimulate it with the help of lightning magic. Rain said, holding out his hand, that she needs to rely on him. The protagonist grabbed her hand and thought that later, with the help of telekinesis, he will replenish muscle strength. Kasena shouted in surprise. What is he thinking? Why is he pulling her hand? Suddenly, to her surprise, she stood up on her feet. The protagonist said that she needs to be more careful for now. Kasena said in shock that this is a lie. This can't be. MC hugged the girl and said with a smile that with magic, many things are possible. She is now walking with the help of his magic, to be more precise. He's a little embarrassed since she was injured and is in such a state, but there is such a possibility to heal her legs. Now she is completely dependent on his magic, but if she learns this too, then she will be able to walk on her own. Now she agrees, so he will be her mentor. Kasena said that he must go. This scum needs to get out of here right now. Rain shouted in shock. What's going on? She shouted that it was all a lie and just illusion magic. He'd better leave while he was alive. Kasena ordered the guards to escort him out of the room. The protagonist shouted in bewilderment, looking at the guards. How did everything turn out like this? She had to listen to him. Suddenly, she lost her balance and fell to the floor. Kasena thought that she couldn't walk. She couldn't walk again. So she really walked now? After that, the girl cried loudly. Sometime later, in the student council office, the students were happily doing their work, while the protagonist sat sullenly at the table and filled out paperwork. A student came in and said, addressing Rain, that the school principal was calling him. MC looked at her in horror. Sometime later, in the principal's office, Medelia said that she wanted to get straight to the point. What happened with Kasena? Rain thought she didn't say anything weird about him, did she? And he didn't do anything, did he? The protagonist looked at the principal's furious face and thought that he was definitely finished. She could kill him with just one look. He needed to be careful. If he said something wrong, he would definitely be executed, although his whole family could suffer. The protagonist noted that he talked about how useful magic is, but she kicked him out. After that, he returned to the dorm, which she probably already knows. Nothing special happened. She shouted that this can't be. Now a letter has arrived at the residence, and it concerns Kasena. MC thought gloomily that he was definitely finished. What a good life he had. Medelia said, addressing him by name, that she wanted to meet him again. She asked for it herself. Rain looked at the principal in confusion. Sometime later, in the Page family palace, Kasena asked, he said that she would be able to walk, right? The protagonist said that's exactly it, provided that she tries really hard. She thought about it and said that she still couldn't believe him. He could tell her honestly it was just a trick, maybe illusion magic? The protagonist looked at her with confusion, and then he thought angrily, so for her, it was a trick and an illusion? MC used his magic and thought that he hadn't been so angry for a long time. He could do something like that here. Rain grabbed the frightened girl by the hand and forced her to her feet. The protagonist asked with irritation in his voice. She still didn't believe it? Kasena kicked the floor and shouted, smiling, that she couldn't believe it. After which she happily asked, they are the same age, right? The protagonist asked with laughter. Is this a problem? Kasena said that even her mother, being the best magician, could not do anything. How could such a low-ranking student do something? MC froze in place with anger and said, holding back his anger, that they have different specializations. She thoughtfully asked, is this possible? She still does not believe him. How did he learn such powerful illusion spells? Rain thought, holding back his anger, that she really pisses him off. After the protagonist asked what to do to make her believe, maybe they need to walk around the city? Kasena asked, is it possible to do this? Then they need to go quickly. The protagonist noted that first they need to ask the rector's permission. She shouted that she does not want to do this. If she tells her mother about this, she will send guards along with them, and then everyone will look at her. She doesn't want that. People will look at her with pity. She hates it. She just wants to see the city as it is. She doesn't want to think about the guards watching her every move. MC said that they won't let the two of them go. She suggests running away, and he will be sent to prison as a kidnapper. Kasena said that she will never believe him then. Rain thought, remembering his past life, that he made a promise that when they meet again, they will become cool adults who will share the light of magic with others. He understands that now he wants to do the wrong thing. He apologizes to his aunt in advance. The protagonist noted that there is a window big enough for both of them to crawl through. She said that they won't be able to. Her mother put up a barrier. The protagonist said that it was quite predictable. MC activated his ability, Bell curious to destroy the magical barrier. Kasena asked in surprise, how is this possible? MC smiled and said that they don't have time to explain. Rain extended his hand to her and said that it was time for them to leave. She closed her eyes and grabbed his hand, gritting her teeth. Then, Kasena saw the city, and the protagonist asked that the view outside the window was beautiful. Did she agree with that? She burst into tears and said that it was. The guards ran into the room and shouted at Rain that he should stay put. What was he planning to do? Kasena happily shouted that she would take a short walk and come back. Just don't tell her mother about this. They asked what she meant, although wait, they might believe it. She smiled smugly and declared, jumping down, that a walk is a walk. They stared in shock while the girl laughed. The protagonist shouted, rushing after her, that she was an idiot. The protagonist used the form of a magic figure, A sphere, magic runes appeared in his hands. MC looked at the girl with irritation as the wind picked them up. Rain shouted in anger. Why did she do that? Kasena happily said that he should look around. It was so beautiful around. She missed the streets so much. She loved the feeling of flying. A loud sound was heard from the tower, signaling an alarm. The main character noted that he already regrets his decision. She said that he himself dragged her into this. The protagonist asked if she at least knew this city well. He had trouble finding his way around. Kasena said that he could trust her. She looked around and said, pointing her index finger towards the street, that they needed to go there. There was a shop that sold dessert that way. It had a delicious honey dessert. MC exhaled and said that he understood. The townspeople looked at them in surprise, and Kasena said that when they landed, they would need to run immediately. Rain looked at her with confusion. She said that as soon as their feet touched the ground, they would run immediately. Did he understand? The protagonist thought that controlling another person's nervous system with magic was not as easy as it sounded. The protagonist looked at the girl's happy face and thought that she would do her best. However, people asked, noticing the girl's hair color, if she was the daughter of the rector of the Page family. Kasena looked at her feet and ran, to the surprise of the crowd. She shouted that they needed to run away quickly. Then Kasena thought, smiling happily, that she could run. After a while, she noticed that there was a shop with honey dessert. She wanted to buy everything here. Then Kasena said that she found it so delicious. MC noticed that she was right. Kasena said that she had told him about it right away. The seller asked if she was really Kasena. She said that it was really her. They had not seen each other for a long time. He asked in confusion, how is this possible? She was completely healed. There were rumors that she had already left this world. Kasena sighed and said with a smile that it was natural that there were such rumors. She hadn't been out in the city for so long. To be honest, she herself was worried whether his shop was still there. The seller said that nothing had changed for him. He didn't expect to see her. It was as if he were dreaming. She said with a sad smile that she herself didn't quite believe it, and the taste of the dessert hadn't changed at all. The seller burst into tears and said that it was a great blessing for him to see the appetite with which she ate his products. He couldn't believe that he was seeing it again. He was so overwhelmed with joy that it was hard to put it into words. Kasena said that he needed to calm down. Now they would see each other often. He asked who was that next to her. She said that it was her mentor. Naturally, he hadn't been officially appointed yet, but they would resolve this issue. Suddenly, the guards shouted that they had found her. She was on the other side of the street. Kasena said irritably that they found her quickly. Rain asked what they were going to do. They needed to decide now. She began to hastily eat her honey dessert. The protagonist said, paying for the dessert, that he understood. They needed to run again. The seller said that he would not take money from her. The protagonist noted that this was for him in the future, if he had problems. It was time for them to leave. After a while, the guards asked the seller where they went. He noted that he had problems with his eyesight, so he did not know. After a while, Kasena said that her legs were getting weak. MC tiredly said that he did not have enough mana. At that moment, guards appeared above them, using levitation magic. She shouted that these were the magical royal guards. Rain thought, gritting his teeth, that these were the personal soldiers of the school principal. They did not attack because Kasena was nearby, but somehow it was strange. Why were they leading them along a certain street, as if someone was waiting for them ahead? Suddenly, an unknown experienced soldier grabbed the girl in his arms and said that he had caught her. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, not even having time to react to his movement. The protagonist thought that he had a 3-layer mana chain behind his back. He was a top-level inspector. Kasena shouted that Ansane should let her go. Ansane said that he apologized to her, but he could not let her go. She shouted, turning to Rain, that he should at least run away. He threateningly declared, handing the girl over to the guard, that if he decided to run away, he would have to use force. He needed to make a wise decision. MC froze in place and looked at him, his sword with a serious look. Yurin said furiously, calling his full name, that he would not see mercy. You must give a reason why he should not kill him right there and then? Rain raised his hands, grinning, and said with a smile that she wanted to see the city. He was just accompanying her. He motioned for the guard to act, who hit him in the back of the head, and the girl lost her balance. Yurin shouted, he kidnapped her, didn't he? What city did he take a child who can't stand up straight to see? He said, turning to Ansine, that he was caught red-handed. He should take him into custody right away. Ansine said, while the girl gritted her teeth, that he was the heir to one of the great magical families. Yurin declared that he was his majesty's own brother. He used magic to tie his hands. Kasena shouted that he shouldn't dare touch her mentor. They looked at her dumbfounded. He asked what she was talking about. She declared, while her hands were shaking, that her father was an idiot. She hated him. Why can't he ever listen properly to begin with? Yurin stared at his daughter in shock and shouted that this guy had tricked her and kidnapped her. He should be punished accordingly. Kasena said that he was wrong. Rain had only done what she wanted. He had helped her get here. He had pointed out that if she wanted to take a walk, he would have told her what to do. She shouted in rage. He was just countless guards? People were looking at her and laughing because of this. How many times did she have to repeat this? This was not what she wanted. Her own father had never listened to her properly. Yuren said in confusion that he was thinking about her well-being. She said, tears streaming down her face, that it was true. However, he had never thought about how this made her feel. He said worriedly, approaching her, that she shouldn't cry. He was wrong. However, how is this different from being escorted by guards and walking with him? Doesn't it look the same to ordinary citizens? Kasena pointed out that Rain didn't just bring her here. He made her run here on her own. Yuren said that there were mages who tried to make her walk with telekinesis. She rejected them all herself, and now she's okay with this? She said that he was right. It was really terrible to be controlled with telekinesis. However, Rain's method was completely different. Kasena said, looking into her father's eyes, that it wasn't like that her legs were being controlled. She felt like she was running on her own, putting in her own effort. Then she shouted at Rain that he had to do it again. Let him make her run. The protagonist said that he was very sorry, but his mana was running out. Ansai noted that she was definitely running. Her movements were a little clumsy, but it was definitely not telekinesis. He was surprised by this too. Kasena declared to her father that she would learn magic from Rain. She would learn magic and run with her powers. Yuren thought, looking at his daughter in surprise, was she talking about the future? A child who locked herself in a room and waited for her death? Then he asked, could he really do it? The protagonist thought, scratching his head with his hand. Was it right to become a mentor and risk being shackled every time? He had so many things to do. Maybe he should find another way to save his aunt and escape from here right now? He could use his last bit of deception magic and escape. Yuren approached him and declared that he gave his daughter hope. He showed her that magic could grant light. MC remembered his past, where the other mages discussed that the day had finally come when the genital mage would leave for the tower. He had always been so arrogant, but now that he was leaving, what a relief it was for them. They were so jealous of him. With his talent, some beautiful lady with the warrior class might notice him. Rain thought that Lin was the one who kept his distance from people and acted very awkwardly. In any case, he did not expect some touching farewell from them. A student addressed him by name and asked if he would leave without saying goodbye. The protagonist remained silent and walked past him. He said that he needed to be careful. They would all be waiting for his return. The students shouted that they wished him luck. They would take the dean's hysterics. He should write to them whenever he had free time. He should promise it. Then the dean said, putting a straw hat on his head, that he should always watch where he was going. People would look down on him always and everywhere. He should get used to it. Magicians do not cry. These idiots are really bad at magic, but their acting skills are even worse. They can't do anything right. Esther said sheepishly that she was still overwhelmed with emotion. She said that the southern sun is more aggressive. Northerners can get sunburned quickly, so he needs to wear a hat. The protagonist said with tears in his eyes, turning to the dean, that he will definitely come back. The dean asked if he could promise something. The next time they meet, he will become a cool adult who lights up the light in other people. In the present, the MC stood up and said that he can do it. He promises him this. He will teach Kasena to walk again. Rain thought that this is how he became Kasena's mentor from the Page family, to keep the promise he made hundreds of years ago. Sometime later, at Delayton School, Krista walked contentedly and asked in surprise what was wrong with him. Did he really study all night? The protagonist was sleeping, sitting at the table. She hit him on the head with a paper bundle and asked if he had already started studying for his final exams. After all, there were still 2 months left. Was he so determined? She understood his worry. After all, she was always somewhere nearby. He could be angry as much as he wanted. The outcome was already known. Then Krista asked, by the way, how was Pippi? But he shouldn't get her wrong. She didn't miss her or anything like that. Maybe some problem had just arisen while she was looking after her, and she needed to compensate for it somehow. Gertrude noted that she needed to decide how to feel about him. She screamed in fear. Where did she come from? She said with a smile that she had been here all this time. Krista asked, how could they possibly be friends? Why was she talking such nonsense? He was her rival. She was only asking if the bird she was looking after was okay. The protagonist was fast asleep, his head on the books. She remarked that it would be better to leave him alone. He was very busy lately. She asked irritably, what was he doing? Gertrude asked in surprise. Did she really not know? Krista said that she needed to tell what was going on. She noted that she had heard it from someone else too, so she did not know how much to believe it. However, a guy similar to him was caught yesterday eloping with the daughter of the Page family. Such rumors were circulating. She asked, what does this have to do with him? Although eloping with lovers is not very romantic, is it really true? Gertrude remarked that these were just rumors. Krista noted with a smile, besides, if Page is their rector's family, if someone falls in love with girls from such a family, then his family must be of about the same level. She asked, are there not many families either? She said that it was absolutely impossible for a commoner to accidentally start dating the daughter of the Page family. In that case, this girl's lover must be related to magic and be of equal status, that is, at the level of the great magical families, and he must also be talented and capable enough to be recognized by the principal of the school. Gertrude said that he was a young man. Krista asked, is he really a boy? The daughter of the Page family is the same age as her, so her lover is probably the same age. He must be very talented if he was recognized by the Page family. She noted that, however, it is unknown whether this person is a student at Delayton. She said, looking at Rain, that she does not think this is possible. If he was a student here, she would know about it. However, what if he is a student of their school? He must be from the 5 great families in the same year as them, an outstanding mage recognized by the principal. What else is known about him? Gertrude noted that he has black hair and red eyes. Krista furiously screamed, hitting him on the head, that it is him. He seriously arranged a lover's escape? How dare he have a love affair in this sacred temple of knowledge? If he lets go and lose to her because of some relationship, she will never forgive him. The protagonist asked what was wrong. She furiously declared that she gave that idiot an important piece of advice. She thought, so the daughter of the Page family? She thinks they met when she was 5 years old. Wasn't her name Cassena? They never met after that. There were even rumors that she died. If she was alive, then she couldn't help but enter Delayton, but she is not here. So those rumors are just lies, and then she has nothing to worry about. What is she thinking? After a while, in the sanctum, the pontifical office, interrogation room, Ellen asked irritably, was it such a terrible mistake to take the book about Terena that she was brought here? The investigator remarked that if it were unimportant, she would not be here. They had no time to idle. She shouted that she was also busy. He asked if she knew how dangerous Terena was. Ilan said that this was the first time she had heard Terena called a dangerous person. She only knew that she was a student of the Archmage Lin and an outstanding person. Juliana, the priestess of the Moon Halo, said that she was very dangerous, so dangerous that she could destroy this world completely. She thought in shock that she could not believe it. This was Terena's student. She calmly said that she asked to bring her here because she needed to check if she was a follower of that woman. Ilan asked if she meant Terena? Should she talk like that about her mentor? Juliana said that she was not a person worthy of honor. She had never done anything righteous in her life. All the good behavior she had shown was just part of the process of achieving her personal goal. And even now, in order to achieve her goal, she continues to act in secret from everyone. She asked in confusion, is she still alive? And what is her goal? She stated that she wants to revive Archmage Lin. Elin asked, what is wrong with that? Archmage Lin is a man who has achieved great merits during the time of troubles. Isn't it better for such a person to return to life? The investigator noted that, however, everything is not that simple. Everything that has been and will be said now is classified information. According to the oracle of the shining dragon Haradaraman, who sees through everything in this world, Lin's soul has already left his body. The body of the Archmage, imprisoned in ice, will never wake up, so the outcome will be predictable. She would probably think that she felt sorry for Terena, who was acting recklessly because she didn't know about it. Shouldn't they stop her? Juliana pointed out that it wasn't that she didn't know anything. She was a madwoman who used dark magic. The abyss was the source of darkness. The abyss used the longing for loved ones to tempt people. It seemed that even the great Terena couldn't free herself from the desire to bring Lin back. She was a poor woman obsessed with desire. Terena had lived her entire life longing for the past. No matter how noble her goal, the fact was that Terena had sold her soul to dark magic in order to resurrect Lin. Ellen asked if they had proof of this. She pointed out that the Oracle of Haradaraman said so. She had now become the head of the Dark Church. She said that it sounded absurd. Juliana noted that she had a great chance to kill her, but she made a mistake. The situation is changing quickly. Ellen asked in shock, did she really want to kill her mentor? She furiously stated that she had already crossed the line between good and evil. She had destroyed everything with her own strength. Therefore, they had no other choice. Sooner or later, something more terrible would happen. So terrible and large-scale that even Haradaraman could not see what it was exactly. She felt tired, and her eyes closed until she finally fell asleep. Juliana whispered something, touching her head with her hand, using magic. The investigator asked if they managed to find out anything. She noted that it was not her, but her nephew. Ellen was simply trying to cover for him. They brought the wrong person. Her nephew was Rain Ludwig. Juliana asked if he was a famous person. The investigator reported that the Special Magic Affairs Department was watching him. He was going to interrogate him at the Redacable checkpoint, but they stopped him. She asked if the student had really gone to the black market. He said that he had. It was a bit unusual. However, he thought that there was nothing to worry about. If he was seen doing anything suspicious, they had Torin to deal with it. Juliana wondered if he had really gone to the black market just for that woman's book. It was very strange. Sometime later, in the rector's office, Medelia asked Rain if he had finally decided to show himself. Could he tell her a little more kindly about his love affair with her daughter yesterday? The protagonist's face twisted in fear. The protagonist noted that it had not been a love affair. He was asking her for forgiveness. She asked threateningly why he was apologizing. On the contrary, she was grateful to him. She was not making up anything unnecessary. She was just curious about the mess they called love's escape. Then Medelia let out a sigh and calmly said that she was just joking. She was truly grateful to him. She thought she had done the right thing when she entrusted him with her daughter Cassena, because last night they had a normal conversation for the first time in almost 10 years. She looked so happy, and she said that she wanted to learn magic and walk again. MC remarked that it was encouraging. She remarked that it was true. She owed him a lot. Rain said that he hadn't done anything yet. Medelia said that they needed to get to the point. Yesterday, she examined her daughter's legs, and she felt something she hadn't felt before he came. Did he do something? The protagonist remarked that he had restored the damaged nerve endings with magic. She said that it sounded so simple in words, but he was seriously talking about the human nervous system. Did he use the ability? Belsidious? The protagonist said with a smile that he did. Medelia pointed out that it was obvious. He used lightning magic to send an electric current through her entire nervous system? MC said she was right. He used entry-level magic from 1 to 2 star. She asked, so for him, 2 star was entry-level? Rain said he helped her, but in the end, she needed to learn a certain magic so she could walk on her own. Medelia stated that she forbade it. The protagonist looked at her in complete confusion. She said that she did not give her permission for it. The protagonist shouted in surprise. Why would she forbid it? It was so she could walk on her own. Medelia pointed out that lightning magic could cause great harm if even the slightest mistake was made. It was a lot of strain on Kasena's body, and it might not be able to withstand it. MC noted that he did not rule it out, but he believed that it all depended on their own efforts. She stated, calling his name, that he could say that from his position. If you put lightning magic in the right place, the body will move. It is a very simple principle that can be used. She does not say that it is wrong. However, if you cannot read all the nerve connections of the body, then the implementation of this principle becomes impossible. Simply put, it is a skill that is only available to those who have the Belsidious ability, and the 2nd star level of magic is not so easy to achieve. She is really very grateful to him, and she knows everything about his abilities, so she believed him and entrusted Kasena. Thanks to the Belsidious ability, she found the strength to live again. However, this is only available to him. Her daughter will not be able to bear such a dangerous burden. After a while, Rain thought while doing physical exercise that it was true that this could cause even more harm to Kasena's already broken body. First of all, you need to think about her safety. Logan asked what he was thinking about. He cannot be distracted, otherwise he can get hurt. The protagonist noted that he was thinking about how to minimize harm to the body. He asked if his muscles were sore. It was a sign that he was getting stronger. Training with iron was like a grinding process. They should happily accept the pain in their muscles. The protagonist's face changed, and he noted that he should not forget that even iron could break. By the way, he heard something. King-level magic. If they do not activate the magic circle, then their muscles either twist or their bones break. Is that true? Logan said that of course. This happens often. After all, magic also follows the laws of the world, so it is impossible without a return payment. He seemed to know this better than many others. MC asked, however, why do people join such a scary school? He whispered that he was asking an idiotic question. Rain asked what he said there. Logan said that he said nothing. Although beginners make themselves a protective glyph, the protagonist asked if he meant the tattoo on his chest. He said exactly so. Protective glyph minimizes injuries to the body, so novices, no matter what they do, will not get a single injury. The protagonist noted that it is something like insurance, very convenient. Logan said that in addition to minimizing injuries, there is also growth and changes in the body. As a result, the moment someone moves from the category of novice, the protective glyph immediately disappears. MC thought about it, and he added that sometimes self-confident idiots continue to recklessly train even after their tattoos have been removed, and then they completely break. Rain shouted, does he really know how to do a protective glyph? Logan said that for him, it is easy peasy. The protagonist shouted that he asks to teach him this. He said in bewilderment that he agrees to teach him. Thus began a crazy week in which there was not a free second. First, the protagonist attended classes, then there were student council activities, then he was trained in the art of protective glyph by Logan. And back at the dorm, MC had to read the books about protective glyph that Logan recommended to him. After some time at the Page family palace, Kasena indignantly shouted that she didn't understand him. She was against it. He should teach her not the basics of magic, but the magic that would help her walk. Rain asked, did he really need to repeat this several times? Learning magic to move the legs with lightning magic was postponed. She heard the principal's words herself. First, she needed to learn basic magic. She shouted that she didn't want to learn it. It was boring. It was so boring. The protagonist gritted his teeth in irritation and said that he understood her. Then they needed to solve the next example, and they would be done with it. If she could solve it, then he would teach her a way to walk on her own today. Kasena happily asked, was he serious? Then she would try to solve it. The protagonist said that she needed to try to figure it out in her head. Her face changed, and she stared at the board with the example. After Kasena shouted indignantly, did he purposely give her such a difficult task so that she couldn't solve it? MC asked what she was talking about. This is an entry-level equation. She should be able to solve it by now. Rain thought that she could actually do it. She used magic and said that she would show him what would happen if she only wanted something. The protagonist thought with surprise that this skill is a drawing mage, the limit of the blood relationship of the Page family. It's quite beautiful. She engraved the rune with magic. The protagonist thought that those who have the blood of the Page family do not need mathematical calculations. All they need is to draw a rune and sincerely want to express the rune. This is truly a different, but such a mysterious limit of blood relationship. Kasena happily said, soaring into the sky, that she succeeded and she can use magic. She does not need to do any calculations for this, and he can try to repeat it all his life, but he still will not succeed. MC noted that he is not a descendant of the Page family. Rain thought that, however, he still did not understand anything despite the explanation. She succeeded because she really wanted it, so everything came true. In truth, he does not understand this because it seems to him that it denies the magic science that embodies understandable principles into reality with the help of mathematical equations. She thought in confusion, how can she go down now? The protagonist thought that maybe this technique can only be used by the direct descendants of the progenitor of magic. In any case, he will need to consult with the principal. Kasena shouted, calling his name, that she was asking him for help. The protagonist thought, ignoring the girl, that no matter what the method, if she can already do this, then maybe she can really walk on her own. MC remarked that this was amazing. As he promised, it's time to learn magic for walking. Is she ready for this? Rain used his ability to help her down. She happily shouted that she will listen to him. The protagonist said with a smile that then she should take off her skirt. Kasena got furious and threw a book at him, using her ability. The protagonist remarked that her telekinesis skill is more than well developed. With this attitude, she will surpass him very soon. After MC took off his shoes and used magic, which he used on his own feet. She said that it sparkles. Rain asked, didn't he say that she would walk again? Kasena asked, what is he even doing? The protagonist noted that it is called a protective glyph. It will reduce the load of magic on the body. The shape of the magic figure is a pentagon. Special runes must be used, and then the protective glyph represents the properties of the lightning magic built into it. Let her move her hand. She raised her hand in confusion and waved it. The protagonist asked, was she thinking about moving her hand now, right? As soon as she thought about it, a signal immediately comes through the nerve endings, and then the hand moves. The protective glyph sends this signal, but with the help of magic. He specially chose a rune that provides only wave stimulation instead of electric current. Therefore, the body will not be subjected to heavy loads. Now he does not move his toes himself. The protective glyph's mana excites the nerves, and movement occurs. Kasena asked, if she does this, will she also be able to walk? MC said with a smile that of course she could. The hardest part was the base, the finger movement, but she could do it, so there would be no problem with her legs. Rain asked carefully if she could take off her skirt so he could paint the protective glyph on her legs. She said she agreed. The protagonist noted that it was a very difficult job, so it would take several hours. Because of nerve impulses, she might twitch during the procedure, so he would tie her up with magic. Kasena said that she would not twitch. She was scared, and she still couldn't take off her skirt. The protagonist said with a sigh that he was not interested in her appearance, and would not be impressed by her appearance without her skirt. She shyly shouted, what did he say? MC noted that he would be focused on drawing the signs so as not to make a mistake, so he would not even notice everything else. Kasena blushed and whispered that she understood him. Then she shouted that she needed to get ready. He should turn away. Kasena was very embarrassed, and a good idea came to her mind, and after a while she said that she was ready, so it is possible, right? Rain said that it was enough. After he applied the protective glyph from the hip joint to the ankle, he drew a circle in the spine area. Kasena said that she understood him. The protagonist noted, getting ready to begin, that it would hurt a little, and it would start to itch, so he asked her to be patient. Naturally, he tied her up with magic, but if she moved, it would be dangerous for her too. She said that she would try not to move. The protagonist said that then he would begin. Kasena let out a strange scream, and MC asked her not to scream like that. She said that it was his fault. A few hours later, the maid was walking down the corridor of the Page family palace, and she heard some sounds. The maid thought, remembering that it was the time of the young mistress's tutoring. He was so young, so she didn't trust him. However, it seems that this guy is doing very well now. The young mistress was always sitting in the room and crying, and now, finally, she is so cheerful. It's so wonderful. Suddenly, Kasena's voice was heard, shouting that she was in pain. She was dumbfounded, thinking, what did she say? The maid decided to go up the stairs and eavesdrop at the door. She heard the unmarked sounds that the young mistress was making. The maid was shocked and shouted, opening the door, what is going on here? She saw the blushing girl and went crazy. The maid shouted furiously, rushing at him. How dare he? She will kill him. The protagonist shouted that she needs to calm down. At the last moment, Kasena shouted that this is just a misunderstanding. The maid asked what she was talking about. She said that she needed to close the door first. After a while, she asked if the young mistress would be able to walk again. The protagonist said that she would, so he asked her for help. She needed to hold Kasena's hand and tell her some stories from the past. Kasena asked, puzzled, why she needed it. The MC noted that she was in pain. She knew it herself, because her nerves were divided, and stories would help her distract herself. There was very little left. The maid said that she would do her best. After a while, Rain said tiredly that they had finally finished. Everything went just perfectly. How was she feeling? Kasena said that she felt a little uncomfortable. However, this was necessary so that she could start walking again. Could she even go through this several times? The protagonist said that she was doing well. She needed to try to activate the magic circle in the spine. The protagonist thought that everything should work out. Suddenly, Kasena's legs began to glow. There was a moment of silence as the glow stopped. She said it was weird. Will she really be able to walk? Her legs weren't moving. Nothing had changed. MC thought with clenched teeth. Was he wrong? Did he get his hopes up for himself and Kasena too? He couldn't believe he gave her the hope he took away from her. This was his first time. He didn't even know how to apologize to her properly. The maid said with a smile, turning to the young mistress, that it didn't work this time, but they could try again another time. Suddenly, Kasena happily shouted that she felt something. They had to see it. At that moment, her legs moved slightly. She said they were moving, Her legs were moving. Rain had to see it. She could even wiggle her toes. The protagonist sighed in relief, and the maid took her hands with a smile on her face. Kasena said with tears in her eyes that she could walk, just like when she was a child. She said she would definitely succeed. The protagonist thought that since the protective glyph could be maintained with telekinesis, there would be no problem walking as long as all the muscles were connected correctly. Kasena addressed him by name and said that she was very grateful to him. MC thought, smile, that he most likely still missed such moments. Rain said that his job was done. She needed rehabilitation, so from now on the principal would personally train her. They looked at him, puzzled. The protagonist said, trying to run away, that this was the fastest and surest way. Kasena shouted, why is he talking such nonsense? The protagonist noted that the most important thing is that he does not want to mess with children. She shouted irritably, what did he say? MC left her room while she continued to be indignant at him. Rain exhaled with a smile and thought that, albeit a little, but he still managed to light a light in someone, right? He did his best for his part. After a while, Yurin asked in surprise, Rain from the Ludwig family would no longer be her mentor? Medelia noted that it was. He personally came recently and said so. He said that in the end, he also ran away. She asked what he was talking about. He did everything he could. She was already grateful to him for the fact that for a month, he did not miss a day and came to Kasena. He could not keep his promise and get their daughter back on her feet, but he ignited her interest in studying magic. Now she has a chance to build her future, and they will help her with it. Yuren said that she was right. The maid said, opening the door, that she was sorry to interrupt their meal. Could she take up a little of their time? He said that they did not mind. The maid remarked that it seemed to her that Kasena wanted to ask them for something. Yurin asked what she wanted to ask for. She said that the young mistress wanted to ask for it in person. Medelia said, rising from her chair, that she understood. She would go to her. Suddenly, Kasena came inside and turned to her parents, barely keeping her feet. They looked at their daughter in shock. The maid noted with a smile that the young mistress wanted to show them that she could walk on her own. She stumbled and cried out in fear. Medelia caught herself in time and caught her daughter, her face still filled with surprise. Yurin asked in shock, did she really walk just now? Kasena happily declared that she did. Now she could walk. Rain taught her. Medelia was shocked by this news. She said that he really is amazing. With telekinesis, everything is completely different. The maid said that she did not know his methods either, but it seemed that the master of the Ludwig family used the protective glyph technique. She asked if she was talking about body strengthening magic. She said that was exactly it. Medelia worriedly said that, however, if something goes wrong, she could cause even more harm to her body. Kasena said that she was fine. This is a protective glyph that beginners can safely handle. She said that now she understands she would never have come up with such an idea. She embarrassedly said, turning to her parents, that all this time she only upset them. She's ashamed of her behavior. Medelia thought, hugging her daughter, and remembered her past thoughts that if one of them grows up first, he will help the one who has not yet done so. Wouldn't that be great? Now they are in Cavan and Brim's debt to their son. The maid cried with joy, watching the beautiful scene. Kasena whispered to her parents that she had a favor to ask. Right after Rain returned to the dorm, Ludin reported that the magic progress had increased to 47.9%. The protagonist thought that he knew whether it was due to his intensive study of the protective glyph or because he was tormented by Kasena, who was no worse than a monster. He would not know the exact reason, but he was still sure that the hard work over the past month led to such significant results. And in Delighton, it was time for a grand event. Sometime later, in the assembly hall, the vice-chancellor announced to the first-year students that they needed to listen about the final exams that would take place in 2 weeks. The final exams were completely different from the exams that took place during the semester. The examiner committee for them would be different. The group will not only include professors from Delighton, but also famous mages from all over the empire. Kyle noted that the final exams will therefore give them the opportunity to make a name for themselves to the world. Their career path after graduation will be determined by this exam. Therefore, if the examiners have a bad impression of them, their career as a mage may be over. He asks them to remember this. Now, he will explain the regulations of this exam. The protagonist thought that people from the 8 great schools and great mage families were assigned to Group A. The top 30 students entered the top group, and the remaining students were randomly assigned to Groups B through E, according to their average score. It turns out that Group A will have to compete at a much more disadvantageous position. The vice principal announced that the preliminaries will begin in 2 weeks. Only the top 4 from each group will have the opportunity to participate in the finals. At the end, the winner will be determined by lottery. In other words, the last remaining student will be crowned the best. Now, he will announce the topic that he will evaluate the preliminaries on. Kyle used his powers to write runes. The students asked in confusion, what does the word scroll made of runes mean? He stated that high-level mages will use scrolls to help many people. Taking this into account, they can become such mages. The topic is called magic that can be done with a scroll. MC thought, is there magic that can be done with a scroll? Do they want them to do the magic of saving the people? The vice principal announced that this is the end of the meeting. For the next 2 weeks, he asks them to carefully think about the meaning of the exam topic. He hopes that each of them will show only the best results. Smar gestured that he should not forget about this. Kyle said that this is the end of the announcement for the final exams, so now he will introduce a new first-year student. Krista wondered if someone really transferred at a time like this. How confident did she have to be? Kasena appeared on the stage, and the students were surprised to see that she had purple hair. Could she really be from the Page family? Wasn't she the principal's daughter? Rain shouted her name in shock. She noticed it and smiled happily. The entire school was in shock over Kasena's admission to Delayton, and following the school's tradition, the protagonist was ordered to help the transfer student as a top student, so he went straight to the principal to refuse it, but things didn't go as planned. Medelia pointed out that it was a pass that would allow him to freely use the forbidden books section of the central library. What did he think about it? Didn't he want to satisfy his endless thirst for knowledge? The protagonist thought that he was tempted by the devil himself, and he accepted his role as an assistant. Sometime later, in the school corridor, Kasena asked suspiciously why he was in such a good mood. MC happily said that everything was as usual. She said that he should show her around here. Rain said that was exactly it. Kasena asked where they were going now. The protagonist noted that since she had to attend classes from today onwards, they should start with the lecture halls. The first class at school was always in that hall, so she definitely needed to remember where it was. She said that she still felt like she was just dreaming. She was ready to go inside. Then Kasena happily shouted that it was the lecture hall. She definitely needed to sit by the window. She would sit there. And so would he. Gertrude whispered that the rumors about the lovers eloping were true. Krista crossed her arms and glared at them. She looked at Rain and declared that he should come with her. The protagonist asked what she wanted. Krista declared that he should follow her immediately. Kasena looked at them with a displeased look. Then she said irritably, not letting him leave, that Rain was helping her now. Could she postpone their conversation for later? Krista held back her anger and said that they would immediately return back. She said that she was against it. Kasena asked, turning to Rain, who was this rude girl? Did he know her? Krista angrily shouted that after this she would not hold back. She was rude, since she was saying such things to a person she was seeing for the first time. She needed to stop proving to everyone that she was an aristocrat. She grew up in such a noble family, and she doesn't know simple rules. Kasena shouted that these were bold words for someone who interfered in someone else's conversation. What kind of relationship do they even have? She declared that they were rivals. He was her opponent, with whom she was fighting for the place of the best student. She asked with a laugh, did she seriously consider herself his equal? Krista shouted, what did she say? Kasena said that then she would tell her what kind of relationship she has with Rain. She is his employer or something like that. In general, Rain is her mentor. If he wants, he can call her his mistress. MC noted that he would never address her like that. Krista shouted in shock, is he really her mentor? Then she asked embarrassedly, a young guy homeschools a girl? This is a great environment for developing a love relationship. They have no shame at all. Gertrude said that Rain is so cruel. He is mocking Krista's soul so much, and he wants to date two girls at the same time. They froze in shock. Suddenly Owen came in and furiously asked what they were doing in the classroom. They don't want to explain themselves? They are no use. After a while, the main character thought that 2 weeks had passed unnoticed. It seemed that Kasena could not cope with the workload, but still she enjoyed her student life. While everyone was worried about what to do with the exam topic, the magic that can be obtained from the scroll, Elin, who was taken away for interrogation, returned to Delayton. When she learned the reason why he ended up as Kasena's mentor, she began to nag at him for doing something useless and unethical. However, his aunt still seemed happy. After which, Rain asked what the interrogators told her. Rain thought that Terena was still alive, and she was trying to resurrect Lynn's aristocratic spirit. And the fact that she led the Dark Church for this purpose is not subject to disclosure. She can't tell him anything. She said that it's nothing special. He doesn't need to worry about it. Is his preparation for the final exams going smoothly? The protagonist noted that he wasn't entirely confident in himself. Ellen said that he better take this seriously. The protagonist asked what was going on. She stated that his mother would come here and bring his pathetic younger siblings with her. Sometime later, in the office of the Special Purpose Department, the employee said, holding out the documents, that he needed to pay attention to this. Toron noted that although this was all presented as a retaliatory attack, he believed that the main goal was to gather information. This was quite clever of them. He said that there was a list of names of those who had gone missing and died. The victims were not connected to each other in any way, except for one thing. They all had the name Rain. He wondered why they were so persistent in searching for people named Rain. What happened in Redecable? There are currently 2 adventurers named Rain, including the young master of the Ludwig family. Shouldn't they take measures to protect him? Toron said he was against it. If they revealed themselves, the enemies might hide from them. They should wait for the right moment. He thought that if his guess was correct, then Terena's puppet was already in Delayton. If they were to openly search for Rain now, that person would show up soon. The employee asked if the young master of the Ludwig family wasn't in danger. Toron said he would be fine. The chances of him getting hurt in Delaten were minimal. They had better worry about the other Rain. They should take precautions for the other adventurer. However, he and Tyrantide should stay in the school area just in case. He then added that if they encountered enemies, they should try to stay alive. They need to gather information about Lynn's reincarnation method or the members of the Dark Church. Tyrantide asked indignantly, does she have the ability to coordinate forces to counter them? Toron asked with a smile. Can't they handle it themselves? She asked. Does that mean he thinks she can't? He said that they need to try. Then Toron thought, his face changing, that he needed a way to stop the monster called Terena. Most likely, Only the resurrection of the Archmage limb can stop her. Sometime later, in the border port area in the southeastern part of the continent, a cultist asked after a terrible battle, "What is he talking about?" His ally said that they need to observe some more. The cultist next to him asked indignantly, "Why do they need to observe? Shouldn't they just grab this Rain from the Ludwig family and destroy him?" He asked, "What should they do if he is not the one they are looking for?" In response, he was asked, "Is that a problem?" The cultist asked, hiding his face under the hood, what would happen if he infiltrated Delayton now. They needed to think about this together. His ally pointed out that he should also think about Valenzides' position. He was responsible for Delayton and was doing the most important job now. They had already done a lot. If they were caught now, it would all be in vain. He asked furiously, did that mean they would no longer avenge Riveni? The cultist pointed out that he would find out soon anyway. If Rain from Delayton was the culprit, Valenzides would deal with him. "Why should they rush?" he shouted. "Are they all of the same opinion? They don't have to answer. They are just pathetic people." Then the cultist declared that if Valenzides failed, he would do everything himself. He didn't care about Delayton and their plans. He shouted furiously, using his abilities, that anyone who stood in his way would die.